Oh, this one. This one. Holy fuck. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. I slept at 11 a.m. today. I was playing chess for 9 hours in bed. 9 hours. And the worst part is, I think in a fugue state, I had just chain lost 500 LP the first day I played, and I've been slowly trying to climb it back. Holy fuck. Also, sorry for the loud Apex. That just happens. I don't really know how to fix that one. TFT or chess? Actual chess. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why that was. Oh god, this shit is so loud. Okay, hold on. We're moving over. Hold on. We're gonna close this. This is where's my fucking game capture? Is it this one? It is this one. And we're gonna switch it to Apex because we love Apex. Yes, we do. Today I'm playing Apex. And that's all you need to know. Oh my, I need to play so many games. Okay. Sorry. Where the Yo, sorry I'm late. I'm playing with Sean.
Hi, Scarra.
Okay. Sorry I'm late. I literally did like 5 things just now.
Wait, are you far from your mic?
No. Am I?
Well, I'm gonna turn you up. I need Chris to talk though.
Oh, let me go see if my outbound is a little low.
Well, you're good. I just turned you up, but I just have to see if Chris is
Wait,
loud.
is your output device your mic?
Well, I just got a new headset today.
Oh, I can bump my Discord mic really high, so let me know.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
But yeah, I just I'm good. I'm literally I did like OTV stuff, like 2 invoice payments, and some clarification on a shoot. So like, and like it did in like 30 minutes. I'm good.
Perfect.
My chores are done for the day.
Oh, excellent.
Did you take out the trash?
Fuck. That'll be after my stream at
No,
like
we're doing
50 a.m.
We're taking out the trash in Apex.
Yeah, we're gonna smoke some kids.
Oh shit! Let me put out some biggies for these guys.
I have to just finish this death match, otherwise, like,
Okay.
it gives me a penalty for leaving.
No, take your time. I need to put in your fugies anyways.
Oh, you're gonna use this as foogies?
Yeah.
It's not very cash money.
Yeah. I hate that Chris is just New Jeans.
I'm a bunny.
Stop.
What do you mean? Chris has always been New Jeans.
Stop. Yeah. Why is he New Jeans?
He also is fluent in Korean, so it adds up.
Is he fluent in Korean?
Yeah.
Yep.
감사합니다. 사랑해요.
Oh god.
Wait, that was pretty good.
Oh god.
I almost like Chris is so Korean. I almost can't understand his English because his Korean accent is so strong.
Oh, wait. Do you guys know I've been streaming on 2500 bitrate for 3 years, 2 years.
I'll be honest, I don't know what that means. How do I check what my bitrate is?
Oh, when you go to file and you go to settings in your OBS, okay. When you go to your output, what does the bitrate say?
File,
settings, output.
My bitrate is 8000 kbps.
Great, that's what it should be. I'll put it this way: my Apex it's finally able to be streamed because I upped it from 2500 to like 8K.
Wait, why was it 2500? Is that just from,
it was like the old place I stayed at like didn't have high upload, so like we couldn't stream if everyone was on like a certain point. But like it made it so like I realized like I couldn't stream Apex at all. But now I could stream on like decent settings, pretty good settings. We stream at 6K. Oh, it sometimes it gets to 6K. It's like 6 to 8.
Probably infinite. I've had League. The good thing about League is it doesn't take a lot of resources.
Yeah. I play League. Yeah, I play League usually on low settings. You know, this is the first year I played League on high settings. Like since I played Pro, I have always had League at like model quality 0.
I'm like obsessed with like playing everything on high quality. Like Jody and John play Valorant on the lowest settings possible, but I play on like the highest, and it looks like
Oh.
I like that everything looks cinematic when I kill everyone.
Same. I like that. Okay,
Uh,
wait. What account are you on?
I'm on Shonic.
Okay, that's. Let me go look around. This one.
I probably have you.
I sent an invite.
I got you, guys. I'm with Chris already.
Oh, okay. How do I join you?
You just joined our party, like if you.
You'll have a pop up when you're in.
Okay, I didn't get the pop up, so I'm just gonna join off you. Wait, you're not on my screen anymore.
I can reinvite you.
Oh wait, there we go. There we go.
Oh my god, we're god tier.
Oh,
Now
and we have a
the
huge
hardest part-
player.
Yeah, the hardest part has been figured out. It's time to go.
Wait, the hardest part has been deciding who's the Revenant player. I played against a
Oh.
Revenant. I'm like, fuck this guy, dude.
Do you want to play Revenant?
No, he jumps on me, but he has like his ulti shield. I feel like, you know, remember when before you had to fight like Gibbies on the drop, and then they had like the thing
Shield, the
that
weapon
was
shield.
no, and they also had the like passive
hand shield?
fortification.
Yeah, the gun shield.
No, the default passive
Oh, like
that made him
minus
tankier. Yeah, you would just not
Oh.
fucking be able to beat Gibby on the drop. It was
Also,
like
they just pick up
impossible.
a havoc and they just full charge. You just watch them.
Yeah,
True.
but like that's how I feel against Revenant. When if they jump on me, I'm like, fuck.
Dude, don't you think if like Revenant Q, like his jump, hits a person, he should be able to like latch onto their back and control them?
He should
No.
become
Like,
them,
you-
and they just
and you have to
instantly
spam,
die.
like- you have to spam like Q and E as like a quick time event to like
Oh,
rip them off of the back.
dude, I played with someone who's like a pro, ex-pro, and he's been playing whatchamacallit, Newcastle.
League of Legends.
And
Oh.
it's like the craziest thing I've ever seen. Like the
Oh,
amount of like
yeah.
space control that character gives you, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, those guys are like literally like StarCraft microing their shield.
Yeah, it's nuts. Who's a pro? Blur. Blur's great. But yeah,
Oh, we're on a new map.
I have an Apex tournament next week. I have a StarCraft. I have a League tournament this week, and then I have TFT tournament daily till next week. So
Well, Scar, we're about to warm you up for your tournament.
yeah. Oh my god.
3 teams with us. I'm landing on my.
Okay, I'm
Marker.
landing on. I'm landing.
Wait, which
here.
tournament you think you're gonna do the best in?
All of them. I think just they're all
Oh,
playing for
you're a
second.
god gamer?
Yeah. I'm super talented.
Multi-talent.
Multi-talented. So talented I just dropped the gun I was looking for.
That's crazy. He doesn't even need a gun to win.
Wait, why is the FOVC muted, right?
You can change it.
Yo, let me know if you guys found a 2x.
They're fighting right here.
Yeah, I see him.
I feel like something looks weird. Is it the UI is upscaled or this is the
Just go to
first
your,
time I played
your
Apex.
settings.
Yeah. My FOV is max. The first time I played Apex on this PC.
I see
think
him in the
maybe-
center.
I think maybe stuff just looks too good.
Okay, this guy's almost knocked. 30 HP. 30 HP on, I don't even know what it is, Horizon? Right here?
Next ring's quite the trot.
Got him?
Better get a
I hate them.
Take it slow.
Shields.
Reset if you guys need to. It's a 2v2.
I am taking fire, friends. Cracked an enemy shield.
Firing a frag.
He's 40.
Reloading.
More enemies down. Picked up our friend's banner. We can bring them back.
Being shot at.
Oh, he shield swapped to purple. Wait, what?
Took out an enemy. The ring isn't
Did
very
he shield
close.
swap? I have no
45
idea. I'm
seconds.
moving out.
Okay.
Ow! Wait, what is this thing I'm stepping on?
Probably on the pillar really quick.
Watch. Don't worry, I'm here.
Game sounds low. Okay, I'll turn it up. God, you guys. Oh my
I am taking
god.
fire. I got you, friend.
Yeah,
Nice.
I
Yeah,
was
just
the bait.
The whole squad.
Yeah,
Exciting.
you were the best
were-
bait.
You were a juicy little pig.
You were the best bait.
Oh, wait, give me that backpack. That's what
Okay,
I'm here for.
go to your video settings for your FOV.
Yeah, it's
and-
tap.
It's 110.
Yeah, it's 110, which is why I'm like, huh?
You probably just need to get used to it then, yeah.
Yeah.
Healing up. She'll be right.
Wait, what's your FPS at? Are we supposed to cap our FPS?
You should for
Listen up, fellas, the ring's
I capped it
moving and
mine at
we're on the
144.
wrong side of it.
Mine changes between like 120 and.
Wait, what is?
I
Oh
do
my!
see
My
40.
push to talk is my ulti button. Oh my god.
okay.
How do I unbind this? How do I unbind this? How do I unbind this? How do I unbind buttons?
Escape settings. Mouse
No,
and
how do
keyboard.
no, like what's the thing to unbind? There isn't like a. It doesn't tell me a button to unbind the button.
I think you just press escape.
Incoming care
It
package.
does not work.
Okay. Well.
I actually don't know.
Escape does not work.
No
Okay.
one's ever unbound a button before. That's like
You actually shot
that's-
over here.
oh, perfect. Thank you.
The backspace. I'll try. Right click
Just
is definitely
Fucking
not.
ruthless and talk when you're ulting.
Yeah.
No. I tried to med kit and it cancels my med kit without talking. I can't set it to Z. I already did that.
You got some interesting settings going on there.
I'm gonna move slightly towards
Oh!
the zone. I'm looking for a shotgun bolt. If you guys find.
Okay.
We fucking bound
Wait,
backspace.
do you know what anti-aliasing is? Do I
Champion's
turn that
gone.
on or no?
Guess they'll give the
I think you want
title
that
to any
off.
old
I think
joker.
anti-aliasing has to do with like it.
It like blends stuff, right?
I'm trying to think without like misguiding you.
I've got an Evo
Scarra, you're
shield
missing
here.
shields, by the way.
It's cool.
Yeah, sorry. No, I'm trying to
Juicing me
to
shields.
find out
I'm
how
going
to
straight
bind
into
this.
Okay. This is unlooted, Ryan.
Use the backspace for anything? No, but I don't want to. Anti-aliasing is smoothing out.
There's a guy
lines.
right on me.
Okay.
Use the
No
mouse
guard on me.
button. I use
Okay,
my mouse
I need
button.
a little bit of time to
Mouse
get to you.
fire.
I'm gonna ult to get to you faster.
Yep.
Who's ready to fly on
I'm
the zip
really
line?
far away.
They're actually running from me because they're white. One's white.
Okay.
We can win this fight.
Okay. Can you just ping as you fight them? I'm gonna grapple to you.
They
Bind space,
ulted,
you bind
like,
jump.
early
Oh,
on.
that would make sense. I'm down.
Wait.
The enemy
Right here.
target spotted. Giving my shields a recharge.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm doing bind. You guys got it.
Yo, Chris going in.
And then my jump is this. Perfect. Holy fuck.
I'm
Holy
preparing
fuck,
myself.
you're a genius.
They're both cracked. Or one's cracked. One's cracked and one's like half purple.
Thermite
They're both
grenade
behind
out.
us. He just wasted a full clip right now.
Thermite
He has to
grenade
reload.
out.
He's not
I am
reloaded yet.
taking fire, friends. Broke that enemy shield. I am down.
That doesn't kill him. Are you serious?
Dude, that last shotgun shot didn't go off. That shot.
One guy is like 1 HP.
Mother load incoming.
Ooh, baby.
The sky's about to fall.
I like that.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. My key bindings were good.
No,
I, mean, I should be able to kill that dude.
Sean and I
I'll-
should easily be able to solo that.
Wait, I thought it was a 2v2. What happened?
It was a 1v3 and then a 2v1.
Oh. Okay, guys, is my in-game
Which
sound
game do you think
a
you're the most prepared for? League?
little- League? I've played so much League. Like a disgusting amount of League.
Like recently or just from your pro days?
No, like recently. I played like 100 solo queue game, or 50 to 100.
Oh, like actually ranked. Oh wow.
Yeah, I've been solo queuing. I'm probably like 50.
Do you think the state of the game is like? What do you think about it?
I think it sucks that it sucks. Like mid lane meta is god off.
Okay. So
It's
we
like-
still suck.
It's
Got
like,
it.
well, maybe this patch is a little bit better, but it was last patch was like LeBlanc, Tristana, and like little Shiv LeBlanc is like an abomination that never should have been allowed.
I hate when Tristan's mid. It takes like no skill.
Yeah, I would say it takes no skill, but it's just like, man, it's just like,
Because you can just always play safe if you want to. And you
Yeah.
scale like pretty fucking well.
okay, my volume is fixed. There's no unbind button in this game. You have to bind something to something, and then you have to rebind that over.
Well, you're a troubleshoot technician now.
What's movement dead zone?
I only seen one team with us. I'm gonna land close.
But if you're a pro, you hit this thing and then you fall.
Scar, I'm gonna make
oh.
you hit this thing. Never mind.
Oh shit! I did not hit this thing. I did not
Well, I
hit.
tried to make you hit it, but it didn't work.
Oh. Wait, so you
That
messed
landed
me
on
up.
the other side?
Do you land in the center?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. My loot's pretty good.
My loot's okay. I'm good to go. Actually, I don't know. I don't see anything. Maybe they
I don't
didn't
see
know.
anything either. I'm looking though.
Yeah, they could have just not landed.
you know.
There's a blue on me.
Lucky for you, I've got some extra supplies
I'll take it.
here.
Oh my god, I got the lead. Okay, it's over.
For us, or
That's
them?
what I like to hear.
I mean, it's over for someone. Oh, you're taking it.
Do you want it?
No, but it's too late. It's too late. We gotta
No,
go
it's not.
fast. We're playing. We gotta go fast.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay,
You
I
might
guess
as
trying
well
to
join.
1x. I
Wait.
can Valco with us if we want to go look.
Wait, you know, Sean, I bought a birthday gift for you or a Christmas gift for you last year, and I don't know where it went. Like, just
Was it a
never-
Lamborghini? I know where it is.
No,
Wait, I
what?
think a Loba
counts.
thing was cash.
Yeah,
Right
yeah.
here.
Those are the ones, yeah.
like
like
literally,
a-
I'm like remembering. I'm like, wait a sec, you never got it.
No, it's the thought that counts, Scarra.
Here.
So
What if I lied? Oh, I'm dropping on them. Are they in here? I see them.
he's blue. Hit him.
Crack right here.
Dropping.
I'm birding him. I'm birding him. Scar, rush him. Rush him.
One knock.
Okay,
Where's the other
shit
one?
in his mouth.
Taken down.
Wait, there's only one, right?
Well, no, there's just shit in this guy's mouth.
Whoa, this guy's got a digi and a. Wait, actually,
Yo, guy on
we
me.
should probably go help Sean.
no. What about the loot?
Chase me to PK. He sounds left. Like he went that way.
Okay.
Yo, jump at them, man. Wait, how
Yes,
does your
sir.
jump work? Is it like you hold down your view?
Hello, little morsel.
Reloading. Bogey's dead.
Is he dead?
Nope, he's not.
Wait,
I just finished this dude.
Reloading.
wait, how come it's not full?
Wait, he's this way. Or is that you that just grabbed that?
That was me. That was me.
Oh.
You want to just bodyguard or you want to just leave?
Let's camp.
Okay, good. I need to redo one setting real quick.
Yo, what's the hockey to emote?
I don't know.
Wait, my towel strip is like fucked up. Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, my top shape is fucked up too.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a lot of excuses right now.
Like, that's the only reason why I ever lose.
Yeah.
This item is a locked explosive hold. Only
No, I
Loba is
opened
able
I
to
opened
do it.
I opened it.
Oh,
Come over here. It's on me.
okay, perfect. Well, I didn't know it worked like that.
There's a 2x in there.
Oh, wait, these are awesome. I hear bullets.
Fighting south.
Respawn beacon over there.
Yep, let's go.
Whoa,
Yo.
you see that? There's a fucking explosion up there.
Isn't that a dragon?
No, but there was an explosion up there, so I think like a.
Nobody panic, but we got bandits out there.
I'll try not to int. No promises though.
Under fire.
Oh, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
What?
I broke him. He's 110. 110.
Recharging
He has a
shields.
90 HP flash.
He dropped down. He dropped down. 24 flash.
There's no.
Dude, do you see how much ground I just covered?
How did you jump that far?
I just
Fighting
killed him.
north of us, okay?
All right, we'll loot this. Yeah, we'll loot this. Yeah. Okay,
Oh,
okay.
whoa.
Charging on my shields.
He's right there. I'm gonna just go for it. Oh, one crossing right here.
I am not safe.
How close is he?
Broke armor on this guy.
Oh, that guy up top. Right here.
Alert 5, operator on standby, ready for burn.
Y'all, let's chase this dude.
Oh, he's flash. He's flash.
I'm laying on a roof here. Cracked.
I hit him for 70.
Reloading.
I'm chasing him.
Where did he go? Oh my god,
Middle.
the octane.
He's right there.
32 purple.
No, watch this. Watch this. It's not even gonna be fair.
Bro, you,
One guy's close to you, Chris.
Got him.
Nice. Death? Done?
Yep. This will finish.
wow.
I don't know, man. The Revenant seems pretty good.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm watching.
This guy's playing like a movement character, and I just like he's like tap strafing, jumping around, shooting drugs into his arm, and I just jump once.
Yeah, you're. It's not fair.
Yeah, it's like
Hang on a
playing
tick, I'm
Kha'Zix, and then the enemy's like Ash.
Yeah. With no ult.
Optics here. Close range.
Dude, I hear it's Bangalore meta with digi threads.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually the. It's always like Bangalore meta. Like that's something that's always good, especially when the crafter has the digi in it.
It's Digi season, baby.
Oh.
Wait, Scarra, do you still play Valorant or not really?
Oh my. I played last night. What the? Is it one
Knock,
person?
knock, knock. I'm batting and resetting.
Reloading.
All right, Scar, push with your nades and we go.
Reloading.
One crack two.
Oh, I died to a nade.
One on the right. One on the right. Got her.
Knock.
Got her.
I'm gonna taunt the guy who's
I'm
down.
jumping.
I'm gonna res Sean. If you go up the stairs into your right, Sean, there's a shit spot.
If I lose this 1v1, it's gonna be really embarrassing.
No, you're not gonna lose because I'm gonna be with you.
Oh, where's this guy dropping here?
Well, he went through the portal. With
No, he's literally dropping.
Bloody hell. Enemy
kicked and
landed
fly
near me.
away.
Oh, I know. He's at 12 health.
Can you ping him? I'm flying right behind you.
No, he's dead.
Death
He's dead.
bots here.
Okay, well I'm coming to steal your loot.
What the fuck? What are you coming for, man?
Yo, what's up?
Oh, do you have a clip of heavy or what's my sniper?
Sniper? No, I don't. I have heavy and light.
No, I'm playing wingman, so I need like one clip.
Maybe we can run this way and get you something.
Yeah. Oh,
Yo,
wait.
I'm giving one of your guys. Oh, team behind you guys, team behind you guys.
Whoa.
Yeah, Scar, come to my side. Come to my side, so you can play this hill.
Already inside the ring, fellas. Next.
I can't even see.
I broke armor.
Launching me knuckle cluster.
44 purple.
Hold on, I can't push with you. There are a lot of bombs.
I just hit all of them there.
Wanna go? Sure, yeah.
I want to fight. You guys are down. Scar, you got ult?
No,
nope.
I threw a nade.
Wait, they're
You have
getting
to back
thirded.
Go up from the left.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
right, we're
Go
stay
right.
left,
together
left.
on this left side. Death ball the left side.
Yo,
B1?
careful. Gibraltar's ulting you guys.
Oh, whoa,
Back up.
Yeah, I'm backing up.
I
gonna
walked
get
through the
the
wall and got insta-killed.
Round 3.
Yo, I got some loot. Yeah, take that shit.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna let them get away alive.
Yeah, fuck that.
He's like next to you?
Flash.
Yep, got him.
Oh, you can't shoot through this?
You can't. You can't take.
There's no shield swap on that fuck. I'm gonna try and shield for you. On your left. It's a fuse, or it's a Bangalore. I'm gonna crawl back, or you want to stay here? Okay, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. And then there's an enemy on my ping.
I'm so fucked.
NG.
I should have just fired that. Oh, we should have won.
Dude, wait. I got a good clip there, and then as I walked, I didn't know. I just got owned.
Well, there's like 4 teams behind that wall, so like we killed one, and then another one just came, and then another one.
Yeah.
That
Dude,
game
that-
was fun though.
Yeah.
I actually love fighting like that.
That was fun, yeah. I mean, I'm feeling it. You know, we get like one of those.
Who's Rev?
adrenaline
It's
rush
Chris.
Games, and then I'm like, we can do
It's
it.
Sean's brother.
We are
I think
literally
brother.
like
Brother.
Tom Cruise.
Wait, what are we? Scientology?
You can.
Yeah,
sure.
what are the rest of us, man? Who's Tom?
Well, okay, we can do like Tom Cruise, James Bond, and Liam Neeson, and they stole our daughter.
Shit.
Oh,
these
all
guys
three
are
of them?
fucked. Mm. Yo, do you actually listen? Do you actually like New Jeans?
I think all right. think they're good.
Oh, you're a poser. This
Well,
current thing is fake.
No,
No,
Chris.
I like-
Chris invented that logo. They stole it from him.
I like their bunny. Their music's okay. I think their newest,
I've
I think their
never
newest
heard that
album,
before.
every single song on the latest album sounds the same to me.
Oh.
I
Oh,
actually
that,
like. Do you know a group called XG? They're
Yeah.
also K-pop group. Yeah, I like them.
oh.
Like their music.
Wait, that's such a cool Revenant like intro screen. What the hell?
Wait, over Luffy?
Wait, what's
Who the fuck are you?
Stop.
I'm looking for the Grand Line.
No,
I'm looking for
dude.
the One Piece.
Wait, Scar, did you watch the One Piece?
I watched 2 episodes, never more.
Oh, it's a TV show. It's not a movie.
Yeah, it's like a full, like it's essentially like 40 manga chapters, like 30 manga chapters. They do like all the
Is it
way
good?
to like,
Wait, there's like a solo coming here.
I would say it's pretty good. It's like one of the better live actions for sure. I didn't personally like.
Chris,
how
you
they
should
did some
watch
of
it.
But I think
Okay.
I think it's not bad. Like definitely. Did you see they're planned for 12 seasons?
What?
What?
They paid for it already?
No,
Oh, there's a
for,
team
like-
with us, and there's only two.
Yeah,
of
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Only two
Oh,
of
I
them.
fucked up. I fucked
Let's
up.
just
I
ape
fucked
one.
up.
Let's just ape one. There's only 2 of them.
There's one behind me. Yeah, live action bar is really low. Like there's Death Note and there's Dragon Ball.
Okay, I'm here. I'm here.
Are they outside?
I have no idea. Oh, they went through the other way.
They
The
were
other side,
behind. One was behind me and ran away. I don't know where.
Oh, I see him.
Yeah. Over here. On the roof. On the roof. I'm
Okay,
going.
I just like can't fucking hit him or what?
What are you waiting for? An invitation? Get in
Oh,
Almost killed him. Knocked him.
ow.
Let's throw 2 grenades.
He's one shot. Healed.
Wait, is there only one?
Yeah, there's only 2 of them. I think they just like into dropped because
Ah,
their third didn't
I
load in.
stole your fucking.
It's okay. I mean, if it's only a blue.
No, one guy broke off. He also had a red trail. That's why I was like, oh, he's solo, but he had the same color.
They must have gotten into an argument, and he was a solo.
Oh.
Oops, sorry.
healing. This is taking
Yeah, I
too
feel like
long.
so much of Apex is just knowing, like the knowledge is such a big deal.
Yeah.
Like,
That's a lot of games though. isn't it?
yeah.
Well, Apex comes down to being able to know how to move with your team, and usually kind of just death ball like in Counter-Strike, or not Counter-Strike, StarCraft.
What's a manga like fair
Because
enough?
no matter how good
it's
you are,
very
like,
unique.
there's no way you can beat usually 2 people.
Yeah, it's like
together.
2 people shooting at you, you're not winning. Most of the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like the drop, off the drop, you usually want to like land right with each other and then just end someone.
You got TFT. That will be after. Oh, I have to do
I'm
everything.
gonna
I
go to the
want,
center
so.
and just loot real quick. The pit.
I'm just gonna come to you.
I
I
will
think
probably be playing
your situational
every day.
awareness only needs to be super good at the very beginning, like at the drop. After that, it's not too hard to track like where teams are and stuff.
Oh, I don't know, man. I am like I feel like it's like
Do anyone want?
I'm like 80 carry.
Extended light
But
mag.
you guys are like the supports. Like I'm just focusing on shooting. You guys are like, okay, we're going here, going here. I'm like, oh, okay, great.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I also think like
Peacekeeper here.
you need to have one person who anchors a lot and shoots to cover for like your team to win in.
So
You
you're-
need 2 idiots and 1 smart person.
Okay, well,
Which
who's?
role do you guys want?
Oh shit!
I call idiot.
I call idiot. Scar. You gotta be a smart one.
Fuck. Man, you guys are already in so. Wait, what's a scanning? Oh, wait, is that behind us?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Spotted
is.
leg.
Well, we could gatekeep them. Eh?
Nah. It's I
Nah,
think
okay,
you just
okay,
run
yeah.
at stuff better.
They will come into pit. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh yo, golden.
Back here.
But-
Level 4.
Wait, hella good shit here.
Golden.
Oh, I need the golden shotgun bolt if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Come get it.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I'm a PK fanatic. Fanatic,
Ooh,
but
golden
I
armor?
suck with PK.
But you really like it?
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, then just use it.
It's like
You
it's like
just use
it's
the
like
guns you like.
wingman.
I mean, I'm
Honestly,
using the
sometimes
wingman right now.
It's harder than the wingman sometimes.
It's pretty demoralizing when you peacekeeper someone for 9 damage.
Wait, you can PK people for more now, right? I think I PK'd someone for like 117.
Well, there's disruptor rounds now, so you could PK someone for like, I want to say like a fuckload.
Oh,
I'm not
shit.
sure actually.
It's a
but-
lot. Like
But the PK is definitely one of those guns where it's like a one shot or it does nothing.
yeah. Oh, it's
I
125.
think this
that
team's gonna come this way. Scarra. Like,
much. Yeah, there's gotta be someone.
yeah. I also want to craft anyway, so if they don't come, like, doesn't
Wait,
matter.
what's in the craft of this? Anything good?
The purple barrel stabilizer?
Turbocharger?
Oh, it's Turbo Week.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Twitch Turbo Week.
It's September and Turbo Week.
All in one.
Snatch some materials, amigos.
Okay, I'm crafting armor. Protect me.
East.
I saw someone, and I don't think they're selling.
Wait,
You
how
guys want a
much?
third
need-
party or nah?
Yeah, I'm going.
Okay.
Wait. Let's just eat that.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm crafting the most important item.
Okay. Yeah. You have time. There you go.
Oh, remember when we said there's 2 idiots?
Yeah. Wait, guys. Wait, guys. I'll be right there, guys.
Go
I'll be
left,
right there.
Go left.
Okay.
Scar is saying something, but just go left. Let's
It's
ignore
a high
it.
ground.
Play right here.
Wait,
They
yeah.
already dropped. They already dropped.
Wait, guys.
They're right here. I'm throwing nades.
Okay.
Arcstar.
One guy's jumping off. Play from up.
Crack the guy right here.
Oh wait, this guy's in the middle, right?
This guy's low.
Yeah, I'm trying to push with you.
I'm on way.
He dropped.
Yeah, I see if he's down.
I'm dropping on him. He's alone.
I'm going left. I'll catch him.
Oh, I got the last hit. Yep, that's what I'm here for.
There's one more team still, but let's just start looting.
Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds good.
Champs out of commish.
So what does shotgun bolt do? Is it like make the
Shoot
shot?
faster.
Oh.
I really need a 1x if you guys find.
Wait, like the
Wait, they're wraith portaling.
Yeah, there's one guy that's gonna come back for his team.
Wait, I can give you my digi if you want. Ow.
Oh, right here.
Broke it.
This guy's white. The give.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bat up.
I'm batting.
Okay. I'm launch padding up.
They're all white. So is this Loba. She's one
I'm
shot.
grenading.
Another bloody squad's
I'm pushing this.
Drag out.
There's another team behind us.
Oh, I'm dropping.
There's another team. You guys run. You guys should run.
Yeah, I'm dropping.
Just dip. Run out this way. Run out that way. You guys just need to run.
Charging on my shields.
Go right. These two teams will fight if you guys dip. If you guys like pretend to dip and then come back.
Okay. Let's go. We're in a third party here, okay?
Yeah, I'm batting. I'm ready. Oh god, I can't survive.
Alright, I'm down to go up left.
Yep. Wait, how
Okay, let's
far?
try not and shoot until we have to, okay?
Rings
Yep.
fine, closing in 60. Nap time's over. Let's go here. New kill leader
Let's fight.
over there. What a go-getter.
Hit 41.
Rings fine, closing in 45. Last one in.
This guy
over
right below you.
Another squad's cutting in.
Hit 2 for 19.
Yeah, we gotta bounce. There's a new team here.
Reloading.
There's someone.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Nice try, nice
Okay, these guns are too hard.
try. I mean, dude, those are some hard angles that you're shooting from, like, above from someone.
Yeah, that guy, he killed me in 2 hits.
With what?
I think he PK'd. You recognize Chris' voice? Oh yeah, no, he's not that common unless you see Sean stream a lot. Okay, real quick, guys, how is the game quality so far? Is it watchable? Is it all good? Because I've been getting into some, like, I was in the middle of like a smoke, 3 guns shooting at me there. Felt good. It's good. Okay, awesome. I know before it was really bad. Bench gameplay, like, bro, don't worry, I'm the pop off. Wait, I saw Worlds, and a lot of people are using 30-30s.
Yeah, that's like the best gun right now, but I just don't like that gun.
Wait, it used to be my gun. It's my lore gun.
It's your lore gun?
Yeah, Fuse's gun in the cinematics is a 30-30.
Oh, yeah.
No,
That's like
well-
Bangalore's lore gun is the scout.
the 30-30 is used a lot because it's really
Ammo efficient, right?
ammo efficient.
Yeah. Who won Worlds? It was Timmy.
Which isn't usually
fact check.
ever a problem in pretty much non-ALDS games.
In ALGS, Hal is just yelling like, drop ammo now!
Dude, I can't believe they won. They
Yeah, but if you watch Hal play, you can. He's hella
Yeah,
good.
if you see how Hal goes off, like,
Wait,
Hal's
like-
actually, I think,
because like TSM is also like the most hyped team. So usually, like, I'm used to like a lot of teams not performing when they're like the most hyped, but like they went fucking crazy. Yeah.
like Hal to me. So there's always a trade-off of, like, they say that controllers get aim assist, but they don't move as fast, right? I watch Hal and I'm like, he's moving just fine, better than me on on controller, and he's getting aim assist. This guy's
Here we
fucking
go.
not fair.
It's a long drop. Fun.
Yeah, that I don't know, man. Apex players are different. Whenever I
Well,
play
he's
with
also like an IGL too.
he's IGL, he's killing everyone, he's tilting everyone.
who's comps, I think
Reps
I
is
watched,
calming him down.
I think I watched C9 before, and their comps were fucking insane.
Do you think they want to be
Like they were just
Yeah.
yelling the whole time.
Yeah. I think it's Zach Mazer, right?
I don't remember. I just remember being like, "What the fuck is going
you're fighting?
on?"
I'm getting.
I'm coming,
into
I'm
that.
coming.
Oh shit.
Scar, can you come or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't
But
even worry
I'm
about
on
it.
ground. I'm on ground. How do I get up, bro?
The Revenant's one shot. There's a lifeline on the other side. To your left. He's one shot there.
One shot and 128.
Oh
No, this guy's one shot.
Oh,
Dude, I didn't even hear them land on me. I want to see a world where, like, Hal has Timmy and Asu on his team. And he,
Dude.
like, controls them like little puppets, and Asu's his right hand and Timmy's his left hand, and it's like a robot.
dude, Asu now is a League player. Like he plays more League than me. Dude, like it's actually crazy.
He plays Aurelia mid.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw Asu play. I was surprised. I saw Asu stuck in, like, platinum for a while. He hit diamond, but
Nah,
like a
I mean,
good
he just needed the
night.
grind.
Remember when
Okay.
we were all stuck in platinum?
Dude, that's me on Valor. Don't worry, guys. Which of these should I?
have you played CS2 yet, Scar?
I don't think I. No, I have not.
It's so fun. They changed it to be a little bit more like Valorant-like, so transitioning wouldn't be too bad. And I feel like the gunplay is a lot more smooth. Like, it feels more refined.
Oh. Dude, the
Like-
only thing I
Yeah.
know about Apex is everyone I watch play this game says like these things where it's like he I chucked him, stuff like that, and like no bullets were hit. 0.
He's one. Oh, yeah. You'll find that in
Crowd damage
Sean's
with-
comment.
Wait, that's our comms.
He's one. I
Dude.
told you the lifeline was one.
I didn't realize I wasn't hitting the lifeline. I did a 128 or something. I'm like, what the fuck?
Ineptitude is the true killer.
I like that pick.
Wait, I'm always like caustic, but like I mean, there's a part if he was OP.
He's still
Yeah, I
good.
mean they nerfed him, but he's still really good.
It's like whenever.
His ult is just like one of the best ults in the game.
Yeah, if you, I remember when it was like classic Gibby, and if you ultied in anywhere, they were just like, fuck, this game sucks.
Like his ult is just glorified Bangalore ult. Also, Scarra, feel free to drop us anywhere.
Oh well,
Okay.
I have to do settings, so you do that real quick. Damage when hitbox. Damage when hitbox. This?
I only see one team. I'm taking big building here.
I don't usually ever land here, but we just keep getting this like path going pretty well.
6, bandit touchdown near me.
Do you see them, Sean?
Nope, I did not see him one.
I didn't look up.
I usually put colorblind mode on for to help
They're in the middle.
stream, but I don't think it really.
He's hitting
matters.
the ult thing.
Oh,
He
I
should
do
have
not
the
like
ult
those.
thing.
Hold
One's
on.
right here.
That
They're
is
rotating
huge.
to this. We can shoot them as they're coming in.
Okay.
Whoa, hold on. I just dropped.
There's a guy in the
Look,
center.
this guy, 50, 50.
Fox 3, sending it up.
I'm backing up.
Taking fire. Cracked a bogey.
Knocked one.
Bandit
Nice,
down.
nice. The other two are in this building.
Okay, I'm gonna execute this bitch.
I'm going the other way to flank so that we have two.
I'm not playing Fuse. Okay.
Knock
He's
one.
running. He's running.
Last one's inside. 50 HP.
Kill him.
Nice, good stuff. I don't know. We kind of dissected them.
Victory.
I can't use Fuse.
Mid-range.
Oh, I'll take that if you don't want it.
Yeah, keep thinking of Fuse. I fucking just changed characters, man.
Administering medical aid.
You
Go
guys have
33 if you
a,
want, bro.
wait, do you have a thing? What you call it? Medkit or something? Small meds, small meds.
Yeah, I actually do. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Is that good?
Yeah, yeah.
Got materials. Rings far with only 45 seconds.
Wait, Scar, who's your favorite
Supersonic.
like character to play in this game?
You know, I think I like the girl with the. Okay, I like the girl with the ball.
New kill.
Horizon?
No, no, no.
Girl with the ball?
It's
Oh,
the one she-
Catalyst.
the one she throws the ball.
Oil
I-
girl.
Yeah, I think
That's
no,
Catalyst, right?
no.
Oh, it's
It's
Catalyst.
Maggie. Mad Maggie.
Oh,
Holy
that
Oh,
ball.
then get out of
Hey,
here.
to be fair, they all have balls.
Am I wrong? She throws a
No, I
gigantic
guess you're right. I
fucking
guess you're
ball.
But still,
No, I
fuck
know,
you.
but I didn't know. I thought you were talking about like a weapon that you hold.
Oh, I think for my tournament I'm playing Catalyst because that used to be the person I played before.
I see.
Wait, what is this?
We are
Oh, anyone can do this now.
I've discovered the location of the next ring.
This
Check your map.
Materials. Check.
Wait, I should probably actually play Catalyst now that I think about it.
Who are you playing with?
Two VTubers, Blur and Emily.
Like extra Emily?
No, like
Crafting over here.
I know why you would
Emily
say
Lane.
that. No. Oh, I don't like it.
I don't know then.
Incoming care package.
It
Pro
it's
tip, don't try grabbing something moving at that
it's
trajectory.
Emily. She's a singer. You probably have listened to some of one of her covers before. She is like a really famous anime song singer, and she became a VTuber recently.
Oh, okay.
But like, if you look, you will have heard a cover of hers. I think her Naruto cover is like fucking famous almost.
Which song did you sing from Naruto?
We are fighting dreamers. Nya, 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 fighting dreamers.
Stop.
Nya,
Or
nya,
you're
nya,
fake
nya,
that you didn't know, but Chris knew.
I don't know
No
if that's the
one
one she
knows the
sings.
rest
I
of
don't
Fighting
know if that's the
Dreamers.
one she sings at all.
No
You
one
think Chris
knows the
would-
lyrics.
Whoa, you just went hella fast.
Yeah, you can bunny hop it.
Oh,
Extended sniper mag here. Level 4.
So what I learned, Sean, is that you can bunny hop.
Give me that.
You can't tap strafe the first cube, but you can tap strafe the second one if you bunny hop, and you maintain the momentum.
you have to crouch when you do that?
No,
Or you just jump?
but I think crouching, like crouch sliding, gives you more
Oh
momentum.
yeah, she versus Uda in the
So
anime
I do it.
movie,
I don't know
right?
if it really
One Piece
does
movie.
anything. Like watch.
I'm gonna block you.
Shanks' daughter.
So you go hella far.
West. I have
Guys,
ult, you guys. If
it's
you want to just
really-
know.
Okay, I have ulti too.
New kill.
And if you want to Giga Zerk,
They haven't won yet.
That's all I know. I think it's tower, actually.
yeah, it is. They're nading. Right in front of you.
Right in front of us.
Cracked.
Knock.
Reloading.
And one on the right.
Inside. Taking fire. Arcs are out.
Ulti?
I'm nading him. He's gonna have
I'm also nading him.
He's gonna peek. He's
I
gonna
have
run.
64,
He's gonna run.
64. He's running out.
I hit him for 9?
Yep, we're dead. We're dead.
Yep. Oh god, my ulti didn't
Okay.
reach.
Hey, free loot delivery. Let's go.
This guy has a 1x on him.
Dude, I hate that I need 1x to see in this game.
Yo, right in front of me.
Firing.
I mean, I think it's kind of hard to see in this game.
Taking fire.
Oh, well, left.
Yo, I'm moving.
I'm backing up just a bit.
They're coming into us. This guy's jumping into us.
Okay.
Maybe we should wrap left, actually.
Independent variable added.
I'm running.
This guy's running in. This guy's running in.
Us?
Yeah, he is. He's right here. I broke his armor. He's fleshed. Oh, he's going down.
Oh, let's protect Scar for a sec.
I am dipping. I'm
You want
dipping.
blue?
This guy right here.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, but they're pushing us right here.
Okay.
Is it just one, Chris?
Yeah, it's just one. It's just one guy.
Close
You
to
guys
you or
should
far?
I think you just back up here.
I'm banging.
Yeah, we got back.
There's
Wait,
two
I might
teams.
kill this guy.
Charging on my shield.
This team's pushing on the left.
Okay, I did 80.
Incapacitated. Spotted the subject.
I'm in the perfect spot to wrap around Sean and get him.
Yeah. Alright, I'll rescue both of you. Check this out.
Okay, I'm watching.
I think you only have to rescue me.
Whoa. What does that mean?
Don't worry, I got both you guys.
This is awkward.
They actually don't shot first. And the scan missed.
Replicator on its way down.
And there's a res for us.
You want to be res right here?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I absolutely do.
Okay.
Wait. Sean. Look at my body. There's disruptor rounds PK bolt.
Don't need that.
Okay.
No, we're gonna give it back to you. Man.
Oh, right. Wow, this is
Every man for himself, okay?
okay. I'm going back to my body.
Yeah, same.
Wow, we rest on top.
I mean, they're second floor. They're bottom floor.
Second floor and first floor.
Yeah. This might not be a bad time for us to kill one shot that. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
The ring isn't very far. 45 seconds remain before close.
Push the battery.
Knocked. Finish one.
Knocked one.
Okay. I'm coming up through the bottom.
Okay.
I'm flanking.
Okay.
I'm going up the rope. Going right now.
Okay, I'm going now.
I'm out of light ammo.
Coming back up.
Guy on me. Guy right next to me up here.
Got
Okay,
one.
nice. I'm shielding for you guys. The last guy's right here on my thing. I'm gonna drop down if you want to res.
Res. Cover me.
Okay.
We armor swap here if we can.
Yep.
He dropped. He's one shot.
Dead.
Reloading. Confirm
I
fire.
cannot believe we got away with that. Nice res. We're back at it, boys. Another team? Or what was that explosion?
I have no fucking clue.
Recharging shields.
I need the fucking kill.
One sec. Healing up.
Yo, good work. Alright, we gotta move, but Storm is pretty close.
Yeah, sounds good.
Me just looting every fucking body. Dude, okay, I'm sorry. You guys are gonna have to play with this off. Or you guys have to watch this off.
Alright, I'm out.
Okay.
I hate colorblind people.
There's no escape.
This map is so like drastically different that I don't even like recognize.
I'm just gonna shoot. I need to turn my sound up a little.
Okay.
I was like, who the fuck is shooting us?
Yeah, I'm checking my audio.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
You were saying something?
Wait, did they change it that much?
Wait, Scar, you're missing like a sliver of red health.
Oh,
Healing my wounds. There's a replicator
Okay.
coming in.
imagine
Right here.
I live with
Okay.
that. Oh, I'm looking. I am not looking.
I almost killed that guy. Right there.
Rings just
I don't think I have the
above the
input.
45 on the clock.
Gas trap behind. Trap set and wait.
Watch out for cave. Wanna go around? Unless they
We're
fight.
gonna stay here. If they push us, they're fucked. It sounds like the one's really close to us.
Yeah.
I think they kind of want to fight, and I think it's a really bad.
They're here.
Okay.
Yeah, they're right in front of us.
I'm ulting. He might ran.
I'm popping that gas.
I hit two.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, wait, they ulti out.
Should I have a KG? I can't see shit.
They just raced out.
Well, I can't see anything.
I can't make it up. Hold on.
They're back here. I just knocked one. I knocked
They're
one.
getting third partied by another team.
Wait,
Scar, go ahead.
behind me.
Behind, Chris.
Okay.
They're coming right now.
Yeah, I'm looking. Are you serious? Dude, I shot the Wraith before she teleported out and she didn't take any damage.
Okay, I'm gonna do a crazy head glitch here in 1v3.
Okay.
Okay. Ow.
Oh, should have walked.
Don't worry.
I'm not even exaggerating. I shotgunned the Wraith before she went into form and it made the sound of all my bullets hitting her and it did 0 damage.
Yeah, no reg. It happens. Pretty common.
Is there a
happens
way
a
to
lot when
speed
there's,
up the
like,
match
super
summary?
lag.
I swear it wasn't this slow before. I get to skip it all.
I
Does
can't
anyone know
believe
what I'm
how
talking
I
about?
I can't believe EA Games would rob me like that.
Wait, who's richer, Riot or EA Games?
I want to say Riot.
Well, actually,
I
it's
think Riot has more partnerships with China.
Yeah, it's
I know that's really racist, but that's actually why I think they have more money.
I don't think that's weird.
I've never seen China play FIFA. I'm gonna keep it real.
Oh yeah, Tencent is the third largest behind Microsoft and Sony. I don't even know if you consider Microsoft a gaming company. I guess they do the Xbox.
Is Sony number 1? Whoa, Microsoft owns the biggest game of all time, Minecraft.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's no
game
joke.
is-
That's actually the number 1
is
game in the world.
enormous.
Wait, it's not like a mobile game? That's number 1?
No,
Genshin Impact is the number 1 mobile game, I think, in terms
yeah.
of revenue, but Minecraft is still bigger than it. More active players play Minecraft than any other game.
Dude, Minecraft is insane.
I don't know how stat padded it is, but I actually think it's like not even close type thing.
Most downloaded mobile games in 2023. Attack Pole.
Yo, is Cookie Run on there?
It should be. I think that game's. I don't know.
Cookie Run is like one of the best mobile games I've ever seen. Like its graphics are so good.
Wait, really?
I think Clash is better than.
The damage in his stack? I think I haven't at the stack.
Clash Royale?
Yeah.
Well, I think Clash Royale is more fun, but I think Cookie Run, like the graphics of it are so good. Like I'm surprised that they could make a game like that.
Just don't favor you.
Oh yeah, are you guys excited for the Roblox 18+ online dating game?
Oh my god. I'm
Yeah,
already.
that's really what we're looking for.
I'm
Well, I
already
mean-
a platinum user of this.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, you know,
Alright, 2 teams going straight down. I'm gonna go to this
Let's
side.
go left. Let's go left. Yeah, I have a subscription already, Scarra.
Oh,
Get with the times, buddy.
Oh, we're going on top? Left side? Or
Yep.
oh, we are.
There's
Really
a team with us.
I mean, is there? Because they did not come
Yeah, they are with us.
Don't go down there, Sean. There's a team there.
Opening fire.
Okay, I'm with
Okay, we don't have to. Ah, let's kill him. He's inside by himself, a seer.
The dark pierces through.
Yo, where are you guys?
Shields on that
Cracked.
bandit.
We went down.
Someone's got a death wish.
I'm healing.
Shields are low.
Can you close the door behind us?
Cracked! 69 splash!
29, 29.
Reloading. Escape's not an option.
Right here.
Cracked a bogey shield.
Cracked again.
I'm down.
Oh, guy right on me, Scar, right here. Right on my ping, right here. Around my body. Right in front of me.
Crack them, crack them.
Both of them are here. Nice. Last one
Nice.
right here on my ping. Climb right. He fucked up. Nice.
Oh my god, he fucked up the jump up.
Looks like
Yeah,
that
he
was
couldn't
the
go
last.
up. Thank you for the shield.
Reloading.
One sec. Healing up.
Well, that other team should be coming for us.
Oh, was that a shot? Oh, that's
Yep.
a shot.
Enemy close.
I think we just run, honestly. Let's just take the zip. and
Okay.
run.
Okay.
I am not in any...
Oh, you're not in good shape?
We're bitching out.
Yo, why
Come
can't
on.
you jump on a rope?
Oh, but what if we go back?
What do you mean?
Like, we just jump on them. They would never expect it.
Oh,
true.
fuck. There's a team here. There's a team right there. Wait, don't
Let's
fly
keep-
all the way.
let's keep high ground. Let's keep high ground.
Oh, I
I need to go help.
oh, he's on right side, low right side. Oh, they're both on in. Fuck.
Maybe next
I'm gonna need time to get to you, Chris.
try a different
Yep.
path.
Dude, what would they have a 3x to my
Okay, I got
Spitfire? I did not realize it was
One guy
that
running
gonna be that
underneath this
zoomed
thing.
in.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. Yeah, I'm trying to ADS with a Spitfire
Fuck me, that was an
fucking
opportunity.
melee range. Oh, my bad. Dude, I would have cleaned that guy, but I had a 3x on my spit. And I fucking zoomed into his toenails.
I've never picked up a Spitfire. I would rather use my fist.
Spitfire's a light gun, right?
Yeah.
That gun does like no damage. That does like 12 damage a bullet.
Yeah, but like the clip size is so large you can't whiff.
I mean, I guess that's true, but you lose to almost every gun.
Yeah. No, it was just the first gun I picked up when I dropped, so I just had it.
Hmm.
You know, the Volt felt good. I might be using more of the Volt. That felt pretty fucking good.
The Volt's
Yeah.
like a really good all-around gun.
Big Volt lover.
The MSS is energy gun, right?
The
Yeah.
what?
It's good. It's
Oh,
like a
the-
better hemlock.
Those who don't believe.
Wait, I can't believe Palace is so good.
Yeah.
I feel like I can do so much.
It's only over when it's over.
He's definitely Esther.
Dude, I feel like Lifeline is so outclassed. Like, I would rather just be rezzed by Newcastle. As he drags me with his, like, Giga takedown shield.
Introducing your
World Cup has open mic during match. That's kind of hilarious.
I think they need to bring it back for Lifeline where she gets a shield when she's resin.
Oh, yeah, that's what people have said. But I remember it was kind of OP. It felt
Yeah.
kind of OP.
It's hella OP.
It's hella broken, but it was,
I'm down for OP shit in the game.
it was way funnier. Yeah, the game's a lot funnier when you have just like OP versus OP.
Yeah, I'm down for just every fucking champ to be OP.
I mean, Revenant's kind of like Revenant's fun because it's kind of OP right now, right?
Not in the way that Lifeline was OP.
Oh,
They're landing on us.
enemy landing.
I landed on a fucking. Well, I got my gun.
Are you ready? Right?
Yeah.
Took some materials.
There's a purple backpack in the middle. I don't think that's worth getting.
Nah, don't go for that.
But they're gonna go for it, and I'm gonna beam the fuck out of them.
Okay,
Wait,
so we should group up, stay with me, Scarra, and let's push this team. Let's take some space. Okay, they're at the top here. They might have seen us. I'm gonna check. They saw me. I broke armor. One's purple. I'm nading for us. We can take space here.
Pierce their heart.
I broke armor on one. I'm queuing to the top of the roof. I'm gonna drop down from the other side.
Oh, that guy 10 life. That guy 10
Okay,
life.
okay.
He's
Push,
flash
push.
10 life.
They're going up top.
Up.
I hit her for 11. Fuck the PK. On the right?
Get to this spot.
Right here? Drop down?
Oh, behind me. Fuck. New team.
Ooh, yeah,
Oh.
that was close.
Wait, I
Even if
hit
we beat that team, we were still gonna die.
2 wingman bullets on flesh, and then I PK'd someone for 11.
Dude, you're
man.
using guns that are like,
It's
all
so
or nothing.
hard.
yeah.
But they're so fun. Like, you hit them and you remember. You're like, damn. A
That's
good,
true. You leave an impression, and
a good
when you
PK
get
clip, I can live with that for the whole day.
when you down someone with a wingman, you know that they're thinking about it afterwards.
They're like, this guy is. It's like not a fluke.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the only controller players run, they run like fucking R99. Dude, I in League, someone called me a scripter, and I was so happy. I was like, oh my god, you think me? I was so happy. I was like, yeah. And
Wait,
you know
what
why
you
he
were-
thought I was a scripter? Because someone's pushback pushed me away from his teammate's ulti, and he thought that I'm.
Oh, you dodged it.
I dodged it, but I was stunned the whole time.
Don't die.
What elo are you in?
I'm currently Diamond 4. I'm gonna tell you a secret though. I learned. So there's a top like 25 Swain only player. I've been playing Swain bot. He is so good
He's like a support.
as an AD. The news. If I would give you like a rune page, and I would just copy this rune and iron page build, and you would be shocked.
Yeah, I have to try that.
It's like a you don't even rush Mythic, you rush
This is the
Rylite.
first time I've let her.
Wait,
And
let's go left.
I'm the
Oh,
jump
okay.
master.
Yes.
I won't let you down.
I'm laying right here.
Check out that
Oh, the one thing I hate about Apex is I feel like dropping takes a lot of skill, or somewhat skill, so I never like to drop because I don't know how to do the initial drop correctly.
Yo, that team is gonna land on ship, and they're gonna drop
I'm
on
gonna
us.
land here, and then I'm just gonna dip. They're probably gonna try and jump off ship. And
Yeah.
One landed where I am. Okay, actually, I'm just gonna dip.
You can't escape.
Alright.
Okay, this guy tried to shoot me, fucking bitch.
Recharging shields.
I'm good to go. I got 2 R9s.
You got
Okay.
2? Damn. Wait.
Yeah, they're-
I got
they're
2
all
as well. I
in-
got 2 as well.
Okay, one in that building and one on the other building.
Wait, one's still on the car. Oh wait, maybe not.
Okay, I got beamed. I'm just gonna back.
Alright, let's try and get on the roof of this building.
Yeah, I'm backing up. I'm
Which
backing
building? Okay.
grapple.
On roof, on roof. He's one tap.
up. I'm healing. My HP is nothing.
Knocked him, knocked him.
Okay,
Oh, on the right, I won. Oh, beam. Holy fuck.
Enemies
94
Two on the right, two on the
force.
right.
you just stay and play solo.
Not a ton.
Okay, I'm running over. I'm running over.
Alright. You contacted?
I knocked her.
Giving
Wait, wait.
One more.
charge.
2 more.
Finish 2.
You got a shield spot that you need.
Yeah, I'm just helping.
I'm crawling to you.
Recharging shields.
Is this a Gibby part of the team or no?
No, it might be a new.
I think that's a new team.
Yeah, it's 2 teams.
30 seconds remain. The ring is nearby.
Get up before I kill you myself.
You see that King's kit there, Scarra?
Where?
Behind you in the building.
Yeah.
That's all you.
In this
Sean,
building
we're
right
gonna-
here.
We're gonna cover for you.
strong enough to pierce.
You're in this
We
building,
just-
okay?
Yeah, take it slow, take it slow. Reset.
Give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
They're white. I don't think they're gonna push us.
Giving my shields a recharge.
I'm going back to this team.
Okay. One guy dropped down there. He's not like dead.
Yeah.
I see light ammo from these guys.
I wonder if they rest. Oh, no, they're not.
Oh, I need armor.
I'm gonna drop light for you. Dropping
Oh,
80
fuck.
for light.
Hit 30.
46 blue.
Not
Dead.
move.
Nice. Wait, that's not part of the same team though.
Nope, it's not.
Exciting.
That was probably the guy that we just looted. Yo, I'm grappling out.
I knocked one.
Okay. I don't have any fucking ammo though.
Alright, What do you need?
Light ammo.
I'll give them a piercing or
Okay,
two.
come here. I'm gonna drop you all my light.
Wait,
ammo,
I'm
and
inside,
using this
guys.
Okay.
I'm using
Drop
this
where you are.
ammo.
Drop where you are. Drop where you are. Do you need heavy ammo?
Nah, yeah.
I'm dropping for you.
Hold on.
Okay,
I'm
let's go.
healing.
I
Okay.
don't think they rezzed yet. Or if they did, she still hasn't fully healed.
Are you close to them, Scarra?
Yeah, I'm literally looking at my lab in them.
Okay, you can fight. You can fight. We're here.
I am taking fire, friends.
I broke a shield. 69 flash.
Reloading.
Knocked.
Giving my
One in this house with me and Scarra. I'm dropping down quick.
When
I'm pushing the door.
Push. You're in the corner here.
Take it.
You want
I'm taking
more?
this portal. Running out the back. Right here, on the ground. Knocked.
Ground roof with us. This guy has 80 HP. 76 HP. Nice.
how do I get up there? Wait, how did you get up
Killed
there?
that enemy.
I can jump,
Oh, fuck you, man.
bro. I got the hops.
Bro, I like just see you up there. I'm like, how did you even make that? Go on,
Good fight.
That team got shit on.
That Wraith was camping in the fucking corner.
I don't understand how the team lost when they could have just pushed us way earlier.
Oh, I mean, the rate checked me and I took out the shield. I think I should instant. Wait, oh, where is my?
Hold on. I'm healing.
Disruptor round.
Wait,
Oh my god, you're crazy.
I'm pretty sure disruptor rounds are crazy.
I think they're not bad, yeah. But I don't like them, but they're not bad.
You have to use the guns, right? Oh, PK, I'm down. Pass me that.
Yeah, the disruptor rounds are right next to the PK, actually.
Oh, I thought. Do you guys like flatline or hemlock?
recharging
Hemlock.
shields.
I
Yeah,
think the flatline's decent though, but it's just like it loses to so many guns.
The Hemlock's actually a really good gun.
Giving my
Yeah.
shields recharge.
It just uses ammo like crazy. But I would say it's better
Pretty
than
grindy.
the-
Oh, I was gonna grind today, but I had to play Apex League and
Let me know if you
Oh,
guys
the
find
boss
extra
fight.
heavy ammo.
also I just started stream.
Yeah, I can drop you 50,
Setting up a
60
zip
right
line.
here.
Dibs.
We should go fight. They're in here.
Okay.
But I'll probably try to do it
Right here.
ASAP. Like, give me that.
I'm going in.
Okay.
You are so far ahead. Okay.
Do any of you guys have an extra battery?
They must not be very good.
No. A,
They're running in here.
a room.
We
What
can
about for
mirror
30
them.
months? 6 feet
Okay.
something.
I'm looking. They're on the roof. You see them?
Yeah.
These
Jumped
will
out.
42 yellow on the guy that bounced away.
I'm nading their door.
Okay.
enemy far off.
No one's.
They're running out the back this way.
Okay. 2 separate teams, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I'm watching one.
Broke armor on this guy.
I might push.
Are they on roof? Be careful,
Yeah.
Scarra.
I would say don't push too much up Scar. This guy's broken. He's low.
This
He's
guy
low.
jumped on me.
Pathfinder.
Got the Pathfinder.
You should finish the Pathfinder right now. I'll cover. I knocked another one. I'm going in. The
I'm
last
gonna rest
one?
Scarra. I'm gonna rest Scarra.
Okay. Last one's somewhere over here. I'm going in.
Yo, do you have a Phoenix kit or something?
Nope.
Recharging shield.
You should armor swap off this dude that we killed.
Oh, I got this. Oh my.
I really got stuck on this. All right, last guy's on me.
Oh, this is unfair.
I cannot believe that.
Oh. Move me a little bit. They're pushing you right now. They went through the door. I'm running out of help.
Holy fuck, I missed everything.
It happens.
My fucking 30-30 skill is so shit.
Okay, in that case, it's like impossible to hit 30-30. Also, the 30-30 is really accurate if you hit fire it from close range.
Oh, okay.
I would say
Oh.
like 70-80% accurate.
Oh fuck, dude, guys, my stomach hurts a little bit. My tummy hurts. You know, I was told only hot people get stomach aches. Oh god, my stomach hurts so much. Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect the guy to be right to my right and then jump down afterwards.
Oh, you reminded me. Not from anything you said, but to change my skin.
Dude, the only problem when I play Fuse is I feel like Fuse has to be played kind of slow. So like, cause like a lot of times it's like we're in good positions and it's me throwing grenades. But if I'm playing with two people who are crazy, I need to be fast.
I think for Fuse, where
Yeah.
you really shine is like let's say we're in like a long range fight and it's just a 3v3, and we win a trade. Like
Yeah.
one of us like breaks the other person's armor. Fuse is really good at applying pressure when the person's like behind a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
That's
like
when you really shine.
it's like I'm giving the suppressing fire for you guys to run up.
Yeah, you're like preventing them from medding, preventing them from rezzing, and then we kill them.
But I'm gonna play Callus. He's awesome.
You're Imperial House, Scarra.
Is Hal play Callus?
No.
He exclusively plays Horizon.
Wait,
And he
really?
plays on controller only.
Wait, I thought he was
you need to show your dedication.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, you need to play on the controller.
I telling you, if I'm the most anti controller player you've ever met in your life.
Wait, like no one jumped out of the ship. Like
Yeah,
wait, only one other team and they're going pit.
We're gonna be on the slow side of the map, so we're probably gonna do a lot of running in this one.
Oh no. You hated Callus so much? Wait, really?
All right. I'm going to.
Is an alternator better than the other thing?
What's the other thing?
What's the other thing?
P2020. Which one's better?
Yeah, it's
Alternator.
It's way better than that.
P2020 is like terrible.
It might be the worst gun in the game.
Oh.
I think it actually is the worst gun in the game.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
The next ring is quite far.
Escape's not an option. Minotaur ring closing.
Attention. First blood.
Smell that. First blood.
Alright, I'm done looting.
I'm good.
I have a
The ring's
2x
still
or
fine,
a
and we have
3x,
45
depending
seconds to change.
on which one you guys want.
I can just iron sight with my guns.
No, I have 2. I want an R9, and I don't want it on the R9.
Well, I have an R9.
Whoa, that
I'd rather just iron sight the R9.
Yeah, me too.
Actually, don't toss me the 2. I'm doing.
Okay.
I got 3x hemlock.
Okay.
You won't escape.
Oh wait, I actually need a 2x my wingman.
Dude, no one does that.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wingman here.
I mean, you can do it. It's just really hard to shoot.
Not even
Wait,
Ace will do that.
really?
Yeah, AC will use iron sights over 2x.
What? Really? You know, the only skin I ever bought in this game, I've only bought one, which is the Wingman Iron Sight skin. 'Cause
Yeah, good.
I was so pissed at not being able to see.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
Nothing wrong with that. I would do that too.
The wingman skin probably matters the most
Use
out of all
Helen?
the
I did
skins.
not. Is it good?
Anything cool? Oh, a PK.
Wait, okay, I'm using Hemlock Wingman. That seems like a weird. I probably
There's
switch
a
to PK.
car in that building right there.
I probably switch to PK later.
Found there's a
Also,
blue right
Scar, they nerfed the fuck out of the charge rifle. It's shit now.
I heard, but I think that's probably better for the game.
Keep eyes on the new
Yeah.
leader.
But like, man,
Incoming care
it was a
package.
fun sniper to use.
It was also broken as shit.
It was.
Yeah. I'm gonna go inside. If I die, I'm sorry.
No, I'm right here with you.
Don't
We
be
can
sorry,
die
we'll end together.
We die as a team. We die as a team.
Who shot?
Dude,
Purple
the
Falcon
last
Bullsman?
one of the times I played, someone did the thing where they sit on the doors here and throw grenades into the room, and I was playing with my friend, and she died instantly, and it was so funny. They did the fucking TikTok thing. It was so fucking funny.
Sounds
I like when
better.
they trap you with like caustic and stuff.
Yeah, it's like it was like caustic, and then there was just a bunch of views and a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, if we do like a caustic catalyst rampart, we could hold down a building forever.
Yeah. Oh, a Volt. Do I want to switch over from Hemlock?
If you're gonna run wingman, yeah, I think so.
Oh, I'm running Peace.
Wingman traditionally is your long range to medium range weapon.
Yeah.
And you want like
Want that for the Volt?
Energy magazine here.
I don't
Level
know.
3.
Laser sight here. Level 3.
I need it. Zipline deployed.
I hear no fighting.
Yeah,
we
we're
really
not
are
on
on
the
the
side.
wrong side of the map.
We're on the wrong side of the map. I'm just gonna grab this thing really quick.
Yo, can I? I'm just gonna go.
Blasting open a hole. Gather round, skin bags.
Any red dots in there?
Nope. There's a sniper stock and no sniper stock.
Does
Watch out for
anyone
the
use the
kill leader,
holo?
friend.
Yeah, I do when I can't find a red dot. It's not my first choice.
Looks like we have enemies here.
Where Scarra is, there's always fighting that goes down there.
Yep. Get your ass over here. It's gonna get hot.
All right, we're coming. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 3x is like unusable.
Using grapple.
Especially. Ooh.
You won't escape.
Gathering material.
Do I hear someone?
That's us coming up too.
I'm gonna go up with you, Scarra, in just in case there's a team here. People coming.
Can you
Right here, on my ping.
Out that way, friends.
I hear them.
I see
They're
them.
gonna slide past me. They're not gonna see me.
They see me.
Okay,
They see
okay.
me.
Really close to me. I'm gonna get first shot on them.
They're on your
What?
wall. They're on your wall. This guy's alone on this wall next to you.
Attention.
Enemy. They're not close.
Just try and escape.
Oh.
They ran away.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They saw me. They saw me.
Crack!
Reloading.
That's the catalyst. She's the first one closest.
Enemies are shooting at me.
Knocked.
Keep going.
I killed
This
an
is-
enemy.
Wait, they're
Oh,
ballooning.
they're gonna evac. They're evacing. This is a free shot.
Lifeline's low. Lifeline's low.
Where are they?
Charging shield.
The catalyst didn't take the thing. I don't
Yeah.
know what the catalyst ran to.
Whoa, we're getting naded.
Let's just take this. Let's take this.
I'm
John.
repairing myself. They're dropping.
I'm coming back.
Team
I'm coming
right
back.
here. Let's go back to where we were. Let's go right back to where we were.
Oh, shot is.
Team right here.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
gonna come
Sean?
back.
Okay, my
We gotta
bubble-
help Scar.
Yeah, yeah.
We gotta help
Oh,
Scar.
he's fucking. The Callus is in this corner.
Okay, they're
He's
gonna
right
fight
by the
catalyst.
balloon.
They're gonna fight
Grab
this catalyst. We
my
gotta-
body. Grab my body. Right in front of me.
Their hearts. And their feet.
You can't escape death.
A lifeline. New team here. We came from where the balloon came. New team where the balloon came.
Forming a barrier.
Good wall.
Could have been okay.
Reload. Recharging shield.
Let this guy push. Let this guy
Bye,
push.
bye, bye.
They're both pretty low.
Both low. Both low.
Nice.
Nice.
Dropped an enemy.
Oh, I missed my
NT,
fucking PK
NT.
shot.
No, I respect it. I respect it.
Oh, I heard both low. I'm like, I gotta push this.
Extended optics here. Mid-range.
Oh my god, my damage. Don't look. Don't look.
It's a meme number. You want the meme
Yeah,
number.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah. That's actually harder to get to than anything else.
I can't believe the catalyst was fucking just under the stump. Also, I went
Yeah.
on the balloon and it died.
Yeah.
Oh. Do you know how to make the end screen faster? Like I can't cancel it fast.
Spam escape as fast.
Oh.
Escape and then leave.
It's escape. I was spamming spacebar.
You can do.
That's to get through stats, but that's only one
Yeah.
page at a time. Escape is to skip it all.
Oh, damn! You guys are experts. You guys are just out so fast.
That's because we die and grief so many times that we become experts at speedrunning the stat screen.
Ah.
Pay attention. You might learn a thing or two.
I should have just shield batted there though. I don't know why I repeat.
Wait, I had your angle
The
there.
universe.
And
Yeah.
then the guy he just ran. I'm like, fuck. I didn't have your angle once you turned the corner.
Introducing your champion. Take care when you approach me. I'm in a class
Ludwig.
of my own.
And Kev,
I'm the jump master.
I feel like streamers
Don't
play
worry.
Apex like
This isn't
off
the
stream.
first
I feel like
time I've
Apex
met
is
a
like the
witch.
most popular game.
There's that one IRL streamer, Joey Cal.
Chaotic.
Yeah. Is that
Yeah.
what it is? Chaotic? I can't believe I could never figure that out. Yeah, he plays a lot of Apex.
Really?
I seen it.
One
in
team
him on
with
his alt
us.
channel.
I'm keeping high ground.
Yeah, let's play top. Play top.
Stop here.
Here by the earth.
One in here.
Okay.
Broke armor. 112 on this life line. I'm gonna push her.
I'm pushing too. I'm pushing right side.
Oh, I fell.
With 91.
Got you? Oh.
Knock.
Go on the mid stairs?
Enemy shield broke.
Go here.
I got him.
Oh, thank you.
Strong if you need it. Just giving my shield a recharge. Big up, we took first blood.
I mean,
My
we
headset
just-
keeps making a sound, but I don't know what it means.
I need shield.
Can you describe it to us?
It goes like a beep beep.
Is it like maybe it's charging the battery?
Well, I
Yeah.
thought that. I thought it meant like it's Wait, you want to go inside? Sorry, want to go inside the place?
Yeah, I'll go.
Damn, car
you
is like such a
Google it?
sick ass. Nope.
I like the car.
Yeah, I love the car, especially on
Splash?
the early
Go
drop.
back for what?
Dude, I keep picking up this PK, man. I think it's like a fucking bait.
No. Keep doing it.
I mean, in my opinion, the PK is really good if you're in the right. Ooh,
R99
disruptor for you guys? If you don't-
Oh, you know what?
It's really good in the right situation, but the problem is it's not useful
You
in
have a
most
P-
situations.
I don't have a PK. Do you have one?
What are you putting on disruptor?
Wait. I was gonna pick one later. Do you want it now? Here. Hold on.
Thank you, good sir.
Okay, I'm gonna go through this door. Down
Yeah,
here.
I'm with you. Can you drop one shield cell, Chris? So,
Yeah,
thank
on
you.
the bottom of the
We're in the
stairs.
next ring.
R9 right here. I'm gonna take that actually.
Just giving my shield a recharge.
This looks completely unneeded. Yeah, it is.
My sense is really high. Oh, maybe. I didn't fix my sense in this PC yet. Does Apex save your sense across on your count?
Team right here. I see him.
Care package being delivered.
Do you want to push?
Who's the other? This. 2x. I mean, I think they're
Well,
just waiting right
They have
there.
a care package
You
on
say
the way.
no? Oh. Oh.
I think it's a good
That's
time for us to reposition because they think we don't see them.
I'm grabbing that.
I kind of want them to come down first.
Yeah, I don't see the guy. He stopped peeking.
Right by me!
Oh, I see him. I'm pushing this wall. I'm pushing this door.
65 purple, 65 purple. Let's push him.
I'm running.
Oh, he's dead already, Sean.
Oh shit, two out here. One guy has
Oh, wait.
40
43.
HP.
This guy's one shot in here. Fuck, I should just.
My guy's one shot and the other guy's cracked. Like actually one shot.
I'm fucking dead. Oh
Dude,
shit.
I should have just killed this fuse.
Oh shit.
Chat, I have a confession to make.
How did I take so much damage?
I think you got fuse queued actually.
I'm in 3 events right now. Yeah. I finished my provisionals. All right, guys.
Holy.
Now we can
go.
start trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually you guys see them and you guys own them, but then you guys both died instantly, and I'm like, oh, what happened?
I was hip firing the 30-30 and it missed every shot.
Sorry, I was taking my beard off.
You know who you looked like? What was it? You looked like
Abraham Lincoln.
Trindamere.
Well, now I know what I'd look like if I grew out my beard.
Did your beard grow with that, with the little goatee part?
Yeah, it actually grows exactly like that. My problem is I don't ever grow hair on like my sides though. I look like a child now though.
I mean, that's fine. You're youthful.
Wait, do you grow facial hair, Scar?
Yeah, I used to have to shave once a week, but it's like fuzz.
Oh,
Like I
that's not
can't
bad.
grow a full beard. I don't think it's humanly possible.
Have you ever tried?
No, I have not. So maybe.
Maybe that could be like if you ever do like a sub goal.
Dude, it'd be like such a disappointing sub goal.
No, would it 10 like 5,000 subs Scar and you can't shave for a year.
A year?
That's a
year?
good ass sub goal.
That
Like
would-
I would be 500 of those subs.
Oh my god.
A year? Wow.
Wait, my top 3 weapons are the 30-30, the wingman, the R99. Okay.
Wait, why was the PK not in there?
Dude, I'm working on it. I can't find it on the drop. Plus with here, bro. I mean, guys, I've never hit 5,000 subs in my life.
I just have to
That would never
practice
happen.
Pathfinder.
Hope you're practicing your wingman. I will. Don't worry. Pick subs right now. Oh, it's the lowest it's ever been. I don't really want to check it. I checked it the other day and I was like, oh shit, my bad.
Introducing your champion.
Just want to give a shout out to all my fans watching. I love you guys. I love you.
I am the jump master. Let's descend from the
She was
cosmos.
dying unironically, yeah.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down. Except by
But hey,
falling.
my YouTube is doing really well, so like it's like a fuck, man. Work on it.
Yo, trust me on this.
Let's go over there.
I've never landed in a spot before, but there's
It's more so we're gonna kill these bitches. Oh wait, let's go over here. Because no one
Oh.
landed here.
Okay.
Like they're literally just gonna instantly fight and die and shit in the
I'm
center.
taking this.
Okay, yeah.
Look at this shit. They're
Wait, they're
actually
actually
just inting each
fighting
other.
right now.
My friend.
I am down for this.
All right, I'm going.
Yep, same.
I'm going.
How do I get in there? Oh, it's, how do I get over there? The rope?
Yeah, I'm roping it.
First blood.
Knocked one.
Took the material.
Knocked 2.
One guy is in the center with you guys.
He's penalized. Oh,
Dead.
thank God. That guy was.
We just eliminated the whole squad. Exciting.
Wait, that's so cool that they just decided to int each other like that.
That was like intense inting too. It was not like baby inting or anything. It was full send. Like all 6 people land in the center here
Yeah.
and just brawl to the death.
They were actually committed.
Gathering materials.
I respect
We
that.
have 1 minute to get in the ring.
And then we
Come on,
drop it. Welcome to
drawing
Apex.
us in.
Like actually, yeah.
That's Squid Games, baby.
Be careful. There's
I heard the
kill
301
leader
is
out there.
not great.
Crafting. 1 minute, friend.
It's okay.
I think it's pretty like standard still. It just is like it's just like a gun that like always is pretty decent mid range.
The 301 isn't a bad gun, but it loses to every gun if you're like in a firefight. Like if you're just trading 1 for 1 and you're standing in front of each other.
Oh.
So that's why people don't choose it. But it's not like a gun that I would drop. Like if I had a P2020, I for sure am just
Get that shit out of my face.
yeah, I'm using my hands.
Oh shit. Okay, I volt boy.
I'm gonna move towards
Scarra.
swamps.
You don't think I
Sierra
saw you pick up that purple
50
backpack?
first. Thanks for someone on the stream. Dude,
Scarra Chan.
the purple backpack is my most desired item on the map. Oh,
Right.
okay, maybe that one actually.
You can have that. Dude, I mean, you only get one purple on this team. You
That's
chose-
true. That's true. That's true. I'd rather take the purple bag than the purple armor on the drop.
Okay, that's fair. I would rather have the purple armor.
I would rather have the purple armor, but I'm fighting Chris for that then.
Yeah, like, but who's fighting me?
Chris
for
and I
the
are just
bag?
arm wrestling while there's a gunfight going around.
Oh, you can't 3x a bolt. I mean, not that I would, but
Wait, can you give me a 3x if you're not using it?
oh, I don't have. Oh, it was in the other building. Shit.
Scar, you should have said, well, I threw it off the map. I didn't think anyone
The
needed
building
that.
right behind us.
Well, no one called for it, so.
Yeah.
We gotta
God,
go
we
a
are
bit
far
away.
away.
You guys want to take this zip behind us right here?
Which? Oh, I didn't even know there was one there.
Wait, Chris, 3x.
Optics here.
I got one.
Oh. Well, it's like the thought that counts, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll just use 2 of them.
Oh
Wait.
wait, but Sean, do you remember you asking if
Oh, that's
FPS
you.
matters? I would just cap FPS. I capped it to 144 much my monitor refresh, so it doesn't. Yeah, it's not choppy.
I like it when my game's choppy, though.
yeah. When you play League and it chopped the whole time.
I like when I played League and I slid backwards like I'm ice skating.
Wait. Oh, I went the wrong way. It's
It's
Ada. Oh hell yeah.
On my way to you,
0.15x. Thanks to
Chris.
someone of this stream.
Alright, alright.
Alright. Ooh, is
I
that a
used to
PK?
play-
I can't tell that's a P. That's a master.
Scar, I used to play on a laptop for League, and
yeah, same.
anytime Karthus ulted or Anivia ulted, my game would lag.
Oh my god. I used to have that, and so my first tournament win was like store credit, and I bought a laptop cooler to put my laptop on when I got third in the tournament. That was literally
How sick is that?
Yeah.
Wait, that's smart.
like I literally did that just to make sure I could play.
Oh, 2x right here if you guys want it.
Oh yes. Oh wait, where is it?
Nar.
I can make use of that.
I need a crafter actually.
There's one right back here. Right behind you. Like literally right behind you.
Oh, like are we cool if I just craft like a
Yeah,
gear?
Yeah.
I need to craft 2 anyways.
Just like, don't take up all the computers like me though.
Hold on. I'm feeling cracky.
You guys need bats? I'm crafting extra bats. I don't
Yeah,
need anything.
I have
Yeah, I need
165 and it's all bad. Pretty good.
Wait, if you guys give me your armor,
You
I
can
can
take that.
craft
You can take
armor.
it.
I can craft your armor.
So I should craft.
Oh wait, I should craft my armor.
Wait, how much is it to get blue to purple?
Fighting. It says in bottom left above your portrait.
It takes 2 armor crafts to go from blue to purple. It does 150 for each craft.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna get a red off of this.
Okay.
A red?
Yeah, he's built like that, Scar. He's not like us. I'm no backwards for you guys, okay?
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I didn't know I could use a barrel stave with my bolt. So if anyone needs that,
Oh, come to me, please. I want to kill these guys so bad.
Crafting my thingy though.
yo, you need a barrel stabilizer?
I mean, that's fine. I'm gonna ping where they are, and then I'm gonna go in.
Okay.
I'm on my way.
Scar said, go in, Sean, or you're a huge bitch.
Yeah.
On the road again.
And Scar knows I'm hella sensitive.
We're on the road.
Oh, I don't have an extended energy. That's what I'm missing. Yeah, if you guys keep one, let me know.
Alright. These people might have one. On the road again.
I'm hoping so.
There's people right here. There's a guy in here.
Yeah, they're 2 separate teams.
I'm fighting, I'm fighting for my life in here. Can you get me, Scar? Play my knock, play my knock.
No! I killed my guy. Good luck. Oh my god, no, there's 3
another
teams
the
coming!
guy shooting me through the
There's 3
fucking
teams.
window.
There's 3
I wait-
people.
Sean was on this building, so I went inside of it, and there was a full team of 3.
Yeah, when you went inside, I turned around to close the door and lock us in, and I turned back around and I see you're dead.
Yeah, I don't know where.
I told you guys it wasn't safe.
All right, hold
Yeah,
on.
but
Maybe
it was
my
like-
sense needs to go down. A little.
I didn't actually say that, by the way.
How do I?
So I
lower
was
my
on top of the roof
sense?
killing a guy, and then he ran into the building, and I went in, and there was just 2 dudes meeting up.
5.0. Don't I usually play on 1?
I mean, I just
like
didn't realize that they were all in
0.6?
the building that I was in.
5 seems kind of high. Why is it not 5? You normally play at 0.6. Oh, what? So I found out that Apex doesn't save your mouse sensitivity, so I've been playing on 5.0, which is the default.
That is so fucking high.
That sounds really fucking fast.
Yeah,
That sounds impossible to play on.
my normal DPI is I think 2100.
Can I play Fuse, Scarra?
No, yeah, I'm playing Catalyst. But yeah, so like right there, I'm starting to realize that why I can't hit people.
Dude, if you move your mouse like 1 inch, you'll 180.
Yeah, no, I'm playing on like,
Scarra's fucking flying.
yeah.
He's the people that spin bot. Wait, Scarra, do you know what spin botting is?
I've heard of it, but
Okay, so it originally was created in like Counter-Strike, like the old Counter-Strike 1.6.
yeah.
And instead of like even trying to remotely hide the fact that you're cheating, spin botting would make your character spin in a 360 constantly and just headshot people as you ran around.
You're like a turret.
Yeah,
That's
Like a
It's
turret that
funny.
never misses.
You're like a propeller.
X Masters. Wait, is that me?
So I was saying like on that
Wait, are these
sensitivity,
two guys,
basically
right?
spin botting.
Let's loot here and then go here after. I think there's like no teams on the side.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Or was that
No
the-
one landing with us, so
the-
we can spread out
the-
here.
Maybe I
the-
should
the-
just split and go here.
I'm dropping.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I think that there's no fighting for a bit.
Yeah. I also can get crafting material on this side for us. Okay, Sean, let's do one game where we don't end.
Okay.
Wait, no. My sense is playable. So
Scar, he wasn't referencing you. He's only referencing the other dirty inter.
No, Scar, you don't understand. We're inting before you can even get
I
to us.
understand. I'm not in the fight, and you guys are dead half the time. I'm like, oh shit, okay.
Oh, so you do understand. You
No,
are,
I-
okay, yeah. Okay, he has seen our
No,
gameplay. Okay,
I
cool.
am watching.
But like but to be fair, Scar, we're fighting in your honor.
Yeah. My
I
ancestors
heard
would be
them,
proud.
yeah, shit talk you, so I was not gonna let them get away
Right
with
in my
it.
space.
There's a 3x there if you want.
I did hear that guy call you lame. I was like, no, you are not gonna talk to Scar that way. And then I inted.
Oh, the sense feels too slow now. I might crank it up.
I think 5 is like a pretty solid sense.
No, I need to go. I need to go to 2 because I'm probably playing like 2,000 DPI.
Wait,
but
what's your
like,
DPI?
2,000 DPI?
Yeah.
Why do you have it on 2,000?
Are you like R2D2? Like, how are you?
No,
how
no,
can your
okay,
hands
okay.
even like
no,
be that
my
precise?
base, my base is I think 1,200, and so I was playing on 5, so I was playing on 6,000 for the first couple games.
Dude, you were spitting out numbers.
Yeah,
and I have no idea what you're saying anymore.
Because like, so like now I'm only playing on 2,000 DPI, which
They're
is like
fighting in
5.
Spotted Lake, by the way.
Okay, I can come over. I'm on my way.
Wait, all League players have high DPI. Did you guys play on like really high DPI?
No, I played on like 800.
I played on 1,600 plus. And then like when FPS players are like, oh yeah, I play at 400 DPI. I'm like,
There's
what?
a team right here.
Oh, I'm coming.
Wait, on
Oh
me?
wait, that's Scarra. That's Scarra.
You
You fuck.
I'm fucking scared out of my mind.
No,
Wait, I'm gonna go to pit to Spotted Lake.
Okay. No, I'm telling you, there was a disconnect where your like name
Oh,
was
yeah.
and the character because I was in the
I've
air.
seen that before. Yeah.
I was about to ready to blast you though.
Yeah, I
And
think
then I started blasting.
I think I can flick on 2,000. I don't think I can flick on 6,000. Dude, you
know,
should
you're
have seen
playing
my
really high.
screen. My screen was literally like you could not fucking see it.
For reference, I play on 1.45 1,000 DPI.
Oh, wait, on Valo I play really low. On Valo I play like 800.
I've seen some of your Val gameplay on the
Oh,
live
what does that mean? Wait, I'm playing with it. Recently,
Scar
I've
is
been
clean
playing
with it. They call Scar Mr. Queen.
Yep.
I don't know if those are the adjectives I was reading.
That means nothing about sense about. Yeah. That's why I'm at
I'm gonna look for you
1.0,
guys.
2.0 cents.
I think they're done.
I'm like,
Okay.
it's like 2,000, right? You just it's like you just double
I'm sure
it.
we can find them.
Yeah, I'm looking. Right here. I see one.
Oh yeah, he's running out this way.
Yeah. All right, we're going Scar. Oh, whoa.
Well, I'm already jumping in.
I'm gonna see if I can beam one before going in.
Okay.
Wow, that sounds kind of late. Oh my god.
Right. All right.
Oh, I thought it cracked him, cracked him.
Okay. Dead. Oh, what the fuck? He's one tap.
Behind you guys. Behind you guys.
Okay. This guy is one tap.
I mean, this guy's dead. Is that part of the same team?
I think it was just one team. Nope, they're rezzing somewhere
Look,
in the smoke. I'm gonna come here if you want to hit.
There's
Sorry,
a
you
shield swap to your
provide
right.
suppressive fire.
Yeah.
Sean, there's a shield swap to your right. To your right.
I'm healing.
Okay.
In the smoke. In the smoke.
In smoke.
That's my wall. That's my wall.
Yeah. They're right here. I just beamed him. Knocked.
Oh fuck! I am not Pathfinder.
He's one
Sorry
shot.
guys,
down.
your king is coming.
Nice.
Enemy down.
I'm resetting. Last one right here. I mean,
Cracked him. He's stuck.
Dead! Your
Oh,
king has
nice.
arrived!
holy. Okay.
Wait, I'm kind
So-
of clean with it there.
That was you and me, Scar, and Sean's just out here.
Yeah, I did 10 damage. I finished him. He would have got away if it wasn't for me.
That is true. That is true.
That guy would have slipped and slide out of here.
Dude, I don't
Wow.
want to 2x my fucking PK, man. Fuck it, whatever, man.
There's another box in here.
I wouldn't do that, Scar, if I were you.
Hold on.
That's like putting on binoculars and then playing soccer,
That's literally what I'm
Wait,
planning on
that's fun.
doing.
which is
Oh.
hella popular in Japan. Oh!
Level 3.
Oh, I don't need that. I already have one.
Oh, I have one now.
Thank you for the res, Chris.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, storm's closing in.
I'm out. Yeah, let's get out of here.
I am out.
Wait. We have a evac tower. Can I just evac?
Okay.
Wait,
Let's
guys,
go this way.
I actually love the evac tower.
it
Or
makes
should
it
we
so
just
we,
go through pit?
it makes
Which
so
we
good.
I want to go through here and fight.
Okay.
Actually, let's go through pit.
Dude, I'm ready going this way. You fuck.
What the fuck?
Alright,
Guys?
I'm
Wait,
coming back.
Oh, I thought about it. Like, my play is the more fun play, but I think pit is actually the optimal play.
Wait, I'm down to go the other way.
You're in pit already.
Oh yeah, I mean, in another world, I would have been down. The
Yeah,
other
yeah,
way.
This is
Yeah.
how that counts.
Okay,
This, yeah.
so because I int the most out of all three of us, we'll have a tier of command. Okay, Scar, you're the first one.
Yeah.
Chris, you're the second one. If both of you guys vote, Sean, be a big bitch. I'll run away.
I'm never gonna tell you that.
I'm so
probably-
sorry.
Wait,
I'm so
literally-
sorry, Chris.
I'm
This is
literally-
the flaw of
I'm
democracy.
literally never gonna tell you that. Oh, there's a 3x in there if you want.
Round 2.
I'm looking for a shotgun bolt. Never mind, I just found one.
Looky here, lads. We're inside the ring.
I
You
have a little
guys
pirate
have
blade.
I need a shotgun bolt.
You guys
I
want
need
to
an
craft
extended
right here?
sniper magazine.
In this
Sure.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Oh, there's a team right here. On top.
Here
You don't
comes
see
the
us.
replicator.
This guy's white.
I hit 45.
This guy's white. I'm going in.
Okay.
I'm ulting.
Wait, guy's on the bottom. Like, he's going up the stairs right now. I missed every fucking bullet, but he's scared as fuck. Don't worry.
Phew, through the mundane.
Almost knocked their Bangor.
Knocked one, knocked one, knocked one.
This guy's low. This guy's low. 20 HP on the horizon. Running out this side. Right here. Right here.
Dropped an enemy.
Dead.
Where's the last guy?
You need
Dead.
a charm
Inside.
dog and a sense of self-preservation.
All murdered.
Squad's dead.
Nice. All right. Look, we don't even need to craft. We just loot them.
Oh, true. Wait, how do we get inside?
Through the door.
Through the door.
Oh no, the other one was like
Golden energy mag. New evac tower.
I don't know what I need here. Yeah, I'll just take you back.
Yo, 1x here.
Close range.
Oh my god. That's, you,
I
Charging me shields.
Do you guys have shield bats? I have 0.
Yeah, I have 10.
Okay, yeah, please.
wait. Yeah,
Thank you.
I need craft. Where's the fucking craft?
Recharging me
It's right
shields.
there.
What are you looking to craft?
I need to get armor and then like 50 bats.
There's fighting to our west.
Oh, give me 1 sec.
Oh, no, we're not in a rush.
Crafting.
And a res ship to our east.
I don't really know least.
Unfortunate. I don't have that.
Anyway, I guess I'll just
Wait.
grab it.
Oh, I forgot because I'm fused. I hold hella nades.
Team right here. Crossing this way.
Okay.
You think you're gonna be able
Is
to?
there a team right there, son?
I can't see. I'm looking. Hold on.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
start
see
letting.
anything. I would like to get up there, Chris, because I can get a good ult from there.
I'm gonna cross there first before they can take this zip. They're
Okay.
taking the zip. Or they're actually running on the ground.
Okay. It's actually perfect if we keep high ground here. Chris, there's a chance that one team comes from pit direction, okay?
Wait. You guys need bats? I crafted 10.
Nope. I have
Oh,
6.
shit. Okay, good.
I'm looking at this team right here.
Okay, okay.
I need
Are they fighting?
sniper mat.
No. This white.
I
broken.
did 12 white. That was the team that rezzed.
Yeah, I got so many bats.
Scar, you just say the word.
Wait, I'm almost here.
Scar, you say the word and I'm in
Oh,
there.
wait, there's more
Look,
bats.
another team's roping across.
Wait, yeah, you see this team? No, that's the same guy.
How do I switch guns?
Yeah, I
There's
don't
one
have
guy in
good
here.
long range.
One guy in there still.
Oh, I see him. He's running up. He's running up. Yo, check this out. I land this 100%.
All right, I'm done looting. I'm
We're
done
not
looting. I'm
on
done
the
looting.
next ring.
Okay, it like. Oh my god, it almost. Wait, I'm
gonna
just
make sure there's
saying.
no team behind us.
Okay. I do think there's a world where we get pushed from the pit.
Strong enough to pierce.
Nah, we're good.
Wait, where were you shooting? Can you ping it?
Yeah, I can. So, Scar, they roped all the way to this building.
That way, eh?
Oh.
Replicator falling to
And they're inside it right now. I'm down to go sicko mode and kill them all.
Hey, can we get a... Oh, you're not Pathfinder.
Wait, just say the word and I'll go.
Wait, you're not Pathfinder.
I don't need to be Pathfinder. I'm Fuse.
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
He said it.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right.
I'm gonna rope up to the top and I'm gonna ult their building. Careful, looks like there's fighting to Chris's left.
Team right here. I just hit this guy for 120.
Okay.
Okay, I won't hit it.
I mean, no, just do it. Work here.
Okay.
Wait,
he's-
let me. I can also nade once that's down. Okay, never mind. I thought that was both doors. On roof! Knock!
Underneath.
Knocked.
That's underneath.
36.
He's left. One shot.
Dude, I shot you.
Nice.
man.
Hey, keep up. Stay up here. Don't drop down.
Oh,
I'm going up.
dude, I
How did
shot
he shoot me?
fucking you with my full PK shot. Behind. Oh, wait. Not
Yo, I'm crap. Oh, these guys are fucked. I'm down to push these guys. These guys
Okay,
are
let's
actually
go.
so dead.
Let's go. I'm ulting.
Okay.
Pierce their hearts.
Going. Just going.
I have to bat first. Wait, I just got killed from a sniper far away.
Oh fuck. Should not.
You guys win in first floor?
Yeah.
Here, I'll shield you guys.
Wait, just resin.
Here, res.
Wait, I rebuilt the door.
Need a charm bag and a sense of self-preservation.
Yeah, I'm a Phoenix kit. We can get out of this. I can get us out of this situation.
There's a team literally right above us. I just talked to them.
Okay, I'm gonna go outside
We
and
should,
up on the roof.
we should go. I knocked him.
Okay,
If you have
you
grenades,
guys
you
ready?
should throw it.
Set. Go.
I broke a rampart.
Dude, I keep shooting Sean, man.
I knocked one.
I'm climbing out.
I think we go outside, climb up.
Careful, but
No,
this
just go.
is the other team. This is the other team.
I don't know. I'm opening this door though. Go from the second floor.
Rings close and closing in 45. It's moving time.
That's
One's
it.
knocked.
Nice. He's cracked. You can kick the door. Double kick it. Just kick the door.
Killed that enemy.
Nice kill. On you, mate.
Reloading.
Wait right there, Scar. I killed him.
Whoa, the other guy shot at me. I'm going down.
Oh fuck.
Rings Rings close. 10 seconds. Hold on.
Fuck.
Dude, oh my! I kept trying to PK stuff. I like hit Sean. Dude.
Yeah.
The one thing in Apex about your teammates being like invincible is like, ugh.
Nowhere to go but up.
Versus if we are invincible, you just
Wait,
kill us.
you want
Yeah, I'd rather just kill you guys. At least then I get more damage. Like,
It should subtract damage if you do damage to teammates.
yeah.
For those buildings, something you can do is you can climb on the roof and you can shoot through like little holes in the roof.
Oh, yeah. It was just awkward because like, I failed 2 shots walking up the stairs. I like got shot by the people across going up. All right, no, it's
Yeah, but
fine.
see, that's where Caustic would have been king.
Yes.
No, if I was in your situation, Scar, what I do is like if you have cues, throw the cues into the room and it applies pressure.
Yeah, yeah.
And also, you
I-
kick the door and then you just take the door over.
Oh, okay. That's okay. I'm adjusting my sense some more. I didn't like that. I feel like a Valo player now.
Yeah, that sense was friendly fire sense.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna adjust down a little bit.
One thing is
I'll be right back. I'm just bathroom. Can you jump, Chris?
one will
Yeah.
die.
Everything looks so cool though.
Who do you think is your like favorite character to look at, not play, like but like just aesthetics?
Oh.
Introducing your
Maybe Watson. I like her aesthetic a lot. Yes.
That's
Feel
interesting.
like a life. Thank you. Oh,
Is
let
there
me,
like a particular skin?
I think her. No, just in general.
She looks like an Eskimo to me, like an electric Eskimo.
This is a real skin. I'm back. I'm back, baby.
All right, I think we're gods at this spot. Or hear me out.
Oh, I like hype here. I like hype.
Anywhere you want, I will. Oh, I love this shit. And I'm Caustic. Oh yeah. Wait, what's dangling? Oh, I just have like little flaps.
Okay, I see one team that's asking to get dipped down. 2 teams.
All right,
You
remember.
guys want to
Are
land
we,
on the
are we
outskirts?
top or middle?
Yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
lying here.
I'm right here. I'm
Yeah,
right
I'll let-
Oh, cool.
An enemy's descending on me.
So I got golden armor. Is that guy or?
Yeah, we're chilling,
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
just-
I got a purple energy mag.
I got a blue armor.
Am I running in? I'm running in.
Okay.
Gathering materials.
Knocked one. Holy. Broke armor on one.
Wait,
Knocked
you guys
two.
dropped down.
Okay, there's only one person left on that team, by the way, and they're on the top 4.
Wait, one just dropped down. You want to push?
Yeah.
Mid floor, mid floor.
Okay.
We're close to the.
He's rezzing behind this box.
Yep. I got him. He's one shot. Okay.
Bro,
What
I,
happened? Did you run out of bullets?
Yeah. I
Oh.
only had a sentinel, and I was reloading the car.
wait, I found the gold item by the way.
Okay.
What is
It's
it?
it's a PK.
Wait, I could have swore I picked up a turbocharger.
Huh?
That's some fucking crazy.
The ring is
Yo, I'm
close.
dropping hella good
Only
shit.
30
I dropped
seconds.
Yo, question. Do I want Digi on Wingman or PK?
Digi. It's good on both, but I would say PK's.
PK is better, I think.
I think PK's better. I
Yeah.
think Red Dot is.
Yeah, you want as like much
10
real
seconds
estate as
until the ring
possible.
closes. One
If you guys find a
thirty
turbocharger, can you hit me up?
I think there's.
Yeah.
That's disruptors.
This is a 1440
I don't know, but that
resolution.
team got destroyed.
True. I might.
warning. Room closing.
I know I'm not fucking crazy. I picked up a turbo. Oh, it's right here.
Wait, come take this. This is a purple armor. It's 15 off from purple.
I'm
Okay.
going. Oh wait, you got it?
Hey, you got it, Scarra. I'll remember this, Scarra. Sleep with one eye open tonight.
Huh?
Holy. Oh. You can probably just craft a blue here. Actually, if you give me your armor, I will craft. a
Well,
blue
I'll
for
craft
you.
that. Craft that.
I have extra crafting materials.
Well, you can craft purple. I can craft my own.
I think Scar, you craft.
I craft
Sean, you
purple.
craft yours into a blue, and then I'll craft the remaining.
Okay,
There's a white armor here, or you can have a heavy.
I'll take that. I'm gonna swap out. I have a Havoc, but I don't really want it.
down from the stars.
I'm gonna drop my armor by the thing, okay, Chris?
Yeah. I'm gonna give you my armor. Don't run off without your armor.
All right, I'm so strong.
You're what as fuck?
I'm looted. I'm kidding. I'm
You're
jacked.
kitted. You're gutted. Oh wait,
I
I'm
thought
just
you were
gonna
red
win,
main.
man.
No,
What
no,
the
I'm callous for my team.
Alright.
If I was to play
I'm good
for
to
real though, I'd probably play.
fuck? Anyone
you.
need this or
Like
this?
selfish.
Shotgun bolt here.
What about
Level
this?
2.
Ooh, I need that.
Definitely not. Get that shit away from me.
Yo, I need a 1x if you guys find. Hollow or red dot.
Oop, fighting.
Yeah.
Honest, is it worth chasing?
Kind of. I don't know. It's kind of away from zone.
I would usually chase that, but I'm like halfway toward the other.
Yeah, it's too far. Let's just keep going our way. Oh, it's all opened up here.
Sounds good to me.
Could be a team like that we're moving towards market.
Dude, I'm not getting 30 from cave again.
Right here, right here. He's crossing the fucking bridge to Terabithia. Get his ass.
All right. I see him.
That movie sucked ass.
I think it did too.
.38 blue.
Focusing on me. Here.
Just trying to PK Scarra. Cracked blue. I'm going.
Okay, going in.
He went this way.
Yep. They're going back to this.
Oh, whoa. I'm
Almost
batting
back
and
to,
rotating.
I'm wrapping. I'm wrapping.
Okay.
I'm still telling.
I did 41 gold.
I'm climbing up from the
50,
side.
41 or
Okay, guys, climbing from the side. I
24
gotta go. I
flush.
gotta go.
Okay. Let's push Scar.
Yep, we're running.
Not two. Not two. Not two. It's free. It's free.
Scar and I are climbing up right now.
They're resin.
Oh my god.
I'm poisoning them.
Dude, I fucking hit the wall and stunned myself, man.
My shields need
Don't worry, that's
That's what I
totally
did.
normal.
That's
Any
what
of these fuckers have a 1x though?
I'm sure.
Bull piercer, okay.
Yo, Skull Piercer? Wait, hold on.
Wait, fighting east. Like they just entered the cave.
Okay, we can go.
Oh, what the fuck? There's no
Optics
entrance over here.
Close range.
Yeah, they got rid of it. I'm running back this way.
Wait, I heard a thing behind us. What? Wait,
Is there a res?
what's the
behind us?
Bloodhound?
A scan
Crow?
queue?
I swear I heard something like that. Whatever.
I mean, I believe you. There's also shooting to the right, and there's a team that ran this way. Oh, right here, in front of me.
Okay. Oh, I see him. I'm 18. I'm 18.
I hit one for 50.
Okay. I just got fucking owned. Right here. She has a rampart thing, Chris. Watch out.
Yeah, she's one shot.
She has like her ult. She has like her ult. Nice. Last one right here. I'm gonna pick.
killed her.
Nice. Scarra.
Let's go,
Nice.
let's go, Scarra, let's go. Can you get the res?
What the
There
fuck
it
is
is.
her name?
They are pushing. I'm blocking this shit.
Yeah,
It's a revenant. He's pushing me now. I'm trying to be your shield, Scar. I'm blocking for you.
All my guns have no fucking ammo?
I hit him for 50. He's 50 HP. Knocked.
Hey yo, there's a world where you guys reset here and get the res. You know what I'm saying? But good luck.
Yo, I'm literally one life, okay? Please don't walk
Okay,
into the thing.
I'll solo him.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey,
Wait, I actually own that fight. Holy shit.
I'm gonna crawl to safety over here under this bridge.
Can you get the res? Scar?
Yeah, I got it. Can you cover me?
Alright, awesome,
You're
awesome.
too young to disappear.
I'm gonna come and give Sean a shield swap.
There are so many things. No, we have a shield right here.
I'm shield swapping right there.
Wait, I just got a red. I'll fix it.
Okay.
Oh, is that your red?
Yeah, but I don't care.
Okay,
I'm keeping my gold.
I'll drop my ego here and I'll get rid of the fucking wingman.
Wait, really?
Unless one of these guys has a 1x. sentinel. What the
Wait,
fuck?
surprisingly, there isn't a 1x here. What?
Yeah, there's none on mine either. This whole group. What about over here? There's two bodies right here by the zone.
Oh, wait, there's 3
I know.
bodies here?
Oh, I didn't even see these. What the fuck? Oh no, I just looted one of these. I didn't loot this one though.
Hop up here.
No, I'm gonna take carbine.
Shield
Alright, we gotta go. We gotta start going right now. The zone's gonna kill us.
Like, okay, going. I have evac power. Wait, I'm gonna evac.
Okay, but let's still bounce.
Wait, how do I? It's the tilde button?
We can't do it underneath like a cave. It has
You have to have no roof.
Wait, what button is the evac?
Okay, I'm
should
doing it.
say, it should say on your.
Oh, we can't do it right here. We gotta run out.
Wait, did I not rebind it?
It should be left alt.
It should be underneath your next to your grenades. It should have a hotkey.
Left alt.
Uh.
Okay,
Yeah.
we got.
We are being
it.
Oh,
sniped.
no, it's
but
fine,
fuck
fine.
it.
We're dropping.
Go left. Go left.
Oh, you wanna go
Go
left?
left.
Wait, there's
We're
another
gonna
keep
go left.
sniping.
Yeah, we're going
I know.
left.
Go left.
Go around the cave. Cause
They're
there's-
getting beamed.
There's so much fighting, like right here. I think we just run all the way.
Okay. Don't worry. Just in case they chase us, I'm gonna throw a gas trap preemptively.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not gonna see that one. Okay.
This guy's running. I think it's
Yo,
a
God,
rat.
this is the sense. This is the sense. The other senses before made no sense.
Alright,
Let's
we're
go.
hearing a rat right here.
Let's go. Oh, he's rezzing. Oh, he banged one.
Yeah, he saw us.
Whoa.
There's no way. I just got banged.
I mean, he's shielding here.
Wait, guys.
Yeah. I'm
Oh,
popping.
he's front.
Quick, go here.
I have to pop a Phoenix kit. You're alone, Scar, for about like 10 seconds.
I'm gonna help you, Scarra.
I need restoration. Healing.
Can we go in the house here, Scarra?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ulti the cut off path, but yo, I think
Let's enter
they're all here. They're all here. Someone's here at least. 2 teams?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just putting traps down. We can take this house.
Beware.
Right here. I cracked 2. They're so low. This is an intake. That's how low they are.
Watch this, crack.
Both.
The Gibby just shielded. He should be low inside.
I don't
force it res.
have my melee button on my down.
Here,
Force
move.
it, Res.
Oh, it's ate it.
down the line.
I have gold revive.
Wait, I don't have my melee thing down, man.
Alright, let's go.
Holy shit.
He's dead.
Wait, I have to rebind that button.
Yeah. That's actually an important thing to have. You need to be able to kick doors.
Dude. Oh, man.
I need restoration. Healing.
Yo, I'm
Finally a 1x. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go.
hitting some shots, man.
Dude, I'm telling you,
It's a
an
sense.
hour into Apex.
Can we
is
wrap
when
over here?
you
Can we wrap
really-
left here?
Yeah.
Sure.
Press
I
I
think
think
it's
quicker in the
late.
fight in the
Oh my
house, but we can
God.
wrap them here.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's bound to this. I just wasted both my Qs. The left bottom mouse button is my melee, but it's bound to use my Q.
Right in front of me! Wait, it's a rat. It is not a rat.
Broke armor.
81.
He is
Holy
a rat.
fuck.
Dude, he almost soloed you too.
Recharge.
Wait, no, we killed two.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we killed.
You're in this?
Wait, no, hold on. I am like one, like,
I need
please.
restoration. Healing.
Yeah.
No care package coming in.
Oh.
I just knocked one. I knocked one right here. I mean,
Okay.
almost knocked this path or bloodhound.
Inside or what?
Outside. Knock two. One's inside. Last one's inside.
Come out, he just came out. Super low.
Yeah, I can't see it. Cannot see it.
There's two. Stuck here, right. Stuck right here. I think you just...
105, 107?
You guys should reset. Let's reset.
Oh, I did so much damage. Oh my god. Wait,
Go for
they're
the
both flesh. I'm like... Oh no.
You might need to cancel this. You should res Scar. Scar, you should walk out. It's a 2v3. It's a 2v3.
Yeah, I'm walking along.
Okay. Hold on. Can you drop down? Yeah, there.
Yeah.
Oh, we're being killed by another team.
Yeah. We just need to back up.
Okay.
Maybe this way.
You probably have to.
Yo, back up, Sean. Can you run up?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
This other team's gonna in. They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight here.
So on me. One on me.
Okay, right here. Cracked right here.
One on me.
Oh, fuck!
This team on the outside really fights us, and not the team on the inside. They're really gonna play like that.
Oh wait, I kind of was crispy there though. Dude, I went in the door
Yeah.
and did like 100 and then 90, and then I.
No, it's cool. It's cool. But you probably should fix your key button.
Yeah, I need my melee key. That is an important one. Which one is use melee attack? It is.
I wish Fuse's ult. I wasn't Fuse that game,
What?
but I wish Fuse's ult could like not have to launch into the air and then make a circle. I wish I could shoot it into a house and then just everyone inside burns.
No, what you can do is you run into the house. You
And
just shoot
ulti?
it. Yeah, and there's no circle because it hits the ceiling, and then they just burn.
No, it
Oh.
does so much damage.
Like,
It-
could I just shoot it into the window? You know, there was a
Yes.
window. Could I just jump shoot it?
Yeah, but it won't spread deep. It'll be like very close to the window, if that makes sense. Because it has to bloom, and you're not giving any bloom distance, so you're just shooting it, and it's gonna fall like instantly.
You know what? I'm gonna learn it this game. I'm gonna learn it, cause I hate Catalyst just making her little acid door or whatever the fuck, and then I broke it, and then she just made a new one.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, Fuse like owns people in there. I think
Yeah.
you shot it through the window. Like they can't walk up at all.
Well, I threw a caustic sharp when it went off, and then I threw a thermite grenade. I was burning it, but I can't like enter.
Yeah. Wait,
But Fuse,
Fuse
Fuse can do whatever he wants. And we have the same mustache and beard.
Ooh.
Wait, where's your skin, Scarra?
I'm poor.
I gave up a nice, quiet evening for this.
Yeah, I remember when I couldn't afford my water bill.
Oh, I mean, does Catalyst have good skins? A lot of like the non-seasonal skins are the best ones, and then like I like always miss the good ones.
Yeah,
characters.
the seasonal ones are definitely the best. Actually, Yujin has a really cool skin, the blonde catalyst.
There's a
Oh yeah, that
blonde
looks
Catalyst.
like what's her name?
Yeah.
Miss Frizzle.
Wait,
I'm gonna get people
what?
land right below us.
Okay.
Mine on this side.
One team with us left and two teams going right.
I'm gonna hit this thing. So we
Okay.
can drop back.
Okay.
I got R9.
She's one shot horizon.
Got it.
Reload.
Nice.
Enemy down.
I'm just gonna finish her.
That bitch had purple.
I'm finishing the horizon.
Okay, I think we just let them fight, Scarra.
Yep.
I have no guns. I'm on the ground, just so you know. I have to climb back up.
Okay.
I guess we.
Now, wanna just loot that side where you are, Chris?
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can.
It's so hard.
And we
to
can
find.
always just rotate back in, yeah.
Yep. If these heirloom
Unless you
is
hear
coming
them,
so
like,
sick.
knitting.
Nah. They ain't.
It's Candyman. What
They
am I supposed to do
ain't.
about it?
Let's just do
That's
this.
cool. I've never gotten a heirloom in this game. Oh, I guess
I have energy mag if anyone needs. They're still fighting though.
Yeah.
I'm not a repush.
Yep, we can. I agree.
I
Alright, let's
am
go.
Hemlock main this game.
1 minute, but we're nearly
'Kay.
centered.
I mean, I got good shit, so.
Okay.
– 45 seconds to put yourself in the ring.
You
I
see
broke armor.
Slime?
Hold on, Scarra's resetting. I'm here though.
Broke armor too. I'm resetting too.
Wait. Oh fuck. One has purple armor and then the Pathfinder's cracked. Two on Chris.
Back two. These guys have like infinite amounts of like.
How many people are there?
3.
Three. It's a whole team.
Watch this.
Wait, they're fighting.
Yeah, watch this.
A new team.
The guy jumped down to your right. Holy.
Shit!
Holy. Who is he?
Holy
Scarra,
moly.
game master of every game.
Is that?
Okay, stop watching. Stop
10?
watching.
That's just a guy with 5,000 DPI.
That was 2 warning shots from Scarra. Ooh, nice wall.
Okay.
Dude, you're definitely mastering it.
I need restoration. Healing.
No, your banners.
It's okay, go on without us.
Wait. Oh my god.
It'll be fine, Scarra. I'm dying.
My screen scar is lagging.
Yeah,
What?
it's just a visual. It's a visual spectator bug.
I need restoration.
Where do I cap my FPS?
I believe you have to do it in the console, so you have to go to your Steam library, right-click Apex Legends, and then go to the like. It's not in right. So you go to the library.
Oh.
Apex Legends.
Wait, can I do it in Steam?
Yeah, yeah. Right-click Apex Legends in the thing, and go to properties,
Okay.
Optics here.
and then you're going to go to
Okay,
the
okay,
launch
no,
options, which is in.
I
general,
feel okay. I feel okay with Apex. All I need like an hour
Yeah.
to play.
Yeah.
Advanced users may choose to enter modifications or launch
Yeah.
options.
Put +sign FPS underscore max 144.
Do I space at all?
No, just put plus FPS underscore max space 144.
Okay, and then what? Hit enter?
Yeah, and then you have to restart.
Guys,
Okay.
how is TFT right now? I hear the first
But
patch
Apex
is
is weird,
really
and
bad.
sometimes it goes down 1 FPS. So if you put 144, you might notice your FPS at 143. So sometimes I go 1 higher.
I'll put 145.
Also, nice wingman shots this car.
Yeah.
Back shot, right into headshot, into
Tilted.
dab.
Yeah, that's what I
That
was
was
looking
crazy.
for.
The
Mark,
dab
you
was the
patched-
best part. That was really
Oh.
unexpected.
A 2-star one cost is a 4.0 average. Oh. That seems pretty balanced. Oh, tomorrow's a B patch? Oh, it's fine. I'll start playing tomorrow. Process keys waiting with ILD Dash? Really?
Are you good?
Yep.
Okay.
But I'm not in the party.
Yeah, I invited you.
Okay.
Got it.
There was... They gotta make all the random stuff. There's one last key I need to do. I don't remember what it was. I think it was...
Ultimate.
Was it your survival item?
Yes. Oh my god, that's it. Holy shit.
It should be left alt.
Yeah. Hey, I can't do that keybind. I'm gonna... I put it to tilde.
Mine's also tilde.
Perfect. Okay, wait. Everything is coming in clean.
It's all coming together.
Uh-huh.
Ready up, Scar?
Do you ever use auto sprint?
Yeah, I actually do.
I do.
But I only have auto sprints on because I was playing controller, but then I just got used to it.
Oh, I'll try it.
Don't say the forbidden word.
Because I was using the superior.
Scar, I noticed you're not in a club. Would you like to join our guild?
Yeah. What do I get for it though? Tomorrow's a cup update? Wait, really? Oh fuck. I'll play. Dude, tomorrow I'm so busy.
You know what?
I
We're
have
in
a
queue, so I can't
I have a
actually add
Mario
you to the
Party
guild. That's unfortunate.
stream, and then I have to. Fuck. It's fine.
Wait, is Fuse the next heirloom?
Yeah. I heard it's sick.
So I'm so fucking hungry. What is it?
I don't.
I
didn't
love
see it.
heirlooms.
Let's make this fun.
I want to try to get. I'm trying to get heirloom free to play. Actually, wait. I didn't. I remember I didn't buy the wingman skin. It's just from all the money I have saved for playing randomly. But I don't know how long it's gonna take me to get an heirloom free to play.
Wait, his heirloom is a guitar.
Not the ladder is gold. Oh, it's a
Wait, does Ash have
guitar.
an heirloom?
This is your champion.
When are they gonna release a Pathfinder skin? Like an heirloom skin? That shit will go wild.
Go Plaid, dude. I need to play the new. I need to play tonight. I will play tonight. I don't care about the
I
past.
see a single.
I just need.
fucking team on
I
this.
need
We
like
go here and
10
then we go
seconds
here. You know
to
what I'm saying?
scope- Okay.
Yeah, we can-
I need 10 seconds to
Yeah, I see
scope
two
out
teams going
comps.
there. They're gonna fight
Yeah,
the
yeah.
third.
We're gonna brawl it out. I'm gonna land here and I'm gonna grab the backpack in the center.
I'm gonna land here.
I'm landing here. I'm landing here.
I got PK as my first weapon.
Yeah,
Excellent.
good comms.
Materials here.
Oh, it's
Gathering
a golden
materials.
knockdown. Okay.
Materials here.
All right. Second we start hearing firing, we just rotate.
I'm good. I'm good. I got blue. I'm running.
I have a purple energy mag if anyone needs.
I mean, you have time. They haven't fought yet. I haven't looted this building.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Wait,
I
I just threw my fucking PK away.
Really center.
Oh.
Wingman in here.
Oh,
Okay.
say less. Say less.
There you go. There's the firing.
I think we should go over here.
Oh, that's a rob.
God, remember when I said that there was an idiot on the team?
Yeah.
The ring is in
That's my
close
roll.
proximity. Less
Don't take
than
it.
1 minute.
Oh shit.
Okay.
All right, there's the fighting.
Yep. I'm rotating.
It also wasn't a PK. It was a Havoc.
Wait. I was gonna say, doesn't Pathfinder already have a sick heirloom?
30 seconds.
Fighting right here. They're committed. I think they just finished actually.
I'm coming.
No, they're not
Oh, no,
done.
they
They're not done. Now they may be done.
Scar, I'm gonna show you this thing called vertinating to initiate this battle. Okay?
They're right here.
Bird nading?
Don't worry about it. You'll notice it. I'll be with you guys in like 8 seconds. Exactly 8.
Almost knocked one. I knocked one.
22 flush.
Flash.
Knocked two.
44 on me.
Dead.
I'm going for the res.
Get up before I kill you myself.
I mean, that team just got absolutely murdered.
Yeah, that's a classic Apex right there.
Wait, why did they lose?
I don't know. I think we're the better players and more handsome.
Oh yeah.
You
I
see
know.
it, you see
Damn, there's a lot of shit here. Oh, PK? Don't mind if I do. Hey, who took the shotgun ammo?
Oh shit, I have that.
I'm just kidding. I got shotgun ammo. I took it from a different dude.
Okay, I have 16 syringes, so give me a sec. Dude,
Also gonna be able to craft.
I'm gonna have to go at like 11 probably, because I need to play like fucking 20 hours of TFT to qualify for Black Bucket.
Okay. Yeah. That works.
Okay.
Dude, I am doing 3 tournaments at the same time. And so it's like, God, why did I say yes to this, man?
1 minute,
I
friends.
mean, you're just a gamer. What can we say?
Dude, literally, I haven't seen my housemates in a while. Like, I've just been gaming.
Yeah, I don't even know what you look like.
Do you just like DoorDash food?
Yeah, or I like or marinate stuff and just put it on the thing. The
Okay.
thing.
Crafting. Give me a damn minute.
Wait, this is one upgrade for fucking red. Oh my god.
Grab it.
Yeah, they were
Made
fighting.
from dust and dreams.
Our plan was the third party, and it happened perfectly.
Exactly how I wanted.
I'm gonna ult for you guys, okay?
Who's ready to fly on a zip line?
I'm trying to ping. On my ping is where the thing is.
I got it. Yeah, Scar, I would say the one thing if you're trying to learn like a lot about Apex in terms of fundamentals is you try and land where you're not fighting, you let two teams fight, and you need to find the timing of when to start rotating the third party. Like we found the timing perfectly because they weren't fully reset. But if
You're
you're too
teaching me how to
early-
third party people?
Yeah.
That's
and
Apex,
then-
baby.
And then you get
Oh
loot,
my
and you pretty
God.
much just rat for the rest of the game. That's pretty much how Apex is.
That's fucked up, man.
Apex. This is looted. Apex inspired the hit smash show.
Standard heavy magazine here. Level
Squid
3.
Games.
Oh.
You know, people say that's Squid Games, baby. That's from
Yeah.
Apex Legends.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I now have 5 bats and I have red. I'm good to go.
All right.
But if you guys ever see, like, you know,
More shields. That's...
I need a shotgun bolt.
Hammer point.
is that usable?
Is
Wait,
what usable?
does hammer point work on Wingman?
Oh,
No, that'd be hella broken.
hell no.
Oh, wait, I wasn't sure which ones are the Wingman's boosted loader and the other one, right?
And
Skull
Skull
piercer?
Piercer.
yeah.
You won't escape.
I wish there were more backpacks in this game.
Same. I don't have a blue one.
Backpack.
I want a backpack where I can jump in and shoot from you guys.
I want a backpack where I can carry one of you guys and you're just on my back and
Ye-
double.
Yeah, that's literally a double PK somewhere.
That should be a new agent or new.
That's
legend.
got a gold PK in there. I didn't even know that I could drop that.
Oh.
Ooh, fighting!
Oh, they're shooting a zip. They're shooting a tower team going.
Yeah.
We can probably shoot this team. They're gonna be out in the open.
Isn't that a natural zip?
Yeah, it is. This team's gonna be in the open because they don't
Okay,
know
okay.
that we're about to fucking own them. Oh, they just saw us. Except this guy's almost dead. He's gonna peek. He's gonna peek.
Knock, knock, knock.
One right there. Push this guy on this pin. This pin.
I'm batting and I'm a grapple on the spit. Oh, guy right on Chris. Dead.
Down?
He's fucked. Last one's over here. He's trying to get away.
Not
Okay,
my
he's-
fucking watch.
No, he definitely got away.
More friends are coming to
Oh, wait,
Wait,
behind
behind me,
us.
behind.
Yeah. Let's just finish this
I'm
team.
dying,
We have
yeah,
shield
I'm
swaps
dying,
and we can fight. Careful of the rat. The rat might try to kill us. Okay, we can fight here. We have shield swaps.
They're pushing.
I just knocked the revenue.
One guy's pushing you, Chris.
I'm pushing him.
I'm grappling over to you.
Got it.
enemy taken down.
Damn, you guys own.
This guy might go back for his teammates while we're fighting.
Yeah, I'm watching.
New kill leader appointed.
I mean, that revenant was insane.
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
Come on, 45 seconds, and we're still far from the ring.
Wait. I swear I heard like
Alternator
weird
here.
running.
Okay. I'm looking.
Kill leader.
Well then,
I'm
we have a
looking.
new kill leader.
I'm just gonna check for rat real quick.
Yep, I'm checking right now. I don't see anything here.
The ring's close. 10 seconds.
Wait, you guys come my way.
Yeah, we're just checking for the rat.
Same. I have a digi and I'm just looking at stuff.
Warning. Ring movement
All right.
in progress.
Let's run up.
Oh, Derpy
We're on-
Bum.
we're on the fast side.
637.
It's a bird. Man.
Someone looted this? Just now. Someone looted it just now.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Then they probably went to the right here in front of us.
Yeah. Let's try and get high ground. Just run up this and then.
These pillboxes aren't open. We might be okay.
I'm going up.
Man, you can climb?
Yeah, I can climb hella high.
That's
not
his
even
passive.
there.
8 heals. One back for 49 plus 637.
The last one I got was Loba, so she could have crafted her banners.
Oh yeah, she probably didn't come back.
Want to take over one of these houses here?
Yeah, sure.
I think the best place is if we can get top of containment.
Yeah.
Here I go.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull that off.
Yo, thoughts on just running straight forward
I like
for,
this
for the
spot's
for the
energy. Let's
thing?
go.
Sure.
Okay.
It's a prowler. Hell yeah, you should get that.
There's a lot of death boxes here, by the way.
Oh, team going for it. Team going for it.
I'll give them a
Dude, I hit her.
Yeah, she's going right here, right here.
replicator in. Designs are cracked.
How do you want to do this? I'm going up the rope with Sean.
Okay, I'm going up the secondary road. You
Okay.
guys should probably be. Wait, there's a girl right here.
Yeah.
Right here, right here.
Here, 19 purple.
No, should I?
I can cut her off. I can cut her off.
Wait, can you fight this team with us up here first?
Scared me.
I got snow.
I mean, I almost killed her.
Wait, they went back down. They went back down. One went down. They're in my trap. You go back up. You go back up.
There's a girl right here.
Yeah. Be careful, Chris, fighting another team, okay? They're getting third partied. Scar, come with me. Fuck that team.
I finished this girl.
Can we kill the team that she's on with?
Wait, I'm stuck.
I'm out.
My shields need
I'm
a bit more
resetting.
power.
Shield ready. Right above me.
Okay.
She's one shot. One shot. This wraith is one shot.
29.
I am taking fire, friends.
I would send it on that wraith.
Dead.
Hold on.
Knocked. I'm gonna need you soon, Scar.
Shields are recharged.
Wait,
Go, rest.
Yeah.
Oh, right on us. Like literally right in front of us. Nice. No, run away.
I got a dip.
Yeah, you just gotta run. Scar.
That squad is gone.
Why is the game
Looks
alt
like
tab
the
me
next
all the
ring drew
time?
us in. Care package coming down. Recharging shield.
All right, I think you just rat here.
Hold on, I'm healing.
Don't listen to Chris. You can resist an artillery.
Yep.
There's absolutely no fucking way you can get this res off.
Wait, what's your special item, Scar?
Evac.
I think you just camp here.
The instant you cast that Scar, they're gonna push you. Wait, they're gonna go for that care package.
Fuck, I beat.
It was so quiet.
I'm already in the next ring. No one can hold
Yeah,
me back.
perfect.
Oh my god, it's like a little man cave.
Don't worry, they will fight, Scar. Just let them fight. It's 3 teams of 3 and you, okay?
That's what I'm saying.
Whatever you don't switch guns, okay? It makes sound.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
I'm waiting another 20 seconds.
Wait, you have hell time. Like, you don't even have to move.
Wait, you should just don't even go for a
I
banner.
have our teammates' banner.
Yeah, you're not gonna res us.
I have our teammates' banner. I am their keeper.
I mean, I respect it.
Grenade incoming.
Okay.
Okay, now
Okay,
you're stuck in
and
the
now
zone.
the this is gonna
Oh.
kill you.
Oh.
Ten seconds, but I'm nearly in the ring. Hold on, I'm healing.
Okay. I
Okay,
thought there was
go
a
ahead and
hole.
go ahead and talk me through
No,
your...
there was a hole here. Okay, but let's go to the next game.
Yeah. Let's just not talk about that game ever again.
Yeah.
I ranked up.
I was like, wait, Scar must know something crazy here that I just don't like. I don't, something aligned and he can see it. And I just can't see it.
I mean, that was a crazy play.
Yeah. How do you get these heirloom shards? Is this
You
random?
just open chests. You open chests and there's a 1%, or it's like a less than 1% chance. So every 500 chests you open, you'll get an heirloom, for
I mean,
sure.
I must
But
be
you
close,
could get an
right?
heirloom tomorrow.
Yeah, I must be close, right?
How many chests have you opened?
Can you tell?
No.
In my lifetime, probably close.
Have you never gotten heirloom shards?
No.
Then you're overdue for it. You should keep playing Apex Legends.
Yeah.
Just don't use it on someone you don't like.
I would even say it's worth saving it. I would say Apex Legends is the most spend money and not get the good reward for it.
Really?
It's
Wait.
you can ask Peter. It's just unfavorable gacha odds.
Wait, but at least the servers are good, right? Like they care a lot about the servers.
Yeah, they care a lot about the servers. They update the game. There's a lot of game balance.
Yeah, and the audio is really good too.
The audio is amazing.
When someone explained to me how Apex's audio, I was like, this is the dumbest way ever. They do priority audio.
Yeah. So that's literally all. Everyone can hear all audio, but just some has priority over others in terms of how loud they are.
Yeah, but like if you use like a lower priority move over an ulti, then they can't hear you.
Yeah. What do you mean? That seems like a feature.
Oh, right. Peach fan, thank you. I am gonna kick some ass.
This is awesome.
Dude,
I kind of want to land like.
Let's land here.
wait, you don't want to land
Why
here?
don't we land there?
Yeah, you're right. Yo, Chris, you ready to throw the fuck down?
All right, let's go.
Wanna be here? Take it.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory
There's something to do with the audio engine not being able to replicate more than 4 sound.
One team with us, but I drop way better than
Okay,
them.
but how old is Apex Legends?
Oh, 3 teams. Red team, green team, yellow team.
I see a
I'm laying far.
Okay, I'll land far.
Far and then
Yeah.
right.
far and then right.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm going far and left then.
I'm just going far.
All right, Scar, I saw those weapons. You gotta carry us.
Reloading.
R99 with 1 clip.
Hell yeah. Wait, don't push me.
Pierce their hearts. And their
I hit the bow. He's down mid.
One's climbing up the rope.
Contact with target.
I cracked like 2 people. Oh,
Bro,
They're in here, in the smoke. On the outside, right outside this door.
dude, I have no ammo.
I'm not. They're all low, You just int them. Oh wait, actually, there's a team on the attack.
Look at my loadout, man.
These two teams are fighting.
can we res you?
Yeah, but you should probably just push this team.
Sorry, ready to go up?
They haven't fully
Did
reset.
someone just close something behind me?
I don't know, but you guys are missing your timing.
Oh, okay, sorry.
They're walking in. She's alone. She's alone.
Oh,
I closed the door on her. I closed the door on her. She's alone.
She's cracked, so let's fight this bitch. She is so low.
He's low road.
I closed the door back on her.
Alright, you keep playing door.
They're focusing on me.
Shields.
You got him swap.
You can close the door if you want to reset.
Oh god, yo, oh god.
We need restoration. Healing.
Okay, you got healers for me?
You drop. She's cracked. Nice. One more here. One more in front of you. Oh,
Oh, wait, I kind of beamed that guy.
That was like 4 teams. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Oh my god. Sorry, I did the stupid thing. I wasted bullets on someone who was down already. That was, I should have just ignored them. I had 40 bullets, man. Your
that's
Pexid,
okay.
yeah.
There's like a specific way you have to kill a Nox person though.
How?
Like if you move side to side, they won't be able to move their shield fast enough to block you.
No, he had no shield. I just used like 15 bullets to kill him.
Oh, I think
like-
that's fine.
Oh no,
He didn't have any ammo on
I
him?
only had 20 bullets. So like I leave, I'm like, oh shit, I can't help Chris.
No, you guys are.
Chris
He's
Chris
musky, bro, yeah.
closing the
Always
door on
musky.
that dude was the funniest shit ever.
I'm
Chris
mouse
literally
viewer
just
only.
isolated a
Pass
2v1 for the longest time.
699. Welcome back for 41 months. Thanks for something.
It was just funny because she opened the door, I closed it right back.
The Callus
There was
feels
just,
so
like,
good.
so many things there.
This won't take us.
I have not seen the new character ever played.
I've heard he's really bad.
He's like shittier Chamber.
No, I will admit though, I think him, like he looks a little like I wish they made him look different because he looks like if Fuse got 30 years older, you know, like
You know, he looks like a fake 50-year-old, right? Like,
Yeah, he looks like that. That's a good way to describe it.
And I am too.
Was this kind of nutty? Yeah, I've never seen him though. What does Ballistic's ulti do? Like everyone can see or what?
Let's land this
I don't
bird
know.
right.
I'm landing this here.
Okay.
You guys are gonna.
What's your question, Scar?
What does Ballistic ulti do?
What's ballistic? Is that his
It's
ult?
his new, yeah, new character.
He gives everyone like you don't have to reload or some shit.
Oh wait, that's
You have
kinda
unlimited
cool.
ammo. I think you have to reload, but it's faster. You have unlimited ammo.
There's one team with us.
Okay.
I'm landing close.
I'm letting in.
All right. This is about going together and deathballing one
All right,
person.
thanks for giving
Hey,
me.
on me, on me.
Hey, there's a blue right here. Blue on me. I'm coming. We need to go.
Oh,
help Sean.
yo. These guys are both cracked.
We need to help Sean.
Yeah, I'm going one.
I'm on my way. You're
Crypto and Gibraltar.
I'm climbing.
He's actually 1 HP.
I
Nice.
knocked the Pathfinder.
Finish his ass.
Through the mundane. All right.
Who's the last guy?
I'm running.
Was it a crypto, Chris? Who'd you kill?
I killed the Pathfinder.
Reload.
Killed that joker.
There's a blue
The ring's far. We have a minute to center
on the other
ourselves.
side of this thing. On the other side.
Reloading. Healing up. She'll be right.
They're probably just gonna look to Rat and Rez.
Wait, can we use the thing to just look at him?
Oh yeah.
Bring close.
I'll get it.
If
Okay.
you're hurting, walk it off.
A little bit of ammo faster. Does anyone? No one plays that character though. I thought that.
All right, everyone, get ready.
I'm watching. Eyes peeled. Oh wait,
Look
wait.
at the map. 3, 2, 1.
Another team running. in.
Oh shit.
This team's almost cracked.
Yo,
They're also
I'm
getting
not close to you
third-partied.
guys. I'm not close to you guys.
Right. I mean, we just play our spot.
Okay.
We don't go out.
Scar's like out there looting.
Wait, they're pushing. This team's pushing. Just chase him in.
Okay, let's go.
The Wraith has a blue. One guy's right here.
Yeah, I'm looking.
We're on the wrong side of it.
We could rope up. Right
You
here.
guys-
Right.
Knocked.
Nice.
Reloading.
I finished it.
Scar, you can just kill him and take his armor.
Oh, well, I mean, refresh my armor, right? Oh wait.
Yeah, but his armor's probably better than
Oh,
yours.
you're right. You know-
Right above Chris.
Killed us a champion.
I'm climbing up all the way.
Okay.
Being shot at.
I'm gonna start climbing.
Okay.
this Other team's shooting me. I'm gonna back out.
Okay. Where are you guys?
I'm right with you.
How do I get up there?
That's gonna be hard for us.
Wait, did they drop down?
Hold on.
I don't know. I don't know if it's
Nope.
the same guy.
It didn't.
Letting rip.
Yo, how do I get
I
up?
hit
down.
that thing. Okay, now I'm climbing up.
Can you climb all the way up?
He can't.
I think there's a limit, no?
Not for him, man.
Holy fuck! He actually went all the way up. Yo, but we can't help you though, you know?
Dude, you guys get so much mobility. What about me?
I'm fused.
I'm looking. I don't see him. I feel like they dropped.
You have an evac tower. Can I just use it?
Got some materials.
Are we chasing these guys? Or...
I mean, I'm just looking for them. I'll take this.
I think they just ran. Because we killed one of their teammates.
Juicing me shields.
possible they wrap
No,
back
you
around.
can
They
I
probably
haven't
went this
seen
way.
it much, but I've not been
Yes,
looking.
They probably
at
took the zip and.
If we really want to solve this mystery, I can run back to the crypto tower and scan again.
it. No, I'm good.
Oh, there's a red ship right there. That's probably them.
Wait, can I craft my armor real quick?
No.
No, we do not have time.
I'm
Well,
feeling
Don't ask if you can't handle the truth.
I made a mistake.
Okay, alright.
All right, we'll fight them without you. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
I'm going from the lower part.
You know, ask for forgiveness.
I
They
think
jumped
that they're already. Yeah, they jumped.
Yeah, he's right here. He's right here. Right there.
Yep.
You guys are so far away.
I'm literally right behind you.
Yep. Crack, knock.
Nice, nice. I'm ulting.
Okay.
Wait, give it a sec. Give it a sec. I need to heal.
Okay,
Look at
okay.
my-
I just made them waste ammo.
It's a 2v2. Take it slow. Give me a sec. I'm shield selling.
Fuck it.
He's pushing you. He's pushing
Okay, I
you.
broke door.
I'm evacuating.
Oh,
guys.
fuck. He's pushing me on the left. Revenant. Pinging him. I'll be your shield. Nice. I'll be your shield. You can just stay behind me. Scar's here. Oh, Scar's got the PK.
Okay. You probably should hurry.
I need restoration.
Yeah.
Healing.
You need to red health right now.
Yeah.
Recharging shields.
Any of you guys got a heat shield?
Nope. I have a bunch of syringes though.
I found a heat shield. Found 2 heat shields.
You need syringes or you good?
Yeah, I also need that.
Okay, I'm dropping 8 syringes right here.
Deploy the heat shield. Healing. Give me a second.
Thank you.
Recharging shields.
Yeah, I have too much.
I'm right behind you, Scar.
Close.
Are you good on meds, Sean? Can you make it?
Hold on.
Yeah, I'll make it.
Wait, you wanna save and let me know if you need them. I'm an Apex streamer. Oh, you are.
Wait, what are you asking?
Yeah, I'm saying if you need a mech kit.
No. I'm good.
Next ring's far.
I'm using like
Tired, are ya?
a gold shield. Something.
Oh, I love them.
Attention.
Can I have a medkit, Scar?
Yeah. Oh, where are you?
Just drop where you are.
Replicator
I'll pick it up.
falling to Earth.
I dropped the
Medical
stack.
kit here.
Yep.
Healing. Give me a sec.
I feel like you guys when I'm about to find someone and no one's close. You feel me?
Yeah, I'm with you. Go sicko mode.
Yeah.
I found
I'm gonna check if this is looted really quick. Wait, it looks unlooted. I just got a golden shotgun
yeah,
thingy.
nothing.
Maybe they just don't like shotguns.
Nah.
Do you guys hear
Oh,
that?
purple
Is
energy
it-
man.
It's
Let's head
here.
that way.
Yeah, let me loot this shit first.
1 minute.
My loot is complete ass.
Oh. I will
I
slowly
think we
go
should
through
go over
these.
here.
I got one a different gun. Okay, sick. A havoc. Okay.
Rings close. 45 seconds.
Oh, we can't even go to the fight. We
Let's head
we have to
that
go through this way. Man.
30 seconds and the ring's close.
See, Scarra 1v2 ACT, bro. You know, maybe I have been told that Timmy's quite generous. Make a
I'll take
wish.
if no one wants.
He would do it for me. If I was dying, he would.
Kraber,
give
I'll
me
take that.
And the ring's close.
Do we have access to that though?
Yeah, it's not even touched.
Warning. Ring closing.
Oh wait, it is open. Never mind.
Is it still there though?
I don't think so.
Oh man.
But this we have to come into
That
here,
spot's
right?
calling to us.
Yeah, we're probably gonna actually run into the team that had this.
That's fine. I'm more worried about running into the teams that were
I
here.
like the feel of that spot. Let's go.
Care package coming down.
Wait, they're still fighting. They're
That
right.
spot's calling to us.
Well,
We should just keep wrapping. I'm down to keep wrapping this way.
I got fuse ult so I can initiate the fight.
yep.
You can't escape.
God, I hear though. It's so juicy.
Yeah.
Don't worry, don't worry.
We're
there's
not
so
even
many
top 10.
teams. We're gonna like run into a billion teams here. There's a lot of teams for the size of the circle.
Oh yeah. Oh shit, it's pro Apex. Man. We got 11 squads left.
Yeah. What kind of competitive gamers?
Don't worry, it's gonna get really bloody. in a
Yo, can you
second.
cover me? I'm gonna scan the next one.
Okay, I'm gonna climb up here.
Wait, how do I
Be
climb?
careful. There's a new kill leader out there.
Just spacebar, hold W into the
No, no,
wall.
I mean like how do I mean what he's climbing.
If you're really good, you can
Can I do this?
touch this.
Oh, I
fence.
got it.
Yeah, come up that way. Yeah.
Yeah, cover me, I'm gonna do something stupid, okay?
Yeah. You're good.
I don't know if this is bug,
Replicator
but
on its way.
honestly the info seems kind of good now.
No, I think it's good. I think it's good because we actually have to wrap back this way, so it'll let us know. Like,
Oh,
team wrapping.
we're on the right side.
Check your map. I found the next ring.
Ooh. Ooh. Wait, this is a...
Got
What is this?
Wait,
Oh.
there's a res ship right here.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We should wrap this way anyways.
You want to kill them?
You need restoration.
Yeah. No, I actually want to wrap first and then kill them.
Okay, okay. You just
Yeah.
say when, okay? I'll be with you.
Yep.
I'm really far behind.
Because I bet you this team starts running towards us. They're right here.
Scar said go without him. I heard him.
He's going up the zip.
What? What did I say?
Honestly, we should just play right here.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
Broke armor on this guy.
I see
I like the
everyone
feel of
shooting
that
over
spot.
here.
Let's go.
Yeah. Is this in zone? That's in zone. That's probably a good spot too. Like this whole area, it's just hard because there's gonna be a team on the right.
Yeah. I want to try and get like some high ground here, or we could be behind a rock, like right,
Yeah,
right here. Not bad. Yeah.
Yo, you guys need meds?
No.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good bats.
There will be a team on our right though. They're probably gonna come in late.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe they might not. They might not know this zone,
Next round's
so
on
they
me.
might not run this way.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's gonna be a crobber.
that package is juicy.
Care package over there.
Oh my god, it is a creeper.
Oh,
There's a team. There's a team zipping into it. Wait, I'm gonna wrap right here. I'm gonna let them go to the thing, and then I'm gonna shoot them.
okay.
I'm gonna ult them when they do that. I'm gonna fuse ult them.
Yep.
Oh, whoa, wait, chat. There's a sniper here.
That way, eh?
Yeah. Right there.
Enemy over there.
He's going for it.
Push or nah?
Nah.
I did 56 red to that guy. You could restart Scar.
I can cover for you.
I'm gonna grab this.
We're in the next
Yeah,
ring.
go for it. They're getting pushed anyway, so.
Hold on.
I'm medicated.
healing.
The one thing we need to be worried about, Scar, is we need to watch our far right back there.
Yeah,
Hey, they're
yeah.
going up the zip. It's a team of two.
Yeah. Wait, they're splitting.
This guy has no idea what he's doing.
Wait, they're going to the tower.
I mean, that's fine.
They dropped off the tower.
I fire
Do you
you.
guys have like 60 extra light?
Yeah. I'm dropping 111 right there for you.
Yo, this is looking like a we.
Yeah, we could probably fight this.
I was gonna say we run it down.
Yeah,
They're still
yeah.
fighting.
Let's at least get to right here.
Yep. Running. Okay, I can't jump like you.
You're up there though.
Jumped off.
Knock,
Three
knock,
flash
knock.
on that guy who just went to the tower.
I'm gonna jump up.
Pathfinder.
Wait, they're flanking us. Right here.
Okay. I'm coming
Finish
back.
this dude.
Wait, one guy right here.
Enemy killed.
Backing
They're
up.
tower. Yeah, they're tower. We could go back to our spot. We should just go back.
Okay.
Play circle. Team right here.
Okay, let's fight them. I'm gonna get high ground on the right.
Yeah. Push right.
Yeah.
I'm nading him.
I have angle. 3.
Oh, right here. Right here. Right here. On me. Last one. Oh, on this wall. Or no, there's two. One right here.
Flash. Bangor's flash.
The one?
Yeah. He's right here.
Knocked one.
Right there.
Oh, I stuck her. Right here? No. Behind you, Maggie. White light, come on. Holy fuck. What is going on?
Oh, you can risk Scarra now.
Healing up. She'll be right.
I don't think they're pushing.
1 minute and the ring's spitting distance. I'm proud of you. Every Scar tells the
Dude,
story,
I got
mate.
so confused there. She res 2 people and it smokes and two ultis.
Need a strong brew.
Yeah.
Phoenix kit.
Are you kidding? Oh no.
Heads up.
Here's their defense.
What's the cooldown on your ult, Scarra?
50%.
Rings
Okay.
hit. Healing. Give me a sec.
Oh wait, I see a fucking target over here.
Fire.
I hit 41. 62%. Dude,
Yo, I'm gonna check these bodies for arresting for Chris though.
They're focusing on me. Come on, the ring's closing in 10 seconds. My shields need a bit more power.
oh, we need to push. But I don't have ulti.
Grenade incoming.
You can hide behind that.
Oh wait.
They might do this.
I think
None
you guys
of
go
us
a
are in
little
the
bit
ring.
late and you just
We
hide
need to
behind
center
that.
ourselves there and fast.
Knocked him!
That enemy shield.
No way.
Recharge me shields.
Do we push?
No.
No.
Strong enough to pierce.
Here.
Recharging shields.
You guys have a
I
sniper
need
score.
restoration.
There's a
Hey,
third,
hit us,
right?
just hit us.
Grenade.
You guys probably need to shoot the team on the left.
You mean the one guy on the left?
I think there's two.
Oh,
I think there's 2 as well.
I have ulti.
Okay.
You can play on that rock in front of you, Sean. That one that
Okay.
you're playing right now is not good.
Here, 2 rope.
Yeah, they're going at the zoo.
So they're probably gonna fight first, Scar, okay?
Yep. I'm looking for an ulti.
Okay, so
What the fuck?
okay, so
Bodies?
I might just peek. Okay.
I think
just
I
let
agree
them
with Chris. We just don't get around. If they can fight, if they
You're,
fight,
you're on the right. You're on the right
like, try not to show yourself.
5 seconds on the clock.
Holy
Recharging
fuck.
shields.
You just chill. You
You have a medkit?
Yep.
Look at your positioning. You guys are on
Yeah.
the high ground. When the circle comes in, you guys are going to be on the side. That's on the high
Yeah,
ground. So
and
you
Scar,
just
I'm gonna
walk it
ult the
in.
center.
You guys just crouch, walk it in. So for 30 seconds, you're going to do nothing.
Got it.
Yeah, let them waste all their resources. You watch left. Okay, I'm watching right.
Okay.
Okay, there's a knock. I'm gonna crouch forward.
Crouching forward.
Rings close. 10 seconds.
Squeak,
Hold
squeak.
on to your knickers. Broke that enemy shield. Letting rip.
Cracked Wraith
Reload.
140.
Yep, perfect. You guys are just going to walk it in.
Yep.
Wait for the...
I'm just gatekeeping these. They have to go first.
Yep, that's perfect. Keep them off from the
Final
right
ring
side.
sign and a grip. Time to burn that midnight
Scar,
oil.
your job is to make sure they don't climb up on this left side. Right
Yep,
there.
I'm watching.
You should throw some cues against the...
This?
Strong enough to
They're running in. They're
Have
running
an
in.
enemy out there.
Okay, that's good. That's good. You just chill where you are. Then.
I just cracked that guy for 180.
Enemy shield.
Crack the guy.
Okay, we're just crawling in. Okay. We still have high ground.
Knock someone.
Enemy down.
Nice. nice.
They're on the
You
right.
guys
They're on the
are gonna
right.
play You guys are gonna play
Crack. They're down. They're down.
Okay, they're fighting each other. Okay. We just third party this shit.
Oh, that bravery.
Knocked one.
I'm still batting.
Yo, I'm just nading these fuckers.
Last guy.
Nice.
Oh, I fucking missed so many shots. Oh,
Wait, I
wait, you
so many
owned
nades.
them.
I'm just
Holy
blowing
shit.
them away.
You shot like 7 nades right there.
Yeah, you owned them. What the heck?
And that was also a good knock, Scar.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
awesome,
Apex
dog.
champions.
Wait, we did it.
I
Oh.
mean, you guys did it. I didn't do anything.
Nah, you got us there,
No,
Chris.
good IGL, good IGL.
Yeah, good IJO. You were the Imperial Howl we needed.
What I was saying, Scar, was so you guys are on the top part of the ledge, right?
Yeah, I didn't
And
know
you
it was the highest up. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
What I was trying to say was you throw your Qs at the edge of the ledge so they can't climb up on you.
Oh.
And
Because they just
then-
get blinded, slowed, and damaged.
So the idea behind Apex is like, and once you start getting to the end circles, you want to herd the enemy like sheep. You don't actually have to kill them. You just have to make it known that there's no way that they can push the way like to your side without like dying.
Got it.
And you
Also,
just herd them into the other.
also that was LG. I gotta go play TFT. I'm
Okay,
out,
perfect,
guys.
perfect game. Yeah,
All
thanks
right.
for the games, man.
Yeah. Goodbye. Thanks for the games. GG's. Okay, we ended on the dub, and then I go play TFT. Holy shit. I'm like scrambling for all my games right now. Okay, then I'm gonna go play some ads while I sort out me moving to TFT. TFT box invitational, please. Okay, I need to figure out what is strong right now. Let's go take a little bit of a look. Leaderboards in a, what is that sound? Is that Briar? Oh my god, that's literally the in-game fucking sound. Okay, so Dish Soap is rank 1. Okay, that's not surprising. Dish Soap Setsuko. Okay, what has he been playing? Wow, fucking insane average. Bilgewater. Strategist, Techno Genius. This is like 4 costs galore with Heimer. Because, okay, Strategist with Azir Silco carry. Interesting. It's Strategist with, oh, this is legend. It's literally 3 different legendary, 2-star legendary, 4 different ones. So he plays a lot of Strategists. He played Bilgewater, and there's a lot of Nashers. It's forced Bilge every game. The Robin Songs Handbook. Nah, I will look at this. Wait till tomorrow. I don't have time. I do not have time. I would wait till tomorrow if I had more time. I do literally have no time. 7 Bilgewater. 7 Bilgewater. Strategist Reaver King. 7 Bilgewater. 7 Bilge. There's no way Bilge is the only thing that's playable. What? Because there's no way. The 6th Slayer. Okay, that's fine. Wait, what if Sexco playing? 2.9, that's pretty good. Bilgewater. Oh, Rogue. Okay, 4 Rogue. Interesting. Cat Echo Kiana carry. I wonder what kind of Kiana this is. Juggernaut Strategist. Okay, so he plays Nyla with Nasus Azir. I see Azir Nasus a lot in these kind of in-game comps. It's really easy to slide in. Okay, and Jarvan, obviously. Jarvan's OP. Aatrox, Slayer, Invoker. Okay, Juggernaut, Shurima, Gunner, Reaver, 7. Oh, not as much Bilge. Yep. This client music is fucking. That is the wrong key. All right, guys. Let's take a little bit of a look at the ladder real quick. Okay. Elimination begins on the September 17th at the midnight September 16th. Or I think, oh no, sorry, at the midnight of the 4th day, 17th, which is in 3 days. Okay. Oh, it's cool that there's like a live thing as well. I see some VTubers I recognize. Coffee, Leia. I heard Soul is playing. Wait, where did my thing go? Wait, hold on. Where did it go? Did I click it off? Hello? Hello? I need her to climb. Advanced? There's already a Masters player? What the fuck? Bro, okay, so I need to be like at least diamond ideally to be okay. I need, the thing is at Monday, oh fuck, Monday, Tuesday is my free day where I can play a lot.
The void will drown you all.
Okay, I have a Noxus unit. I don't know what to play. Oh my god, it feels so weird playing TFT. Okay. Okay, I got Invoker. I mean, that seems pretty good.
I win.
Are you even good at this game? You just play a lot. All right, I heard Bilgewater's OP. 2 Bilgewaters. Is it lit? Did I win? What's a slammable item right now? Oh god, I don't know anything about any set.
You cannot hide.
A 3 Bastion here. Oh, I actually won. RFC is slammable. Hey, I heard Nyla just plays RFCs. Like a lot of them. Which is kind of crazy.
You cannot hide.
I love a warrior with heart.
I'm Vlad? No, I'm not Vlad. There's no fucking way I'm Vlad. Do I just play scoped weapons or what? So what is Nyla's BIS? Just 3?
I carry my family with me.
So what do I slam here? Gargoyle, adaptive, Val? Wait, what is the comp with Nyla? What do I play with her? Does it matter? I play anything with her? Adaptive is slammable. 7 bilge. Oh, I hit a build.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Wait, so I do I slam this? Fuck it. The fuck does it even do? Last pass is good.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
If I don't kill you, Zod will.
Like, what is this?
I carry my family with me.
So is Nautilus my main tank? Then I guess it doesn't fucking matter. Wait, am I really just going for 3 RFCs? Isn't that kind of crazy? Oh, but what about another Nautilus? Nautilus broken? What if I can't get RFC? What else could I get? BTGS? Okay, yeah. It's like just generic items. I picked Karma pair here. So you guys promised me that this unit is broken. I just sold my Galio for this unit.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Is this better? Guys, I don't want to be alarmed or anything, but I do not have I have not found any more Bilgewater units, and I'm worried that I do not have enough brown units on my table or on my board to win. I lost a level 4 player. Wow.
Zod will fight back.
All good.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I just sell these two. Okay. Oh, never mind. Oh my god, I got fucking fawn.
This place could use some reshaping.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Can I even slam Sterix? Is this good? I probably should slam that word, yeah.
For all so weak. This world is frayed and in need of mending.
What's not this? How much is CC worth in the current meta? Is there a lot of CC? Because this is really good if you're winning. Starved. We have winning. I should try to snowball with this.
Darkness.
Wait, what is this a... I want. Nice. Wait, isn't this good? Wait, that seems pretty good.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Wait, what's the other strategist? Wait, what? MF is a strategist? No shot. This is better. Okay, so I'm just looking for Nyla and a lot of bows, right? But what if I don't get any bows? Like, is it still possible to do well? This guy has Mega Sterix and then normal Sterix and long distance pals. How does he have 2 Radiant items? Oh, because he's playing Demacia, right? Got it. Bro, there's no bows on this. What do I play?
Set sail.
Noxus will rise.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
So you're saying MF is broken, and I should probably put this on MF, right? It says level 5 rerolling for Cassio 3. Cassio 3 miles. We got it. That's a great ulti. super good ulti. Okay. I'm missing grapes. Is that a problem?
Always on the run.
Noxus will rise.
Oh, I guess I roll. I don't know how that much to greed. Okay, there's a lot of Bilgewater players in this lobby, and I'm a little worried. Rogue. Mordekaiser. Cyberbolk? It's fine. I need a rolls at next round. How is so what carries do I go for? I mean I'm picking up a lot of the forecast, right? This is probably never gonna see. Demacia. Should I just play 7 build? Surely not. Oh, a bow.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
The void has breached this place.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Shurima is
Okay.
not this time.
Eric's will go on this for now. Play this. Do I just rage play RFC Azir?
Every soul shall serve.
Let the monster out.
The fun begins.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
The void has breached this place. Water to me!
What do I do for Nyla? Is it just rage blade? I mean, I have promises. Oh no, I don't have promises. Shit.
I never hold back.
What the fuck?
I never hold back. Stand ready.
Can I play? I think I can play. I gotta be able to play one of these, right? Not this one. Maybe I play this one. Wait, I beat this guy. No way.
It's destiny.
Vanquish tray? Yeah, but who's the other fucking Vanquish tray I put in? Nope. I'm just gonna fucking slam Vanquish right here. Was it Vanquish? Okay. Do I ever IE her? I guess I don't need to. What do I vanquish?
Demacia, now and forever.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Do I stare it? Guys, what do I stare at? Do I stare at this unit?
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
Dude, okay. So I guess do I just play 5 builds or 3? Because my build wanted units look like they suck ass. Seven? Okay, I don't have a grave, so I feel like that's not gonna happen. Alright, why does this Nyla unit look pretty good? This Nyla unit looks really good. Where's Natu? I was rolling for Natu the whole game, and I don't have it.
Water to me.
I got no time for games.
Here's a shop. Yeah, I feel like I have to play so many bad units to play 7. Ugh. What is Even Shroud, guys? Bilge? What? Nice.
Water to me.
The void has breached this place.
It feels weird going for Nyla when there's so many bilge players. Is it like impossible for me to hit Nyla 3? Also, was that RE2? Level 8, 7, 8 stroke RE2. Short card. Cool. I'm 8th.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
What do I remove for this? This? I just make Mr. GP, right? GP should be back. Corner. I think I need this, right? Okay. Well, the RFC is really juicy here, but I was told I need one of these. Wait, so what do I replace Mordekaiser with? Anyone know? Any knowers?
Shurima is where all paths converge.
True loyalty, power.
Everyone pays.
You're telling me my 7 village did 6,200 damage. And that's just get scope.
Water to me.
I will rule the Freljord.
Oh. As long as this guy dies. What Nasus get scope? Maybe not. Please not first place. Fuck, I hit the first place player. Dude, it's fine. RE2, 8 swords.
Fight.
Really balanced. Dude, I would have placed top 4 this game if I didn't hit this guy here. Actually. Interesting. Okay, let me play some ads. Let me keep going. Wait, I'm default diamond 4? Wait, maybe I don't play tomorrow. Oh shit. That means I'm already here. Oh, it's mid set, right? Mord was a little underwhelming. I think what really sucked was the pop spat wasn't bilge water. If it was, I would have been able to make 7 build with a empty. Should we just have beats like that? Yeah, maybe. I was gonna eventually put 4 jug in, but I didn't expect to hit GP in 1 roll. So I got really lucky. Because I was ready to drop down to 4 juggernauts. It's weird because I feel like I hit my units pretty early. And I was streaking. I had pretty good health. And I rolled at 7. And it just felt like I just kept losing. But it might have been just because I hit the short guy. I think if I didn't hit the short guy, it would have been okay. I'm still playing Vlad. Fuck me, man. If I'm playing Vlad, might as well do this.
Eureka!
I don't want to play Vlad. I don't think it's very good. They nerf Gold one's okay, but they nerfed the other stuff too hard. Which is fine. I feel like Vlad was too OP. Possibly Ionians. Interesting.
A Noxian always rises to the top.
How good is Void? Huh? Any Voiders? Anyone know how good Void is? OP, maybe?
Now that is what I want to see.
I am here to test souls.
All right, guys. I don't mean to brag, but I have
but one life to give for
two or three Ionia, 2 or 3 Void, 2 or 3 Bilgewater, and 2 or 3 Vanquisher. Oh, sorry, 2 of 2 Vanquisher. So it's really just saying, what the fuck do I play in this game? I'm like so flexible right now. Look at this.
I love a warrior with
I'm not.
Never a stale moment.
Is this?
I am here to test souls.
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
Wait. So what do I build with this? Do I build BT for Nyla? Or do I build Shojin for MF? I guess it's... I mean, Shojin's definitely better value now. Because I'm probably not going to need Nyla for a bit. But MF sucks. I mean... Okay. It doesn't matter if it's much better. It's like I can't, like, realistically I need to get bow on the carousel. It's a problem. Like, right? Like you're really not.
Guess we're fighting.
like I have to go bow on carousel, right? So like I cannot go whatever you think. They click for even shroud. It's oh yeah, I have to select because this goes into even shroud as well. By the way, if you win this, you sell this and double buy. All right, just one time, ladies and gentlemen. Nyla off carousel, or Nyla off level up here. You double level because you would 100% double level here anyways, so you just want one roll at level 5. Because you're playing for win streak with this board. Even in the off chance you hit MF or GP here, or it's so good for you. Like 5 village is like a huge, and I did not hit anything. Ooh. Juggernaut Bash. Didn't hit any of those. Hit a multicaster sword. If I don't win this round, it's so bad. The thing is, I don't even think I can get art out of this guy is level 5. But he's got like, I mean, he's got almost no upgrades. There's no way he wins this, right? He's got literally 3 1-star units, man. Thank God, because that would have been really sad if I had lost. I mean, I might just go even shroud off carousel here. There's one bow. Yeah, I'd rather take this if possible, or I'll take BT. Okay, they're both gone. Oh shit, okay, good handshake, good handshake. Good handshake all around, man. Good handshake all around. I might start losing because my board is not looking too hot. I don't know if I like the removal of aura items. Oh, he's re-rolling his thing, so he's not playing his radiant item. Yes. Yes, that's a dub. That's a dub. That is a dub. That means I don't have to worry about it. But this guy is literally going RFC, triple RFC. I hope I don't hit this guy. I lose for sure. I hit this guy. Or this guy. Oh, wow. This guy's kind of strong. Just this guy, please. Dude, this guy is kind of strong. I hit everything with even shroud though. That's good. Yes. Oh wait, this Vel'Koz has actually kind of been popping off for me. Okay, maybe I thought it did more damage than it did. But the Vel'Koz feels like he's popping up. What is this item? The fuck is this item? Deals 20. Oh, it does more damage the lower you are. Interesting. He's better than Vel'Koz? I doubt it. Well, maybe because I have this knockup in my template. I forgot this unit knocks up. Damn, there's more knockers in the game. The double trouble comp must be lit.
It ain't luck, it's destiny.
Dude. Woof. Like this is so bad for me, man. What am I even supposed to do with this?
I got no time for games.
Restart Reluctant? What the fuck? He didn't level here. Really good for me. I lost, man. Really? Okay, it's definitely not this. Not this. Do I want Jill Lotus? I mean, I don't think it matters, right? I'm playing Vanquisher. Definitely need to find them.
Always on the run.
I mean, United's pretty good. The top 20 KR players match history is still depressing. Why would you check the worst region? Just check the top NA players. Why would you resort to watching the people who place top 4 at World? But he dish subs, he's only 7 of 10 build. Wait, the 9 bilge, the
Water to me.
Let's see what they're made of.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
wait, what do I put this on? What do I put this on, guys? Is this really a 9 item? You're playing a skip every game, forces RFC Nyla, even strong not, and blue buff MF. It goes triple RFC every game. Huh. I mean, that sounds kind of lit. Is bilge a buildable thing? It is. Oh my god. Probably should. I don't know if I really want a blue buff here. Wait, but seriously, what do I do with the Night Harvester?
Let's raise the stakes.
Why is it the 9 builds? It's like that's insane about. Oh, let's be real. This guy hit connected three items at 3-1 this game. This guy is fucking kind of strong.
I never hold back.
What do I even do with this? Do I just build? Oh. He's RFC. He keeps re-rolling this for RFC. Holy fuck, this guy's a monster. This guy's crazy. He's re-rolled this since Q1 for RFC. Is there a blue bilge? Like, is there a bilge? How do I say a bilge? Like a one where you don't have to put in a unit. I'm see if I can hit 8, not like 7 bilge at a heart. Yeah, it's the one where you don't. It adds a +1 for your board. Okay, what happens if I don't get RFC on the island? Do I just lose?
You cannot hide.
Like, what are these items, man?
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
That these items are terrible. Like, what do I do? I think I'm slamming Death Cap, Vanquishing MF, and playing off these 2 items. But then, like, how do I get beat? I could do Archangels, Omnivamp. Oh, that is so bad. What the fuck? Wait. Wait. Do I go build +1 here? I'm the decap right now. Oh, maybe. I kind of wanted to save for RFCs, but I guess it's too much saving. I'm down to the second one. Because I'm rerolling a full item. I might go blue buff, reroll the Shojin here on MF. I mean, this has got to be one of the best items I can get, right? Just straight up. Is there any person I'd want to put this on? That's not this fucking Jarvan? I don't know how good this Rise is. I have a suspicion this Rise fucking blows.
Survive. Fight.
I've lost this guy's Cassius so... Cassie, do I just build? Do I try to sell Nyla and re-roll the Night Harvester here? Would that be fucking grief? That sounds kind of grief. Oh, I probably should take the Jarvan. Do I get Jarvan pair here? I mean, am I playing triple RFC? The item is kind of bad. Did I play Azir over this?
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
He is for now. This guy has GP 40 stack T-Hex, and is he level 9? What level is he? Who did I just fucking hit? Hatmaker? This guy had tiny titans. Insane roll. Do I slam the bilge here, actually? Like, I kind of want to slam bilge here. It allows me to not play... What am I not playing? Am I not playing... what does Smokescreen do? What does this do? Does this... Like, which of these is the worst one? It's gotta be Graves or TF. Guys, level 8 with 50 gold. Going for level 9 with late game specialist. Okay, interesting. He's dead. Well, okay, there's some stuff back.
Every step, a new journey.
Oh, Fubi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome, welcome. I played some TFT today. I'm just chilling. Honestly, I'm signed up for 3 tournaments right now. So I'm practicing for all 3. I'm practicing for Apex. I have a not tournament, like a TFT boot camp thing. And then I'm playing League. So I am playing so many fucking different things right now.
A victory for the Vastaya.
I never hold back. Demacia is counting on us.
For great science!
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Booby did hit Masters with JP? Really? Best character in the game? Wait, did they change Heimer? AP's bad on MF. Does she just want attack speed to proc her stupid bilge water?
Shurima is not of this time. I bring death.
Fuck it. It's, yeah, I feel like it's pretty bad that I don't have I never get knowledge too. Like I feel like I'm just hard stuck fifth this game, right?
Water to me!
How many are gone? Let me go double check. 3. Not that many are gone.
I will rule the Freljord.
Become what they fear. Survive. Fight.
Well, upgrade. Yeah, well.
Consorte, hear my name and know my strength.
I got no time for games.
I'd probably just play Rage Play here then. Dude, like how do I beat the cash out player I greeted really hard, but I should have went the second village emblem. I should just went Vanquisher, pretty sure. Do I just buy this Darius though? Did he cash out at 42? Yeah, it's because he has tiny Titan. So he cashed out with huge cash out.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
I wonder, do you really just play TF every? I'm down to give it a shot after this and become a Bilgewater one trick. Double Bilge? I mean, it's bad. I don't have. I can because I can never hit 9, and everyone else is 9, so I just auto lose. Feels really bad. Like this is a lucky fifth because I can't. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I will. I understand. Hello? It's super bugged. I cannot change anything. You have to restart the clients? Oh, fuck. I have to restart the clients. If I had 9, I would not have lived. I mean, if I took late game specialist, I would have been fine. If that was an option, and I could get 9, but I did not, so I cannot. Let me go play some ads and then let me get this started. Dude, what is going on? Please, let me play. Is it TF angle? I wonder if I would probably not play this normally, but we'll see. I want to try to play the most meta thing possible. There'll be a sheep? Yeah, okay. Well, I need LP is the problem. Hey, Master CH, welcome back for 54 months. Thanks for subbing. Jin Reroll Club? Yeah. I feel like having more than one spat is like a bleh. It's only like I need a +1, you know. Oh, thank God. Get me out of here. All right, what world do we get? I don't know. What world do we get? I mean, I'm playing TF, so I guess this is good. But I don't actually know how the best items to play there.
You cannot hide. I am here to test souls.
Lebo Nashers GS even strap +2.
Fight me if you have no spirit.
Guess we're fighting.
Are the 0-2 rating items that Suka 3 lose to Nyla? You got more, dog.
You cannot hide.
Just the luck of the draw.
Is Warwick bad right now? Because this opener is insane for Warwick. Is this really that bad right now?
Guess we're fighting.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Oh,
Ionia.
shit.
The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Okay, so what is the comp for this? It's probably something where it's like I play. Is it more Challenger or more Juggernaut? Probably more Juggernaut. Probably. Oh, I forgot this is a fucking unit. Well, doesn't this actually do something good for me? When they die, what does this fucking do? I don't even understand the text, but I'm sure it's good.
The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
It's Omnivamp? Oh, sick. Wait, this comp can use both the Darken? This is like one of the only comps where you can use double Darken. Wait, that's awesome. You gotta hit Bramble position. I mean, am I playing Bramble on Warwick? Sure, I'm just going with BT here. Other brawler comp. I have played 2 games total, bro. Oh my god. Please. Please. Fuck you guys. What other items do I want here? Is this physical? Probably an even shroud.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
BT, I mean, I'm asking what other items. Usually you carried Garrett, but I can just play Nasa's items here. I mean, 4 Challenger seems a lot better because I can play Fiora Kaisa. Fiora Kaisa Nefari is 4 Challenger, and that seems great. They have 2 4 costs, but I need so many items to make that work. Like, I don't know if I would be able to find the items for that, is the biggest problem.
Noxus will rise.
Odds or BT, I mean, that odds is terrible. You definitely want BT here. You either take BT or you take if you have enough healing, you go the Titans maybe, but BT's for sure. Yeah, we lost Garrett, and I'm just like, okay, well that's kind of weird. No way there's another Ravenous Hunter player. Bro. Oh, this is an awesome one. Is there another Zon unit? Soko? Even child? Oh, hell yeah.
If I don't kill you, Son will.
Wait, do I just level here?
The void has breached this place.
I don't want this. I'm gonna replace it with Samira. Got armor pen, right? I want just triple combat on or double combat on. I don't care about my board. It plus Juggernaut's good here, really good, and then couple like shitload of we definitely goes on here, right? This is gone. Horizon 2 Challenger for Juggernaut. That's 2-star. He has 0 gold level 6. What the fuck, man? This Kaiser unit actually is doing some damage. Like, surprisingly. His comp is actually pretty good. What the fuck? I'm getting owned every game by this fucking comp, man. This comp was win streaking the other game as well. I'm gonna drop challengers soon. Yeah, sometimes when you're playing reroll and someone's contesting, you go 8. But I got +1 Warwick here, and I think I just stay 6 and roll. I have to be on the Nyla, man. I'm down to just take this. Figured out challenger out. Okay, that's taken. What is Silco's mana? Anyone know? Low? Okay, cool. We're just gonna build this on Silco. Awesome, awesome.
Dawn is the future.
Damn, which do I want? Holy fuck. Healer, I have not top 4'd a single game today. Yeah, my slot QSS that's so bad. I didn't realize it gives overcharge now. Second place is the casuals. This game is so hard. What do you mean you're second place, bro? Oh yeah, right now it's a little balanced, but it's getting hotfix tomorrow, right? Stazx takes her somewhere over the stream.
If I don't kill you, so
No, just die.
First game, oh, TFT gets hotfix patches or B patches all the time. So if stuff is overtuned, then it'll just get patched. Yeah. It's so complicated. Oh, it's actually like probably the most fun strategy game. No joke. Sneeze phase mode. Why does this guy have 3 Ionia? What the fuck?
Watch this.
Dawn is the future.
Should have done this a long time ago. That's my bad.
Look out! There's a new boss around here.
Next breath, my fear left.
No way I missed it.
If I don't kill you, son will. Son will fight back.
Question. Oh. I mean, I can go Hodge here over the alternative. I really don't want to, but I can. What is a support item? Is this good for Warwick? Is that for Shroud? Okay, what the fuck do I build now? What is good on do I build Archangels or JG for that one unit that I fucking forgot? This guy owed me. Oh, he got stable evolution. I'm most worried about the fact that I don't have any, like, I need to do. Skill healing is not crit. All I need to know. My level will go for 4 Juggernaut. Drop the 2 challengers. And I still need to get BT, but I don't know what this guy has. Gigabis. It's okay. I need this level soon, but it's like I don't know if I can. Oh, I don't know if I can level. No way. Bro, he took whatever, man. Like, I didn't get any of my items here. Oh shit. My problem is I fucking should have saved the one thing on the item component anvil. Fuck.
Noxus will rise.
Zaun's future's about to get brighter.
About time I got my hands dirty.
I need a level to put in 1 Juggernaut and I'm done. That's my full comp. 2 Darken, all good. Atrix knocks to it. Can someone hold both the Darken items? Is that like a thing, or is that not a thing? No. Okay. Cool. Cool. What is this? Really the Hodge Aatrox here, but I don't know if I can do that. That's over. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just need to hold on to it. Oh fuck, this is wrong.
Survive.
Non sickle. Both my sickle buffs are terrible. Guys, I'm not gonna lose for being innovative, right? Right? Real talk, there's a good chance I should sell these two units. These two, and just play two. But I don't know, overcharging is kind of OP. Nah, I probably overcharge is fine. Actually, I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure if I wish I knew this, I had this, so I would not go fucking QSS. I think that makes it OP. Holy fuck. I did it. Last said this would have been the first. Oh yeah, this would have for sure been the first. This is the best Warwick augment, by the way. The attack speed one.
There's a new boss round here.
Wi-Fi? Oh. How does that work? I don't even know how to redo it. I don't even understand how this happened. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. Play studio mode this. Let's try to fix this. If I do this, I go back to Spotify. Thing is, I can't roll for masses. There's no way I can get it. So I just have to.
Let the monster
I just go die.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Well, do I ever play Heimer at 9? Heimer seems pretty fucking good. What do I play at 9? Is there another legendary I'd play over Heimer? Oh, does this work? How does that sound now? GP for AoE buff? What is GP's buff?
become what they fear.
Okay, little Warwick taking over. For sure, I just. It's fine. Yes, that's on Aatrox is super good. Super.
Watch this.
But he never dies, which is like, I might want to do this then. I'm seriously just going 9th here. He does not have Warwick 3 yet, unfortunately. Okay, no problem. Level 8 with gifts. I mean, I'm level 9 next round. I play timer probably or GP. Doesn't really matter which one. I might sell Silco and just put these items on GP. I might sell this to put this on GP as well. Well, we'll see. First top 4 not play village, yeah. Is what it is,
Survive.
man.
Fight. Become what they fear.
Guys still rolling. Level 820, level 820, level 7, level 7. Oh, I'm the only person going 9 this game. Actually, I'm pretty sure the best thing to put in at 8 is another Aatrox. But I don't know if I'll be able to get that. That seems a little hard. Wait, does GP scale with HP? Does anyone know? Turbo, I played 2 games total.
Watch this.
Oh, I can take off QSS. Wait, you're right. All of these suck ass. I actually think, no joke, this is the best item out there. Because he heals off percentage health here, and his BT shields off percentage.
Let the monster out. Through loyalty, power.
Shurima is not of this time.
I have not hit this first place player, and everyone is pretty much dead.
I should have left home years ago.
For great
teach science.
Actually, Rise is better for now. What is NASA's better than? It's probably better than this unit, right? Because the Nautilus is okay, because it CCs at least.
Survive. Fight.
No way.
Let the monster out.
A Star Knot? Yeah, but don't worry, it'll be 2 Star Knots. Sweet it up. I want the gold. It's just me, this guy. That's it.
Become what they fear. Survive. Fight.
Oh my god, he's still healing.
Let the monster out.
He's doing nothing. The Zon augment adds attack damage. You want me to move it to this person? This is my 3rd game I've ever played. I have not top 4 yet, except for just now. So it is going okay. I lost with Bilgewater, but I won with this comp, which I don't know what that says about me. But also, it really sucks. Like, I think...
Become what they fear.
Ah, can't win this one. I think if my Zon, if I had a Jinx with items, I would have been the first. But I decided not to go that route. It's alright. Second's alright. No problem. Zach, thanks for some of this stream. I will play spots. Keep going. At least I'll finish placements tonight. I can't play this if I get everyone's cosplay as Luffy out there. Dude, it gets hotfix tomorrow, man. Wait, I thought you liked One Piece though. Have you considered Jittery Roll? I have literally only, because right now I'm playing in 2 tournaments and 1 TFT event at the same time. It's like I am stretched for time. So right now I'm just for the first time ever, I'm just trying to play meta stuff. It's really strange. I'm not usually like this, but like I have League tournament this weekend, Apex tournament next weekend, and I have this boot camp. So I'm like, I have been playing and gaming like nonstop. You ideas, oh my god, Toast. It died with you for a while. Yeah. I just started today, and I'm like, okay. TF Buildwater isn't balanced. Okay. Yeah, I love that Toast created that Kale comp and made it popular, because I swear to God, that comp sucked so much ass. I mean, it's good, but like it was like a 1st or 8th, like a giga 1st or 8th comp. I mean, the amount of people trying to play my games, I was like, all right, you guys can have this. Okay. Whoa, what's fun? What can I play that's not Bilgewater? Is it Cho? Can I play Cho? What is Jin reroll? Mord? Okay, yeah, but
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
you have to build, dude. I'm worried that I'm gonna get fucking slaughtered, Doc, man. But maybe I shouldn't be a bitch. No scout, no pivot. I like the LP. I don't know, man. I'm getting spooked. Very spooky.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
What's Ixtal? It's just, it gives you like a buff, and the buff is they gain hexes that give them attack speed after you. It's free Nasher's Tooth essentially, and then like the 5 is, or 4 is like 3 giga Nasher's Tooth.
I win. Pick a card.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I am here to test souls.
The world may fall to darkness, but
I did not hit
will remain.
Bilgewater. Huh? Wait, am I just shit? I feel like if I was a better player, I would have hit Bilge here.
Fight me if you have no spirit.
I'm a better player. Do I just put this on TF till I find a thing? Nice loss.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I really want to win. Oh, this one's sick. He played Show Redacted with endurance trading. Cool comp. I think you go for a unit here. And so unit wise, you want TF, right? And you can turn that to even shroud. I mean, I'm just playing TF till I find MF, right? It makes me happy with patch up. I was really excited. I mean, you can still be excited. It's fine. It's like when the thing's OP is just less exciting, right? That's what it is. Bilge, 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 bilge. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. This guy got scoped weapons. Wait, this is kind of big.
It ain't luck, it's destiny. I got no time for games.
What do I want now? I think I'd go to just 3 RFCs, just straight up. No, I'm playing against. Oh, I'm playing against fucking Swain too, man. Wait. That was very close. Like way closer than it should have been. I got re-rolled the same exact items. What? You know, I didn't play TF the first patch of last set, and I remember it was Garen, right? Everyone was playing fucking Garen, and it was fucking crazy.
It ain't luck, it's destiny.
Kendra Item actually sucks, by the way. For yellow, the other two are a lot better, but it's okay. How many rerolls do we get? I mean, I'm pretty sure I level here and try to hit.
Here to test souls.
How is Nashers made here? Yeah, my level didn't hit anything here. That sucks. I think I wasted all my gold. Not in a good spot. What the for? Does Harmlessness work on Bilgewater or does it not?
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
The weather sport's great. Oh, I would have died, so I took this instead. I have level 620 gold, by the way. Pretty sure it's fucking due. Like, it's just doomed, right? I'm gonna roll at 7 and I'm like miles behind everyone else. I didn't hit 5 bilge like everyone else. Oh. Bilge Crown. These are graves. Yeah, I do need to keep play Darius eventually. Really good losses. They're 1 unit losses, but I take 10 because I have Cursed Crown, which is fine. I'm just saying level 7 the whole game, to be sure. Okay. How do you build Nashers? Nashers. Fuck, I need to look at someone else's work for a sec. Bow belts.
Let the monster out.
You know, I'm actually doing okay for someone who is not rolling. I mean, I'm 7 for sure. Oh, I thought I was gonna have a 1 year loss again. That would have been sick. So I'm staying 7 the whole game and praying I hit. I hit 9 village. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, 7.
Shurima is not of this time.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm just playing 7 village here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, I just realized I can't play. Wait, I can't play 7 without GP. Oh no. It's okay. I just have to get a spat, right? You lost. Really good loss, you know? Endurance training show. What a cool comp. Okay, 2 more bows, guys. 2 more bows. In Nashers, then Stoneplate.
Carnage.
Set sail. I will rest when our homelands are restored.
It's fucking doomed or what?
Shurima is not of this time. Defy Noxus and take sleep.
I rolled so much, didn't see anything. Gold's really good. Omnivamp is pretty good. I already fucking rolled. So what are these two? I might need 10 gold more than anything else. I think I need gold.
The shadows. Demacia, now and forever.
Fear the ocean's weight.
Okay, I still don't have a Nyla. It's fine. I get GP off Parasol and I swing the game. I had so many free rolls this game and I hit any of the units I wanted, which is really unfortunate.
Your gods fear me.
Did he even hit dead? Guy has fucking 0-2, Nyla 2. Okay, well, that was an unfortunate game. Let's just pretend that game didn't happen, and I am not gonna think about that. Oh, Derajan? I don't know how to pronounce this word. This name. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. I am playing TFT promos, and I am getting absolutely railed. I haven't played games on this first patch or much of the PBE, and it is an interesting one. That's the correct way to pronounce it. Wait, really? Let's go. I just dare. Okay, that works. I played first three games of that. I just played my first 4 games. I'm getting railed. It's okay. I went bought for every game. I went bought for 3 or 4 games. Don't worry. Don't worry. It is definitely a no one better fucking take that. Am I a pumper? That's fucking funny.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
No, I just made the mistake of rolling at the problem was the way that game works is that you only get the free rolls in the first thing of the stage. So I tried to level the 6-hit roll to find Nyla or Nautilus to spike. Didn't find either. I just bled out.
Now that is what I want to see.
Oh my god, it's a Jin reroll game. Let's start. All right, how do I reroll? How do I reroll Jin? wait. Actually, is there a Jin reroll? Hold on. Jin reroll. Let me go look for Jin. All right, so how do I play this fucking comp?
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
This 6 Ionian Jin, is it good?
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
I got no time to game.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
4 Vanquishers. He wowed the whole night? Really? Okay, I'm kind of interested. What is it? Is it just 6 Ionia? Wait, these items look kind of bad.
Let's raise the stakes.
Oh my god. Do I want to build or do I not want to build? How many village players are there? Well, there's actually not that many. Fuck it, we build.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Oh, dude. I literally didn't even see the other items, by the way. No fucking idea what the other items were. The scope weapons, I will need it. He's like, how do you keep this tier? Great loss. Favorite comp this patch? I've played 4 games. I don't even have favorite comp. Like, I don't have any comp. Oh my god, it's an RFC. Holy fuck. Okay.
Watch this.
Sure. All right, now I need even shroud blue buff. What do you put this on? I guess you just use TF as item holder for a bit. Looking for gold here. I need an even shroud. I need a blue buff, and then I'm done. Why so many RFCs? Okay. Apparently, BIS Nyla is 3 of these. 3 of these with scoped weapons is the best in slot Nyla, because it, like, her whip, she whips the shit out of you. Okay, and it scales to whip with range, so you can whip the whole fucking board with this build. It's kind of lit, actually. I think it's almost, is it a Ronth level here? These is better. Up to 3. Does it work with Wait, he kind of owns. Wait, hold up a sec. Wait, Nefuri reroll? Wait a second. Wait, am I cooking? I'm cooking?
Where there is evil, I shall go.
I need to lose, so I just avoid. Item carrier for my triple dumbass rapid fires.
Always on the run.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Okay. The goal here is even shroud, the blue buff, and then afterwards, I don't really fucking know. I'm guessing I'm just itemizing the tank afterwards. It's Nashers and then stone plate and stuff. I won. I fucking won.
You cannot hide. Fight me if you have no spirit.
Advice for beginner TFT, honestly, just play what you want. Focus on a couple of small things, small comps, and find the character you like to play, a comp you like to play, and then spam it. You'll learn a lot that way. You put Leah. I don't want to ruin the next.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
So what could happen that I'm really worried about is what it ruins my role. I don't want multicast for heart or some bullshit like that. So I decide not to put it in for this one round, and I'll put it in.
Destiny.
Dude, is it level up or wellness trust? I almost feel like wellness trust is better here. But I have 62 gold. Pretty sure it's always level. What am I saying? It's always level.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I think wellness is actually really good here. But I feel like wellness secures top 3 and or top 4, and I don't want that. Like I am playing to level 9 win out. Oh, okay. I'm playing 7 bilge, and I have 2 plus 2. 7 bilge plus 2 is just 7 build Aatrox timer, I guess. Is this game over or what? This game is so fucking over. I hit more Nylas not rolling this game than I did rolling like a billion gold last game. Slap, slap, slap. How big is it? Slap, 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 slap. Do you all look at how fucking wide the thing is? Is it you always hit 3 targets, right? Slap, 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 slap. He's appealing? No, don't think so. Just don't fucking lose. Healing is only for if you lose the fight. Don't lose. Oh, please. No way I get it though, right? No. Oh, well, actually, this MF is so good. All right.
Is not
perfect timing. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Do I just put this on Nasus for now? Nasus is actually pretty cool with it.
Pick up the scent. Every step, a new journey.
Okay. Level 7, 50 gold. If I got the Nyla and Nico in it, this game would be so fucking over. But I hate Graves 2, Ilaoi 2. Wait, how do you build Nashers? It's with here, right? Bow belt. How much is two strategist now? Wow. Okay. I mean, okay. Question. Yeah, don't I just go 9? Like I feel like I'm so strong. Wow, this guy's board is so strong. Wait, holy fuck. This guy's Nyla 2 Invokers. There's no way I beat this, right? Oh, there's no way I beat this. What the fuck? Oh. There's no way I should have won that. That guy has 2-star, Nico, 2-star Tarek. Huh. Interesting. Very balanced.
Night.
Dude, I wanted to keep fuck. What do I do now? I kind of want to play for GP items. What's a optimal GP item?
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Oh, what do I get here? Armistice good. Feels okay. A little bit of healing is actually kind of what I want this comp. This is so good. A little bit of healing.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Wait, some people's boards look really fucking good. Like, I don't know if I can roll for Nyla. I might just have to go for 9 for GP. There's a good chance that rolling Nyla is like the bad thing to do. If he just wants a ton of mana. Yeah. The duplicator don't you roll? I mean, oh yeah, you're probably right with dupe. Fuck. Oh, but now I don't want to. Fuck. I mean, I can go 9 next round. I don't think I roll. Fuck this. Where the fuck is my Darius? Oh, this guy has my board, but better. Wait, sorry. Worse is what I meant to say. How did I win that? Is it just because does that guy not have even shroud? How did I win this? He has 7 bilge? How did I win this at all? Just position diff? Gap that guy positioning wise or what? Pretty sure I always take a truck. Positioning gap? Yeah, maybe. What if I don't roll till after PB round to secure my first? We don't play massive. You got 10? Hell. This does not look balanced. Like, nothing about what I'm doing right now looks balanced. Maybe I should go 10. Maybe you're right.
Always on the run.
Thank you. I almost missed. You ever too dark it? No.
Demacia, now and forever.
I'm literally level 950 right now. Oh my god. Oh, this is kind of hype. All right, no problem. I don't like. Oh, he's final reserves. 1 light, level 8 only. Interesting. He wasn't able to get to 9. Okay.
For great science.
I feel like I don't want to play high. I don't know.
Shurima is not of this time. Battle, yes. I am Godin. Your gods fear me.
For great science. Water to me. The river of fate drowns.
should have left home years ago.
The river swells.
Defy nothing and taste your own blood.
This will put a wrench in their plans.
Probably should just still garbage here, actually. Yeah, I'm selling garbage. Fuck. Well, RC that no, it's not what it looks like, man. Someone tell him. Welcome back for 12 months. Thanks for subbing. Hotfix prayed. Yeah, it's definitely happening. Do I go? Do I ever go triple? What do you go with this comp? Does anyone know? Is it triple repair, or I need to know. Roll.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
Oh, hell yeah. Triple gold, go 10? That's what I'm saying, baby. You read my mind. This, take out this, and put this in. Or can we roll this for bilge? Would that matter? No, it would not matter. Does GP actually do damage? No, right? It's just a buff. Wait, does he actually do damage? I can't tell. He knowers. You know API them on him? Yeah, I was gonna go triple or yeah, just go 10. Yeah, right. When next round go 10. Do I ever blue buff this guy? How much mana is this? 40? How good is the cast early? I mean, it's fine. I'll just grab another shit. Okay, I'm gonna blue buff. I think the first cast actually worked. Like, the fight is pretty much almost over, you know? Okay, I just farmed like 50 gold from the Apex card here. You're telling me this is my most cap board plays a Graves 1, a Illaoi 1 and a T or Graves 2, Illaoi 2 and a TF1. This I can't make it better. Is that what you're that can't be legal, right?
This is mercy in Bilgewater.
Oh fuck! I'm gonna sell this unit at triple RFC my Aatrox.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
Oh my god!
I'll hack my way back to Bilgewater.
I don't think. I spent 5 gold. I have 10 gold left. True. I'm seriously gonna fucking sell this Nile and give 3 attack speed items to this fucking Aatrox. Hey, free gold. Hey, free gold.
This is mercy in Bilgewater. Bilgewater, your king has returned.
Does someone have? No one has any, right?
Always on the run.
Did I almost lose this? Huh, I did lose.
Always on the run.
Wait. I can make this into something here, right?
Let's raise the stakes.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Belgian cloak. Oh yeah, I play Belgian. Actually, I don't even know if I can +2. Yeah, I can't drop someone bad. Oh, no wonder he won. He has 9 builds. I was so confused. I was like, my board doesn't look that bad. I was so confused.
Consulte, hear my name and know my strength.
The board, I'm not taking 30. I want.
This is mercy in Bilgewater. I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Unless I get a remover here, I'm just selling these triple tax speed Aatrox 3. Remover me, please. Or remove. Wait. I don't want to fucking talk about it.
Now I am the world ender.
Fuck it. You're probably better with the side of anyway. They do add a couple juggernauts in here. Another juggernaut. Any juggernauts?
Water to me.
Fuck it. I don't even need to put these items in, man. If my Aatrox loses, I would be fucking sad. ADLP for playing a cringe comp. Was it worth it? Do I feel good about that? I feel kind of okay about that. But yeah, it's because it wasn't Bilgewater. It was actually Aatrox 3. The comp looks like it uses a lot of the same units, but really it was Aatrox. I'm gonna go play some ads. Is this what I have to do to win? Yeah. Like you just play a normal Aatrox comp. All right, wait, did I finish my promos? Am I done? Did I play 5 games? Because I really want to play Earth this game. Is that a bad idea? Hold on, let me look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck. Oh, okay. I played Earth 1 game. What's Box's account he's playing on? Any knowers? I think I can find it. Jimmy J. Is it Jimmy J Poggers or what is it? Where am I looking at? Jimmy J Poggers. Nope. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. I want to know because I think he's been playing some Ionia variants I've been wanting to try. Is this Ionian Ash 3? What the fuck is this comp? It's rerolled Shin 3. Holy bejesus. Well, Ash is awesome. Wait, so can Jin? Okay, wait. Let me look at this. So what did he play? He plays Ash, Darius, 4 Vanquishers. why this guy has like 27 spats. Oh, I like pumping up. That seems good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, this one's Ionian. Okay. Nico Last Whisper. Is Ionian for Vanquisher? Do you want help with the Jimmy roll? We'll see. I'm more curious what, like, my items don't look good. If my item and openers sometimes don't look good, I want to see what my first thing looks like.
I am here to test soul.
Cause, oh, what if it's actually, wait, I have bilge. Oh no. Oh no, I have to make a difficult choice of actually wanting to win or playing bilge. Or playing Vanquisher Ash. Like, I'm not playing TF, so I feel like it's really hard to play. Oh my god, it's not that hard.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Oh my god, I got shit. Okay, let me put this in. It's hard. I can't resist it. Dude, I actually have perfect items for fucking Dyla though. This is what Nyla think is like. Oh, even Shroud, it's blue buff and it's RFC. It's perfect items. That's pretty good. All right, hear me out. What do we get? That's a Vanquisher. That's a thing, right? Wait a second. Wait a second.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me, how do I play this comp? Set 3. Okay. I mean that's pretty intuitive. I just need to get. I don't even need to get even Shroud, right? Because with Failure, I just.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
That's really important for damage. Okay, what are BIS Jin items? What is, does he need crits? No, it's a Vanquisher, so he needs AD, right? He just needs fucking ass loads of AD. Okay. Deathblade, Deathblade, Deathblade. Can I reforge this tier, right? Is this tier useless for me, or can I build Hodge? Do I even, like, I guess I can go Hodge instead of Gunblade? I don't even know if I need to crit. What is this? What is this? What the fuck is this? Oh, okay. Make sure it's crit, yeah. It gives you IE, so you never build IE. But how much That's fine. That's probably like... You guys are as far as possible for GPIS. I mean, I think it's fine. Right? Because I get BF here for Deathblade and then it's okay. Ash 3, set 3, Aurelia if possible. Use a little bit, right? Yeah. Oh!
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
Please pick up the scent.
Okay. I get a support item. Okay. And then I'm probably gonna slam. Oh, I don't really want to slam her. Does Hurricane work with his ulti? It doesn't, right? Like he doesn't get an extra bolt. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's probably Gargoyle, honestly. It's okay. I'm gonna greed. I don't really care about the first stage. I just want to kill some units and I'm good. We're selling this. So you play, it's mainly 2 Vanquishers and then you go to 3. Oh wait, it's fucking Darius is a Vanquisher. Interesting. Who Jan thing? No, he's 124. I'm selling this and so it's most important is 6 Ionia. What is the benefit? It's AD. Yeah, it's probably something like Garb. It's like you could just use any fucking items. I think after Deathblade it really does not fucking matter. Maybe some healing would be nice. It sucks because the #1 comp in the game right now is weird because it also has a the #1 comp has anti-heal. Like it'd be a different story. Like literally the Bilgewater has anti-heal and fucking it's like everything, man.
We are to fight now.
I'm a little
Let's go.
this. What's it anti-heal? Yeah, MF does anti-heal, right? Am I crazy? Does she not? Fucking that MF is this shield shred? Oh, never mind. Wait, wait, it's a shield? Wait, that's arguably better.
Now that is what I want to see. Noxus will rise.
How much do I roll here?
For the Freljord.
That's pretty good.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I have but
Oh, I
one
got
life
baited.
to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Do I really roll? You have a stop, it's funny, it's fine. This probably comes back, right? Is Silly Warp even that bad? triple gargantuan resolve set. Thoughts? Oh, it's probably this.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
It's Jover. Wait, really? And then it's probably, what the fuck do I do with this? Never QSS. Says yes. Oh shit. Wait, he's kind of owning. Okay, wait, what am I need an Ionian spat, I guess, to play 6.
There will be peace in the frail yard.
Fuck, I'm half.
Forge it.
Board space rides. Does this come back? I think this. Probably this. Big Gem is only good if I get set 3 perfect items. I don't know if I'm getting that. Oh yeah, okay. So I'll just grab GS off this. I don't feel that weak, by the way. It's just my bench is just really awkward.
Now that is what I want to see.
Did I get Ionian? No way I get 2 more BF. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't fucking see it. Oh, it's Vanquisher spat. Oh shit, I could have definitely gotten. Okay, I should have taken it. Forgot, I'll see Ionian.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
Noxus will rise.
There will be peace in the frail yard. I will forge it.
Okay, Vanquisher spat. I mean, I would say yes, because then you don't have to play one of the shitty Vanquishers. Oh, sorry, I should be behind this don't play. I am bad. I need a tank item from this, but there's no tank items. I really should take a Vanquisher spat because using this is really hard. If I don't, I guess I could just. Bigger shot lets you cut areas. I guess that's true, but like ashes though. Dude, I have as many ashes as I have Jin. That's crazy. Do I really play 6 Ionian? I guess it makes. Wait, this guy's playing Quit. This Quit is like gonna kill my backline. What? Does not matter. Oh, is this first place? Oh, he's dead. Oh, hell yeah.
There will be peace in the frail yard. I will forge it.
Oh my god, I'm about to fucking hit Ash 3. I mean, that's Ash 3 is awesome. Yeah, Jin is just boom. It's weird because like I might have to just TG one of the Vanquishers, like Darius or something. I only have one space for units. That sucks so much.
Ionia still stands.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Look,
let's start the show.
I am here to test souls.
Please.
Defy nothing to taste your own blood.
Killing you will be one of mine.
Oh fuck! I need to move this in. Okay, now I leveled to 6. Put in fucking. Oh, I guess I need to put in 4 Vanquisher next round, don't I? Huh? Okay, it's definitely not this. I peeked when he sold Zaya. Come on, what do I get here? Oh, what if I just get? Oh, you need to find Zaya? Yeah, that's gonna be hard. Do I ever just TG Darius here? Wait, is Zaya a Vanquisher? Oh, that's why. Oh, I thought it was just not Vanquisher, an Ionian. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Oh. Also, what do I build for this? Is it? It's gotta be a. I almost want to. Not Last Whisper. I forgot. Bring another one.
Let them on.
Yeah, I was gonna just teach you Darius. Oh my god, I killed this guy's Ash. Wait, it's actually winnable? Did I ever take that? What if I play 6 Vanquisher? Love Ash? Was there an Ash? Oh my god, there was an Ash. Alright, question. Do I ever just level here and roll? Fuck it. I mean, that unit's not staying in the comp. So I can get rid of it later. Wait, oh, she attacked so fast. Wait, what happened? Whoa, what?
Now that is what I want to see.
From the shadows.
Who's doing the most damage in the comp? Oh. Wait, I just realized when you play 6, you would keep Shen, right, and sell this unit for Ionian. So you would, so you'd probably want to put this on not Shen. I see. I mean, I'm just gonna go 8 and play 6 man. That's my plan. Wait, this comp's kind of lit. Me and C, welcome back with 36 months. This is your favorite comp right now? This one. Yeah, my board just went from like Ed to like oh. Ed to oh. I'm not buying this. I need gold to get paid. I hit 3 Shens in 3 natural shops? Like what? Alright, what are your thoughts on me selling the Shen actually? And moving the Vanquisher spat. Is that troll? I would not do this normally if I'm playing serious, but okay.
Witness true strength.
Down for GS here. Fuck it, I'm good for this. Just in case I don't get the application correct. Why does Ash shoot so fast? Is there a reason? I don't understand. Oh, it gives I was wondering, I was like, what the fuck? He shoots like a fucking demon.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Yeah, failure shred. Yeah, but I mean, it's fine. It's just in case you want to get the shred a little bit earlier. Guardbreaker against AS? Wait, what? Oh, like as a base? Wait, it's so good. What the fuck? Wait, this item is kind of OP against me. Oh, JK, I killed this fucking Jarvan and his other unit. You're in there without, and you went 8th in the game with me? Oh, I see you down here. I am so sorry. That is unfortunate.
I will rule the Freljord.
Next round, I'm leveling to play this. 52. Frontline actually gives me so much value here. Do this. This switches over for Vanquisher. I play this till I get 6 Vanquisher, right? Actually, wasn't the spat a grief? Because it's like I should have held it for Ionian spat, I guess. Vanquisher, like you can't really remove anything but Darius. I would have won this. God damn. Oh, I didn't level here. I would have won with fucking. It's fine. I mean, I was one off. I could have sold. I would have won with Shed too. You know, that would have been the case. I really want this. Fuck. Not great items, but what am I gonna do about it, you know? Wait, who do I actually put this on? Like a fucking question.
The place was so damn quiet before I came along. Target marked.
I want to put it on chat again. This is set 3, yeah. Oh. Wait, this Xayah does damage. Wait, I thought Xayah was a bad unit. Wait, she kind of did some deeps there for 1 star? BT and Xayah instead of set 3? What? Don't worry about it. Dude, okay, it's fine. I'm gonna just sell the Xayah right now and we'll see. Would it? Okay, is it even worth doing this? The increase is 20%. 20 crit. Do I? Oh, it's actually kind of nice. The problem is finding Nyla. Like, Nyla is kind of an impossible unit to find. You feel me? Wait, I like how it's really just Ashe carrying this comp. Look at my Ashe damage. What the fuck? You think it's a Jin comp? Hell no. Be the real deal. This guy is Bilge. What is this? Oh, that item is really good. He actually is the best unit of the game. That's how I feel.
Consulte. Hear my name and know my strength.
Wait, what if I got a tank item here? You know what? Don't worry about it.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
I can't keep with this. I mean, I can't.
Victory for the Vastaya.
I feel like roll. I don't even know, by the way, if getting 6 vanquishers is better than 3 Freljord, because the stun is actually OP. It might just be I'm just supposed to go 9 here, I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, fuck, it's just gonna be a 1v1. Damage. 6 is 25% more damage. Yeah, but the CC is like super OP, and I'd take 7% more of their health. I feel like, you know, if I just get a Freljord spat here, it's actually whatever. Or a Vanquisher spat? Then I don't have to worry about it. Oh, goodbye.
Victory for the style.
But this comp is kind of lit. Oh wait, TP bullet CCM unit, you're right. Okay, fuck this unit.
Broadside.
What? What? No way he gets a bilge. It's just like that. He just gets 9 bilge.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Oh, he can't play Naked hard kept 8 waves 5. And that's actually so good for me. Wait, my board is actually insane. 6 Vanquisher, 6 Ionian, 3 Freljord. This is like a giga board. Like, you craft these on fucking like, oh, like law chess or whatever. You'd be like, ah, no, there's no way I hit this board for real. Holy moly. Oh my, Ash is 8K. Dude, Ash does 8K. What the fuck? He hit GP 3 too. Wait, is Ash just the best? Wait, why did he frontline his GP? Wait, what? Wait, I don't think I can hit 20 gold with 11 to... oh no, there's no way. So I just rolled down for Nyla 2 here.
Now that is what I want to see.
Oh wait, there is. Okay, I kind of feel like frontline is better than backline. Thoughts? Actually, maybe this will actually own. What's living longer? I think this lives there.
Everyone pays.
Wait, he frontlined it again. Wait! I'm not.
That is what I want to see.
Wow. That comp, I think I played it perfectly. I don't think I made a single mistake. Yeah, I would say just not a single one. All right, wait. Let me check. Let me check the thing. Let me check the thing. Our toast. Oh, people are fucking grinding. Okay, I'm here. I need, okay, no joke. I don't, because I'm probably not gonna be able to play on Saturday, Sunday. I just need to be like diamond. We're cutting 4 people, 5 people. Like this, 2. There's a Vaughn. 3. I think I find a diamond 1. Okay, dude, what time is it? I woke up at 6 p.m. today, guys. I went to sleep at 11 a.m. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to sleep. Um, yeah. So like this gets cut off in 2 days. It's like 1, 2, 3, and like 4. Well, I'm probably fine where I'm at right now, but I would like to be higher. This sucks because I have to play League as well because I still feel like my APs could use a lot more work. So it's like, oh, I need to balance my time. Fuck, man. 7 more hours. Okay, let me go play some ads. I'll be right back. I need to pee. Let me get some water. I'll probably play one more game. inhaled my food. All right. Wait, do you guys know the funniest phrase that ever came from League of Legends? Or when you're playing, when you see someone you think is really bad, and you say you're like, God, I'm playing in their name low. It's like oh damn. I'm playing in Crayon Poppin' Low. Because I say this because Toast saw he was playing in this bracket. Gumi told me, he said, oh no, I'm playing in Gumi Low, and I'm like all right. Where are we playing this game? Fuck it. We'll pop it. I kind of want to play Kench.
Eureka!
Also, do you think it's possible that I can beat Bilgewater with Shurima? Probably not.
But one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
I definitely need to hold on to this Samira parent. Are challengers just terrible now or what? Because I might be looking to run some challengers, you know? Okay. Looking like a challenger-y game. I see this. I see this. I mean, I'm wondering if I can top 4 with challengers. Is it possible? We top an Aatrox.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count. There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
Do I have a Piltover? Oh my god, wait. I'm gonna just go for it. Do not have a Piltover. Buy Ori.
This is very exciting.
Okay. Please let me kill one. Please let me kill one. Wait. So I'm playing I'm playing Gunners, I guess. I mean, I'm down to slam this even shroud. Wow, this guy's board is bad. I need to sell it. Holy fuck. Thank God. Thank God I sold the fucking unit. Because this guy's board is fucking terrible. Holy shit. I almost lost her. Is this a creature play 5 build water at 2-2? Yeah. You already know. This guy's rerolling Zenith Blade. Okay. Is Radiant even shot Thunder more armor? Anyone know?
Watch this. I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Plus one will HP. Oh, hell yeah. Gets more armor and more. I hit a level 5 player. Fuck me, man. Yeah, I killed one. All right, what's necessary for Aphelios? I need at least one Rage Blade. I can play this GS and then I don't know Death Blade, but I would need so many BFs, man. I should just go for it because I'm playing for fun this game. I should just go for it. Do I think I can make something that's good for this comp? Fuck no. But I think I can get a fun.
This is very exciting.
Is it weird I want to lock this space? Damn, he got Radiant RFC. Oh shit, this guy fucking got the nuts. Surely this guy doesn't win the game, right? Kill it. Oh. Did not trust this guy at fucking all.
I am here to test souls.
I kind of want to hold on to this Jinx pair though. Fuck. PC4. I think I have to, right? I just click this and level here.
What's this?
Jinx pair is kind of worth a lot because she's my carry till stage 4.
This is very exciting.
Darkness. I got no time for games.
Okay, got a little even shot here. Another tier. Okay.
There,
that's kind of worrisome. Oh, tier. Oh, Jace now is 80 mana. What was he before? Wait, 80 mana is pretty good. I can double tier Jace. Wait, well, what was he before? I'm actually kind of interested. Was it always 80 mana? You know, what could happen here? What can happen here is I hit Piltover +1, and then I fucking roll like my life depends on it to get 6 Piltover in here. You don't recall that getting changed? It was always 80? Really? Oh my god.
Yes, I am a weapon.
If I Nico this, will I win the round? What do you guys think? No way, right? No way, right? I'm all for one round. Why risk? Well, you want to kill as many units as possible. Like, if you go kill any of the units, I think that's really bad. Like, ideally, you want to kill. I would have won this round if I had. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank God I didn't. Actually, maybe I wouldn't have won this round, but that was really dangerous. I think as long as I have the bottom 2 players in my pool, it's not good. But if I was just the other players, it'd be okay. Here he is.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
RC ready, RC. Yeah, he's had that since stage 2. Oh my god, he hit a fucking Nyla. Huh. Oh, he's 30 gold. I mean, I think with Tiny Titans, you want to agree to like 4 or 5, maybe? Like, you're definitely agreed to at least 4 1. Okay, I'm gonna Nico it now. Here. Oh, you're definitely playing at least 4 gunner. Okay, that's cool. Probably play Bill. Oh my god, I don't even need a Nico. I'm like a little bit worried this does too much, but it's fine. I just need rage play. Okay, these guys kind of hurt. Yeah, really do this.
Watch this.
Yeah, Nico here's just to save life. Real talk, what do I do with these tiers, man? Like, actually, the fuck do I do? I'm about to just, I guess I hope I can play vows and adaptive helms or something. Hey, Bloodwater enjoy, just get the fuck out. just get the fuck out of here.
Dawn is the future.
Sorry, this guy looks fucking weak. I just suicided my guy. Nice, we killed one. So, do I cash out 4-1 or 4-2? Probably 4-1. 37 life is a little low. Play 4 gunner. Imagine I had level up here. Holy shit. Sokophilios drinks. Sokophilios, Jace Echo, and drop Jinx. Wait. Oh, I can do Silco? That is true.
There, history.
Another tier. That's good. Yeah, and then Master's Redemption, probably Redemption.
Watch this.
Wait, this guy can cash me out, maybe. No, never mind. I want to cash on 8 because I'm a greedy ass kid. 23? Okay. I hope I get... Oh, shit.
holdovers fight.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
I will rule the Freljord.
Every soul shall serve. Shurima is not of this time.
Survive.
Oh, this cash out might be a little dicey. I didn't see a single affiliates, by the way, which is kind of bad.
I got no time for games.
Yeah, now we cash out though. Oh, I skipped. Wait, I skipped over one. Really?
Shadows.
Did not know I skipped.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Oh, he has fucking Nyla? No way. Oh my god, wait. No, I had the cash out, man. Oh, I played against Nyla 2 with BIS. The round I needed to cash out. That sucks. Pretty rally stacked. I mean, I just could have cashed out at 4-1 rolling. I should roll down. That was my bad. But I wanted to try the greed 4-2, and then everyone spiked, and then I died. But if I did cash out with 60, that would have been sick. I'm gonna go play some ads. I mean, I don't regret going for it. I think I would have gone for it regardless. That really sucks, man. I feel also the spat I went was dead. Fuck. Imagine if I instead of that I had like another GS or Deathblade. Oh, wait. Is it time? Is it Jhin time? Because I feel like if you're going to play Jhin, you want to play this. Because you get like 3 free rolls at 2-1, and 5 free rolls at 4-1.
Bilgewater is nice. There's always something big to kill.
Damn, I had the potential for the sickest game ever last game. There's also that show comp, right? How do you, I might want to play that, but the only problem with that comp is I feel like it's only really good if no one else is contesting you. And I feel like in a lobby like this, I'm gonna get fucking like 20 way contested. Like 50 way contested.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
One person has gone that build every single game is the biggest problem.
I am here to test souls.
So let's buy this too.
Keep your enemies close.
I don't want this. I don't want this.
You cannot
5 item opener. Oh no. For a person who wants to lose streak, that's probably not good. Dawn Crest, nope. Nope, nope. Oh, is there a good unit for this? Like, don't I just play Redemption double Gargoyle on Cho and it's fucking lit, but I don't have any Chos, so I guess we're playing this.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Wow. I guess fucking sad.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
How do I play Noxus? I mean, I guess I'm playing the old school Noxus. Do I re-roll this? How do I review this? Like, is Samira that bad now? Like, anyone know? How is Samira right now? Because, like, I'm about to fucking slam 1 billion items. I mean, I have 5 Samiras. It can't be that bad, right? I expect Kiana. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up doing that. Well, it's weird because, like, well, then how do I get Ix?
I carry my family with me.
Your can't charge a negative? Yeah, it's fine. Is Sunfire still an okay slam? Wait, my losses have been insane. I've lost by 2 units every time?
bow to the void or be consumed by it.
I feel like I should level, right, and not reroll Samira because I have 2 Noxus spats, and I think I can make it work with some other stuff, right? Because you're Nasus? Yeah, I think so. Push for 9 Noxus this game. Hoping with Rage Blade I can win, but I might kill like 1 or 2 more. I'll find it. Okay. Oh, hit 30, hit 40 here. So good. This Street Noctis is actually pretty good. Don't worry, it's gonna be great. My only problem is who do I Noxus here? Like, let's say I get to 7 Noxus. I'm playing that many. Like, I guess I'm rerolling Cat. I mean, can I just play the meta comp? Rogue, Kiana, and Katarina. I Noxus Echo, I Noxus Kiana. Oh, but my items are so bad. I don't think I can do that. No, I won, man. I should have fucking just suicided her. That's so bad. No, it's okay. I mean, winning with Noxus is actually like what you're supposed to do, but
I'll take care of everything. I carry my family with me.
I might. Oh. Yeah, before the Rage Blade slam, I could have played it, but now it's like, fuck. Does Fiora scale off of AD AP? Anyone know? I feel like Noxus Fiora sounds really great as well.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
I will rule the Freljord.
Let's start the show.
Dawn is the future.
He does? That sounds good.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Do I ever just slam the Shiv and just commit to a Azir here? Or do I slam Titans and commit to Titans, Noxus, Fiora? Definitely not good. I think it's not the stats. I want to say this is really good for my comp. Which of these? It's not Golem Answer, right? Not with my board.
The world may fall in darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Well, I think whatever happens, I should just slam. I think I'm pretty down to play some Noxians, some Azir. Take it for Ashe? Yeah, probably. Can I not Nester now? I mean, I look at Ixtal for a bit, right? Like Ixtal is just it's the problem is the Ixtal units are two Ixtal units are not great. Oh, ProZD, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. I am playing some absolute. I'm playing some TFT. I'm trying to fucking win, but it is very hard. It is very hard. Joey, the peace sign. Oh yeah, we'll be doing something with Spotify tomorrow, actually, and they generate the playlist for us, and I'm literally listening to one, and mine one they generated off of is literally all weed music, and I was like, huh, I think they got the wrong guy, but you know, fuck it, it's not bad. You feel it's not bad. I'm down to slam Juggernaut here. They got the wrong guy, but you know what? It's okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Nah, it's the wrong guy. Okay, I'm going 7 Noxus this game. Right? Okay, I found another one. Does Mord? Okay. So Mord is like the unit I care about a lot, right? Is Mord OP? Like, how does Mord do his shit? Do I need Helium Mord? Mord is an RFC user? No shot he's an RFC user. Really? He is an RFC. Holy moly. Wait, I have 5 streak. Wait, I'm stacking up some nice Noxus stacks. Oh, hell yeah.
Demacia is counting on us.
Yeah, I guess we sell this. If you can't get RFC 2 JG and Titans are gun him, I'm going for Titans for. Oh my god. I was like, Noxus. This unit sounds pretty good, right? Like, there's no way Fiora's always skill with APAD. There's no way it's bad. Wait, I'm kind of owning. Wait, I 6 streaked this stage? Oh my god. Hope I have a nice stream. Thank you so much. Wait, I should have waited because if I get level up at 4-2, nah, I wouldn't wait because I wouldn't want to drop my streak at 4-1. But if I get level up, that's my win con. It's just playing like fucking. If I play 9 Noxus, how can I lose? Isn't the buff insane? It's like getting like a giant's belt and fucking everything on all your carries.
Always rises to the top.
You kind of need this, right? Oh, I have to do it, especially with this. Okay. Cool. So I have okay, that was an interesting bet. Making sure pivot. I mean, I'm just gonna use it, and we're gonna go 8 with it. Giving her the shiv kind of sucks, but you know what they say, BIS is fake, and I agree. Oh, how many 3 costs do I use in this comp? Oh, 1, 2, and I would usually use Echo, but I'm not, so I'm probably not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, it's probably harm assist, but damn if it's not looking kind of juicy.
From the shadows.
We should just do this. Oh, I forgot they put Mordekaiser in here.
Is where all paths converge.
Probably don't. Yeah, Ionian, that's fine. How am I missing? Am I missing something? Am I fucking stupid or what? These ways, no, it's Trickster. I have 7 units. I'm level 7. Oh, it's because this unit isn't a fucking... Okay, I am fucking dumb. It's whatever. I got it. It's not the 2 Swain. It's the thing. It's fine. We're eventually replacing Zaya, but she's a great unit to have at stage 4. I think not gonna lie, given the state of my items, I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish off Nasus and like Mordekaiser's items. So I'm just gonna TGO and just pray to God. Because I think it's just not gonna come out as good as I think. Wait, why the fuck is this in here then? What the fuck? Wait, I lost so much power. My bad. I was like looking, I was like, what is going on? And I'm gonna have to give the rogue spot to someone that's not Swain later, but I don't really know who. So I was gonna originally put it on Mordekaiser, but it's like really bad. Sorry, I'm a fucking dumbass. Yeah, this guy should have had. I really only go 9 ASAP. I get this will come back. I think I put it on Scion.
Demacia, now and forever.
Oh, I put it on Sharp. Okay, get this. Put it on Jarvan. Does the Trickster's Glass work with Noxus buff? Like, does it give it health off of it? If that makes sense. Anyone know? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can put 2 units. I think it worked.
Every soul shall serve.
Wait, that's so good. Wow, wait, that's so fucking good. So you always want it. Oh, I don't know if it works on a spat, but you want it on a Noxus unit. So I'm probably gonna put this on. I'm trying to go level 9, right, to play 9 Noxus. PG another unit.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Lost for nothing.
All according to plan.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Holy fuck. Guess I go for Cat 3 here. I don't think this VR does anything right now. Okay, I put this in. The Azir goes in here. Put Noxus Azir, you give him these 2 items. And then you put in, you go 8. But until you hit 8, you just put in this. How the fuck do I put these? I thought, The Trickster, I don't think it works the way it doesn't scale with health, which is why I'd rather Trickster die out here.
Noxus will rise.
Sell. And then I would go Rogue Jarvan for now? Question mark. I level next round. Pretty good loss. I'm still 2 lives, which is great. 76. What do I get here? This? If I can please grab it. Fuck you. These items are just weird because ideally I put this on this, but not 2 TGs, so it's like kind of just everything.
Noxus will rise. Shurima is never lost.
Oh, I put Nasus here on it and it's fine. Put this Nasus. Thoughts?
Shurima is not of this time.
Oh, I need. Oh shit, you're right. I need whatever. But I can't get it. So until I get Aatrox, it's like kind of I'm just stuck with this. But then who do I put these items on? How do I itemize these? Does this have any AP scaling? This guy's 3-star. Sure. Pop off king.
Submit. You have already lost.
He has, how much AP does he have? Oh my god, Death Type gave him 100% attack speed. That's so funny. Okay. I think I actually am supposed to give him the BT then. I guess I can wait here and I'll see. But I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to give him the BT. But he's actually also super good with another tank item. So.
Noxus will rise. I will kill you all. Shurima is not of this time.
I never hold back.
I mean, I'm not like fucking capped. My units have fucking 9 million AP. Don't tell me I didn't innovate this game. I'm the most innovative. 9 Noxes? Holy fuck, it's time. Oh, it is fucking time.
I am Duncan. Your gods fear me.
My Scion did 7K? Oh, he has. Oh, and it gives me Slayer as well to Mordekaiser. Are awesome. Wait, I'm actually gonna win out the game. Wait, I did it. I beat the meta.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
Bro, I don't think. I won. Huge upgrade. This one has 2600 health. This one has 2100. You know, instead of this, you could play the Bruiser Slayer, the Void one. Guys. Oh, there's actually an upgrade here. Should I just do this? Hammer 2. Oh my god.
Now I am the world ender.
GG! Look at the AD this guy has. The 80 AP, he gets plus 100. Every one of my units has like plus 180 AP. And it gives you like 1000 HP. Like they have fucking like an extra 3 items. Let's go. Yeah, Warlock Let's Play Death Cap on every unit. Okay. You can't say you've seen that one before. I've never seen, even last set, I only saw one person ever play 9 Noxes. Yeah, he had MF3. Like he had a good board. It's just like I did the thing. Pyro Compulsive, welcome back for 21 months. Thanks for subbing. First to 8, back to first. Let's go. Okay, it's 2:30. I should try to get some sleep. I don't think I'm going to, but hopefully I'll sleep by 5 and then I can wake up tomorrow at a decent time. I'll be playing, they were doing Mario Party and then like some painting tomorrow for fun together. So that would be enjoyable with some housemates. And then afterwards, I will try to play whatever I can. More chess to 11. That's literally me. That text mode is me. I can stop. I can control myself. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and rate Toast. He's playing the same thing I'm playing, and he's role playing for his favorite anime character, Luffy. He is gonna be the bilge god. I'm out, guys. Have a great